Three. All the best, boys.
Oman versus Qatar. Oman a side which has acclimatized a little better, I would feel, because they were here quite early playing a couple of games as practice matches. Today Shafiq gets the cap, the coveted cap of playing for Oman. It's a big, big moment in his life indeed. Shafiq, will we see him behind the wicket as well? That's another story altogether. We'll have to wait and watch. But what a player he's been, and what a transformation we've seen from coming to Oman as a coach and working up the ranks, knocking a higher dose of cricket, ensuring that he puts in the performance and eventually finds a place in the national 11. It's a big moment indeed. As Oman so often do, they start with a prayer and then, of course, the huddle, and followed by the battle cry. This is the routine that they follow. Each year to put the first W in this campaign. Oman. And they'll be up against Qatar. Let's find out what happened at the flip of the coin battle as Shamim is waiting alongside the two skippers.
Toss in this important match between Oman and Qatar. I have the match referee alongside me. That's Mr. Iftikhar Ali right at the end. And we have the two captains, Rizlan Iqbar and Jisan Maqsood. Well, gentlemen, if you just continue with the toss, who's throwing the coin? Right. Heads is the call. Qatar have won it. Rizlan will won the toss. What's your decision?
We elected to bowl first on this wicket.
Yes, that's not a bit of a surprise. Early morning conditions, you're hoping that at least your pace bowlers can get some favor out of this.
Of course, I think wicket looks really good for the batting, but I think early on, first 1 hour will play a bit, so we want to get that advantage.
Right, and also just looking at the ground itself, the dimensions and what you're used to, coming to a new place, always something in your mind about the conditions.
Yeah, condition looks good. Okay, ground also looks good. I think for me it's first time in this part of the world, and boys are prepared, and hopefully we can put a good show.
And what is your combination? How many pacers and spinners?
We are playing with 3 fast bowlers and 3 spinners.
Sprint if you had one?
Yeah, definitely. I like to bowl first, but toss didn't come in our favor. It doesn't matter, but because wicket will be playing same condition, because it will turn at in the same time.
Absolutely, and as the other captain said, the wicket looks pretty good, so there shouldn't be too much wear and tear. It is the 50 over match, so maybe at the end of the day there will be some help for the spinners.
Definitely it will come there, because this wicket is new wicket, so definitely new wickets will bring more turn on that track. So we are working on that. That's why we are just added a spinner in the side, and we'll take the benefit.
Well, I hope you do, and we hope that you have a good match. Thank you for talking to us. Good luck.
Thank you very much.
Good luck. Well, that's it. Qatar have won the toss here, and they've decided to bowl first.
All right, confirmation. Qatar wanting to bowl first. And that means Jatinder Singh has got to pad up and be out there, and that's exactly what he's done. Alongside Kashyap Kumar Prajapati. An opening pair that has batted so much together across formats and across continents. Two men who understand each other really, really well. And alongside me is someone that I absolutely loved watching play, now behind the microphone as well. Very warm welcome, Sharad Visavkar.
Hi, good morning, Suhas, and all the viewers around the world. So glad to be here at the Mulpani ground, finally hosting the international matches. Should have been from a long time ago, but yeah, never too late to good things to happen. Really looking forward to this battle between Qatar and Oman today.
Absolutely, the battle of the Reds, Sharad, and it begins with Murad steaming in. A hint of swing right away. He chose the Yorker first up. You like the intensity, don't you?
Absolutely, I mean, like, that's the way to go. Pitch it up early on. You'll definitely get some swing over here. Mulpani ground has something for the bowlers early on. And it's probably the right way to go.
It's one thing to swing the ball. It's quite something else to bring it under control, isn't it, Sharadan? And Murad has just shown how much control he's oozing today by bowling a Yorker first up. No half measures, no warm-up deliveries. And that's the corridor of uncertainty.
Yeah, that one just held its line, and probably the batsman expecting the ball to come in, but it held its line. Kashyap Prajapati, one of their opener batters.
Yeah, very talented. You all remember that innings against the touring Mumbai side. 175, terrific. And Jatinder Singh, who scored many a century. Oh, wonderful. Murad has found the right line and length. In fact, he packed it in his kit bag. This is good thinking from Rizlan Iqbal. Wants to attack from the word go. Unleashing Murad on the openers. Kashyap Kumar Prajapati is still struggling to find out what exactly that ball's doing. A bit of gardening in between is something that he's chosen.
Yeah, looks impressive, Murad, doesn't he? Has a good rhythm, good run up. Swinging it early. Or a treat is it to watch bowlers like him who swings it early on.
Can swing the ball both ways as well, isn't it, Sharad? Just as we speak, he's delivered what would have been an excellent delivery to a left-hander. Suddenly losing the rhythm, suddenly losing the line and length, Murad, the first run on the board, and that's not off the bat, though.
Probably trying to swing it a little more than he wanted to, but yeah. Kashyap has to be a little careful with the ball that comes in.
Would he go for the drive here? Is he enticed enough to go for the drive and the ball is swinging a little more and two slips are in place? Well, they won't be used if that's going to be the line. It's usually the other way around, isn't it, Sharad? You don't start off well and then you find the right line and length. He was hitting spots of gold and then this happens.
Yes, you can't be too excited with the swing. You need to do the basics right. Probably trying to do a little too much. But the conditions in Mulpani, it's always favoring the opening bowlers a bit in the first 10 overs. So you don't have to do much and just stick to that spot.
Was in the air for a jiffy, but still safe. Would have had his heart in his mouth, though.
Yeah, most certainly. No harm done. Cautious start by Oman till now. It'll be very interesting to see how this new pitch plays. Kashyap looking tentative early on.
Pitch number 4, you mentioned that it's a new pitch. And credit to the curators as well. ACC Men's Premier Cup 23, we've seen some excellent games already, thanks to the surface. This time, runs off the bat. Just a gentle push, and it looks like the ball will be in the race. No, Rizlan was able to bring it back into play with that timely slide. Good work.
Nice bit of fielding there by Rizlan. And with the first over done, it's Oman are, I think, 5 for no loss.
He pushed it in the gap, and this is the moment. Did his foot hit first? Did he make contact with the boundary cushions first? Oh yes, this does not look good for Rizlan Iqbal. This does not look good for Qatar. It's the first boundary for Oman. And a gentle push has done the trick. 7 without a wicket after the first over.
Center. Batsman, left arm down.
Oman. Kashyap Kumar Prajapati, Jatinder Singh, Akib Ilyas is back in the side. Zishan Maqsood will skip at the side as always. Mohammad Nadeem, Ayan Khan, Adil Shafiq is behind the wickets today as the keeper. We saw Naseem Khushi on tour as well, and that's exactly why we had this doubt. Adil getting a game today, getting his cap. He's got to make the most of it. And the kind of talent he possesses, it would be a treat to watch him if he gets going.
So 2 left-arm seamers to start with. Ikram Mullah. Left-arm seamers always reminds us of the great Wasim Akram. Very interesting to see how much swing he gets.
He's got to borrow a leaf out of Murad's book, especially the first 2 deliveries that he bowled. Absolutely magical. Just teasing the outside edge of the batter. And you're very right, Sharad. The moment you see Ikram, you're reminded of Akram.
Names are similar too.
He's able to achieve that late swing where the batter's already committed. Doesn't want to play this one. By Imal's reaction, it looked like he was excruciatingly close to that stump.
Yeah, he's getting some perches out of the wicket. You can see some bounce, some swing. Jatinder having a good look. Leaving that ball outside the off stump.
Terrific attempt. Imal did his best. And Jatinder, with a bit of luck, will find what he needed. Immediately having a word with KP as well. It sort of calms your nerve, doesn't it?
Yes, certainly when you get a bit of luck in your side. Lucky escape it seems for Jatinder. Interesting ploy by the bowler Ikram Mullah, coming round the wicket early on. Just played for a single down to 3rd man region. Second over done, Oman are 12 for no loss.
Jatinder Singh. Doesn't need to chase this at all in this format. And in this situation, Murad, I think the idea is to closely bring it to the off stump or around the off stump region slowly as the over progresses, and just with that angle keep the slips in play.
Most definitely, yeah. But with the swing going, as much as he makes the batsman play, there you go, you can see a hint of swing coming in. Yeah, you can see a cautious start by Oman till now. Jatinder, experienced campaigner, has played in Nepal before in 2020, where they played against Nepal, and
Terrific shot. All he had to do was clear the man in the infield on the offside, and even with a diving Rizlan, that ball was not stopping. Concentrated only on placement and timing. Beautiful shot indeed.
yeah, beautiful. That must get him going. Probably a just short of length ball. Stand up and deliver stuff by Jatinder. The ground looks quick. Outfield looks really, really quick. Suhas.
It's a batter's best friend here in Mulpani. You just know that you're going to get value for your shots. All you need to do is clear the infield. This outfield courier service to the boundary rope is something that the batters will enjoy time in, time out. Even yesterday, deft touches were going for 4. As a batter yourself, you must be enjoying situations or conditions of this kind. That's where you're loved around the world, except for Kenya. Because you've out a syllabus for them.
Yeah, good memories. Jatinder does get a good stride in. I have so many stories for you, Suhas, about this ground.
All ears. We'll keep the chat alive in the next over for sure. We'll talk about this ground, how it came to be, and solidly defended. Good comeback by Murad after being hit away for 4. 3 overs gone, 16 without a wicket. Kashyap and Jatinder starting off solidly. Kashyap started off with 2 genuine wafts. That was because Murad had found a couple of golden spots on the surface to trouble the right-hander with, just leaving him with the angle. But after that, Jatinder Singh has looked more in control. There was an outside edge that was generated off Ikramullah's bowling, and Kashyap. It was Jatinder at that time who was in trouble. Kashyap Kumar Prajapati still waiting for that one shot from his bat that will announce his arrival in form again. Scored runs in the practice matches. That will give him some confidence.
Yeah, Oman would be looking for a good start from these 2 batters. Interesting ploy by these left-arm seamers coming round the wicket early on. Probably they don't want to give any width to the batsman. Coming stump to stump, cramping them for room, making it tougher for them to score. And these Oman batsmen, they do like some room to play.
the second slip that you see, it's not a regular second slip. It's actually in the third slip position, almost touching the gully region. Terrific. It's beat the man at point. He has put a finger or two on it, so it's reduced in pace. And a bit of football skills will keep it in play for sure. Good running between the wickets too. And at Malpani Cricket Ground, you don't see these many runs taken very often. When the outfield is quick, you do not see runs of this kind. But very well done. And in fact, he waited for it to go past him. That means lesser time to come back for the third run. Still, they were able to do it.
It's a sweetly timed shot by KP. Slight angle coming in from Ikramullah. Well left by Jatinder.
So many times, the same length we've seen Jatinder just pull that shot, play the pull shot, pull that ball away into the night sky mostly. At Al-Amarat. Today the same line length. And he lets it go, just tells you the plans of Oman. A solid start is more important than a flamboyant one. Gentle nudge for a single will also mean he'll retain strike. A good over for Oman, and they get a move on. 4 overs later, 20 without a wicket. $20 for no loss. Very well played. He's chosen a lovely area and was helped with some ordinary bowling. What is this curse about for Murad? It started off so very well, and now he's finding the leg stump line more often than not. And that's not going to serve him, as it's not a wicket-taking opportunity. Especially when the captain has awarded you a slip in place. That's much better. Much better from Murad.
Solidly defended there by Jatinder. One more run added to the total. Oman move on to 23. That's the length and line to go.
Kashyap making it clear that he had no contact with the ball.
You need to be careful. You can't mess with the umpire actually nowadays.
What do you mean by nowadays?
The umpires are very, very strict on their rules. I mean, any objection shown or indicated, you're definitely going to be fined by a match or two. You're following the Associate Cricket News, Suhas, like recently, the USA premier bowler, Ali Khan, he's been, I think, banned for a match or two in the coming series.
Perhaps Ali Khan's decibel levels will reduce a little bit in the appeal in the next game whenever he's seen. But I'll tell you what, if we're talking about Oman and you're talking about decibel levels, watch out for Kalimullah. If he is trapping somebody in front, watch out for those, for the massive appeal coming your way. What is this cricket ground, as we promised the viewers as well? What's its history? How did this come out? And along with TU, when Kathmandu can sport a beautiful sprawling cricket ground like this, how much good it does to the game itself.
You won't believe it, Suhas, like this ground used to be a dumping site. Dumping site for Kathmandu. The way they have developed this now. 20 years back when I was in my college days, we came for a excursion here, you know, to visit this ground about the dumping site, you know, the pollution happening here. And now seeing this, a game, international game happening here, I mean, it excites me.
I think Kathmandu has shown the concept of best out of waste. Excellent control as he played this one. A little bit of a misfield, but will not take another run. Will stay put with that single. Team's not happy with that effort. 25 for no loss. Nine or 13 for Kashyap Jatinder. 14 or 17 for him. Both these openers, they've got a start, and that's exactly what Oman wanted. That'll calm the nerves of so many. Supporting Oman. This one just held its line, but the fact that it didn't come in too much is what has troubled Ikram Mullah. He's got to reball this. The wides column has ticked thrice in 5 overs.
Need a better disciplined bowling effort by Qatar. Can't make a lot of mistakes against a quality side like Oman.
Very well fielded. Good cricket all around. Zahiruddin, the ball rather came quickly to him. He'll be hoping to get a good start as well today. Opening batters, they want to start off a campaign in the best possible manner, isn't it? Because it will set the tone beautifully for the entire tournament.
Absolutely. It's all nerves in your first game of the tournament. And who doesn't like to start off well?
Beautifully done. Beautifully done. As the over is progressing, as he's going into the spell a little more, Ikram is turning into Akram.
Yeah, let's hope he picks up some wickets as well for Qatar. At the same time, Oman would look to build on from this partnership.
Even though the story started with 2 slips, one has faded away. That's because it's not swinging as much as it did initially. And if this is the line, he's not going to go chasing at it like a kid in the garden after a butterfly. He's quite content just letting it go. Do Imal. Let Imal collect it.
Mullah straying again. Need to be more around the off stump. Has a shorter run up. Yeah, some changes in the field. Probably moving the leg side fielder, the square leg fielder, adding extra protection to the offside. Some talks going on with the captain.
Ikram Mullah told the captain that he wants a slip in place, a gully in place as well. That's the only change in the field now. Oh, well done. Extra bit of bounce. And we have to wait and watch if this is going to be a ubiquitous side. There was extra bounce yesterday when the spinners were in operation at the Mulpani Cricket Ground. Today it's a fresh wicket, number 4. Good extra bit of bounce there for Ikramullah. He's got the ingredients to pick up a wicket here. Extra bounce, a little bit of swing, the angle created, but the batter is unfazed.
Yes, you tend to get bit of tennis ball bounce early on here in Mulpani. You can see there it's going over the stumps. Still, I feel he should come closer to the stumps. Can't give that much of width to these Omani players.
Was in the air for a brief moment again. Always is suggesting that it fell very short, otherwise he would have put in the dive. It's a solid looking side, to be honest. Qatar, solid looking fielding side, to be more precise. Zahir Kamran, Imal the keeper. Rizlan's a terrific fielder himself. Oh, well done. Just as we speak of fielding, he saved a certain boundary. And a couple of dot balls to end the over with. 27 without a wicket after 6. .27 without a wicket in 6 overs. It's a quiet start for Oman, but a solid start nonetheless. As we were discussing with Sharad as well, that they've chosen solidity over flamboyance today, Oman, as it's the 50-over format. A lot of time in this game. Amir Farooq, where is this factory in Qatar that is producing left-arm seamers?
Probably because they are close to Pakistan. They follow a lot of Pakistani cricket. Getting inspired from the great Wasim Akram.
Oh, well done. Very well done. And still it's a run-scoring opportunity. Would you believe it? That single was almost an afterthought. They didn't even call for that single. It's just eye movements. They looked at each other and said, okay, let's run. Solid yorker like that. And the ball's gone absolutely nowhere. Amir was giving him the stare when the single was taken, Sharad.
Yes, these two have batted so much with each other actually, so they have that good understanding. As you said, just that eye contact, and they ran for it. Just guided towards the point region for another boundary by Kashyap. He's looking good, isn't he?
Beautiful shot. The fact that he chose to ease into it and not hit it hard at all. Once again, timing and placement take precedence. And just like that, once it beats point, the outfield takes over. Will there be a change in plans for Amir, you think, Sharad, or would you still believe that he's got the goods? He delivered a perfect yorker. Ah, good one. This one jagged back in a little. I don't think it just came back with the angle. Came back in, but it jagged back a little.
It did. It's coming wide of the crease. With that angle, it's a natural angle for the left-handers. You can see there. It's not swinging much, but with the angle he creates. But a little surprised that they're starting off round the wicket to the Omani players. It takes the LBW totally away, Suhas. When you come with that angle, the chances of the ball hitting the stumps, it's quite less.
Coming in with this angle as well, do you believe that the slip would be in play?
can straighten the ball from that angle, the ball coming in, and if it pitches and it goes out, and you know, a little bit of mistake there by the batsman, you never know. The second slip could come into play.
Every fast bowler thrives on rhythm. And there are teams around the world searching for one good left-arm seamer. Qatar have got 3. And all of them can bowl in the power play. All of them love the new ball.
Maybe we can borrow some in Nepal too for the franchisee leagues, you know, going around.
And that's not far away for sure. 7 overs gone, 32 without a wicket. Very tight single. Both these batters were getting comfortable picking up singles which were easy. This one was a little bit of a challenge. A direct hit was a threat looming large. But Jatinder pushed on. Believed he can get there before the throw arrives. And sliding the bat as well in time. Change in voice now, not the voices. Sharad will continue. And I make way for Shamim Chaudhary to take you through the next half an hour and more.
Thank you, Shuhas.
Welcome, Shamim Bhai, to the commentary box.
Thank you very much.
Good
Sharad.
morning to you.
Good morning to you. It's been a decent morning for the batters, I must say. That they've been asked to invited to bat. They've taken up the challenge and they've done pretty well so far. 34 in 7 overs. The bat start at all for Oman. I think they'll be pretty pleased with what has transpired so far. Kashyap and Jatinder have really not really belted the ball around, but they've been right behind the line, which has been pretty impressive. You see, just talking about being behind the line, that's evidence of that. Lovely little cover drive, and there's going to be a teaser. Ball's going to win the race. Didn't try to hit it too hard, just the sheer timing and placement.
Looks a very good timer of the ball, Kashyap. Had a cautious start, but he's been timing the ball really well after the second over. Yeah, slightly over-pitched by Akramola, and Kashyap took full toll of it. 4 runs added to the total.
Can get a little frustrating for the bowlers at times when you feel that you can get a wicket. When you're talking about the left arm seamers that Qatar is producing, particularly Ikramola, a tall guy. He doesn't have a long run up compared to the other bowler. It does manage to get some pace off the wicket. It is very noticeable where the wicket-keeper stands for the two bowlers. For him, their keeper is about 10 yards inside that 30-yard sort of marker. So it's about 20 yards behind the batter. So not much pace. And when you don't have much pace, you need to have accuracy.
Exactly. They have been pitching the ball really up, looking for that swing, but you can't overcompensate. Haven't seen much swing so far. This wicket, a fresh one.
Looking for a breakthrough here. It's just angled in. Sometimes as a bowling unit, you've got to tell yourself, look, we're not getting the wickets. The main purpose is to ensure that they don't get any free runs. Don't offer any freebies for them to just rotate the strike even. But that is one way of putting pressure back on the batting unit and try and get a wicket. They need a breakthrough. These two are looking decent now. Just an induced edge. There is some cover at square third. They get a single to finish that over. This is the 8th over completed, and Oman move on to 39 without loss. This is match number 4. Oman versus Qatar in the ACC Men's Premier Cup 2023 here at Kathmandu. Deviating down the leading edge. It's up in the air and is going to fall safe into the hands. And that is the first strike. Just closed the face of the bat and the ball just didn't come on. Took a leading edge, hung in there for quite a while, but it was eventually a good catch taken.
Kashyap maybe playing it a little bit early. The ball held on to the wicket a bit, it seems. Disappointed. Kashyap goes for 18 of 30. You can see in the replay. Coming wide of the crease, Amir. Yeah, it was just on the length, but probably trying to play more square of the wicket. Took the leading edge of the bat, and Kashyap goes for 18 of 30 balls. Had a good start. Oman are 39 for 1.
Aqib Silheri is the new batter in, the right-handed batter for Oman. Success for Amir. Oh, that's going to be close. Oh, shake of the head. Big appeal. Possibly ball just going down. We'll have to wait and see the angle of that delivery. Got the players excited there, Sharad.
Yeah, very good first ball for Aqib by Amir. Struck on the pads. Would be interesting. Would be interesting in the replay to watch. Yeah, Aqib, one of the main players in the Omani side. Back from a layoff. Had a tough illness.
Once again, it's angling in. And this time, I think more of a deviation. Umpire not at all interested. But tell you what, he is putting the batters into a whole lot of trouble early on.
Amir coming wide of the crease. Yeah, it's surely going down leg. Getting some swing, certainly. Amir making it difficult for Aqib.
Very impressive bowling. He just uses that angle, and earlier on air you're talking about one of the balls keeping straight and going across the line. That might put him in a spot of bother. Look at that. That is a terrific, terrific delivery. Jatinder and Silheri now trying to build up the second wicket partnership here. He has got this tendency to shuffle across, and that might land him in trouble. You know, he's just, as the bowler comes into bowl, he shuffles across to the off stump and he's exposing his stumps, making it difficult. So if the ball is in line, if it hits outside off the impact and comes in, he'll be in a spot of bother.
It could be. It could be. You can see that in the first two balls. Was struggling a bit with the ball coming in. Off the mark, Akib.
Oh, now that's up in there. Another leading edge, another catch taken. That is terrific. The ball just did not arrive. The batter closing the face of the bat, getting another leading edge. Very similar kind of dismissals here. The second wicket goes for Oman.
That's what you were talking about, Shamim. The ball probably straightening a bit after pitching. Yeah, Jatinder not expecting that, and a leading edge, an easy catch in the cover area. Jatinder couldn't get going. Had a small start to his innings.
It's 44-2 as he walks out. The skipper comes in, Jishan Maqsood, left-handed batter. Maybe he'll have it a little easier than the right-handed batters who's just departed. But what a turnaround. 39 for no loss, 39 for 1, 40 for 2. The game has been turned around on its head by some superb bowling by Amir, who's taken both the wickets. He's been so very good, so very accurate, and it's paid off. Here is the new batter. 2 slips in position. No, that's not the best delivery to get bowled to a batter who's just come in. Makes it easy for him to play the ball. Overdone. 40 for 2. Oman invited to bat. Kashyap and Jatinder started off reasonably well, got up a good partnership, but 2 wickets in close succession have really pegged back Oman here. Got Sulheri and Maqsood, the skipper, in the middle. The bowling has been very, very accurate, to say the least. They've always made the batters very watchful. Pressure has been kept up. Now that's a big swing. Now it's in the air for a while, but it's going to land safely. Enough time for the batters to go across for a couple of runs. And they're thinking of a third here because of a misfield, but eventually decide not to take it.
Yeah, Akib trying to have a big swing at that. Ball just outside the off stump. Got some weight to play with. Got the outside part of the bat, landed safely, 2 runs taken.
Well, I think, hitting your way out of trouble is not the best option. Now that you've lost 2 wickets, you really need to rebuild the innings. Be a little more considerate of the good deliveries. You just cannot preempt. If you play any premeditated shots, more often than not, you're going to be landing in trouble. So just rebuild the innings with your captain. Both have to be a little patient here. Well, he's going on his merry way. He's not going to hang back. That's a superb strike through the covers for 4 runs.
Glorious shot there by Akib. Nice hands through the ball, through the line of the ball, piercing the gap between Akib getting a move on. Last time Akib played in Nepal, he had scored 2 centuries.
Just what I was saying. Sharad, look at that. He's just trying to hit every delivery. He just can't afford to do that. The bowlers will be very happy with his approach. I know he's got a boundary, a couple of balls back. You look at the shot we are talking about. Lovely looking shot through the covers. But you don't have to repeat that. You've already got this boundary in the over. You need to ensure that you build up a partnership. You've lost 2 quick wickets. Just show some determination, grit and resilience. Once again, just a hint of swing, taking the ball away from the outside edge. Excellent bowling by Ikram. It's superb. I mean, it's really had the batters in a whole lot of trouble.
Absolutely. Akib needs to be a bit careful. You cannot just swing your bat outside the off stump. The Mulpani wicket does a bit in the morning. Need to be extra careful. Just wait for those loose balls. Get your eye in.
That's better. Nicely controlled shot. And they get a single to finish off over number 10. That is the power play. Done and dusted. Oman move on to 47 for 2. Power play done and dusted, so we are having the signal for the next phase of play, and there'll be more protection outside the 30-yard circle. Only 2 allowed in the first 10, the power play being completed. There it is, the signal. And there'll be some more help for the fielding unit in terms of protections in the deeper areas of the ground. Ikramullah. Oh, inside edge. That is what the call. But he got an inside edge, got lucky, got 4 runs.
Amir, after picking up 2 wickets early on, looking dangerous. The ball came in sharply. He was very close to cut. Akib is living dangerously. He's trying to attack his way out, but oh, it's lucky that the ball is onto the wickets.
Couldn't read the length of the ball at all. This is wrong attitude by Akib Silheri here. His captain should go across and talk to him. He goes back, makes room. There is protection at deep backward point. Just the single. I can understand at times when you're chasing a target or at the end of the innings when you're throwing your bat, or at least you've got some numbers already, but right from the word go with 2 wickets down, I just cannot understand the thought process of Akib Silheri. What do you reckon, Sharad?
Yeah, you're spot on, Shamin. Needs to build an innings, build a partnership with his captain Maqsood. This Mulpani wicket is not where you can play shots from the word go. Especially early on in the first innings. Need to be extra careful in that first hour.
Well, you can see, that's it. Your shoulder arms, that's more sensible from the skipper, who's just come in. He's having a look at the wicket and just talking about the lovely bounce and carry we've seen. Even yesterday, in a different pitch, there was a little more grass. I was there earlier doing the toss, and I noticed this one's got a little lesser grass. So seam movement may not be there as much as it was yesterday. But definitely that similar kind of bounce that I noticed from this pitch also. Nicely behind that.
Yes. If you know Samim Bhai, there is a Bangladeshi curator who came here 2 months ago, has done a fantastic job to raise the standards of this ground. Otherwise, this ground was being used only for the domestic games, for the local tournaments. To see this kind of bounce from the bowlers, this looks in good condition.
Yes, I met the curator from Bangladesh. He's been working for a couple of months. And he's happy with the support he's got. That is very important. I mean, one person cannot do the job. It is the support from the other ground staff and from the people who matter here, who look after the venue, that he said has helped him out. And they've done a good job overall. It's not only the wicket, which is quite impressive, it's also the outfield, which is pretty lush. The facilities are good. There's a lovely grassy bank just to our right here for when the spectators come in numbers, as I hope they will as the tournament progresses. It will have more people inside to watch from this lovely surroundings. Nice little ground at the Mulpani Cricket Stadium. Deviating down the leg side, a little whip away. Just a single. Possibly a leg by. I think that's been signaled by the umpire.
So with the 11th over done, Oman are 53 for 2.
Just look at this. He is in the danger zone on his follow through. The bowler, you cannot do that. The umpire must have gone across and told him, please stay across. That has been a warning given to the bowler to ensure to stay away from the danger zone. You just cannot, on your follow through, ensure that you move away from the middle so that you do not disturb the areas. I know it helps the cause. Some people, some bowlers do it deliberately, but if the umpire's alert, you better watch out.
Exactly, you need to play by the rules. Zishan Maqsood still not off the mark probably.
Well, he's taking it easy. He's seen his partner going at virtually everything. So Maqsood here, the skipper, is being sensible. Lost 2 wickets, really need to build up a little partnership here. Important that they pay respect to the good deliveries. All in all, the approach is correct. But, you know, even if you become too negative, it might just play into the hands of the bowlers. He's happy to get right behind the line, getting a feel of the ball and bat.
Yeah, Zishan is an experienced campaigner. He's played for Oman for a long time now. He knows what to do. Been a very consistent performer over the years. Oman would certainly look for a big contribution for him today. Start off this tournament well.
Oh, that reared up. One of that bounce, extra bit of bounce that we're talking about. Really surprised the batter. Hit him in the gloves. Struck the fingers. That can be quite painful. Yeah, look at this. It's just sharp. Just from back of a length. It wasn't too short a delivery.
Yeah, you can see some extra bounce there. Mulpani does have that tennis ball bounce early on, but it will get better as the day progresses.
As long as the bounce is consistent, I think it was in the first game yesterday. There was extra bounce, but it was right through the day. It was similar kind of bounce. It's when the bounce is too paced, you know, low bounce and a high bounce, that's when the batters get a little confused. So as long as they realize that it's steady bounce, they can adjust to that and negotiate accordingly.
Nicely defended again there by Maqsood. Yeah, Oman probably getting slowly adjusted to the conditions over here. Omani wickets are much flatter, much better to bat on. There's no hurry at all for the Omani side. They have a big batting lineup.
Oh, beauty. Just one that made the batter think whether to go for it or not. I think I'll give credit to Maqsood in saying that he just brought the bat inside the line of that delivery as it was angling away. Superb ball.
Yeah, the bowlers are settling down with their line and lengths now.
Maqsood, 10 balls faced and he hasn't opened his account. Now that is pressure building up. He's content to shoulder arms. He's not really going after the bowling. He's just waiting for the right ball to get off the mark. 12 done. 53 for 2. Oman batting first. Well, this is the projected score. They'd love to go over the 200 mark. But at the rate they're going, they will. 250 would be ideal. It hasn't been easy going after they lost those quick wickets, the 2 quick wickets. It's been a bit of a struggle for Maqsood to get off the mark. Sulheri has got other ideas. Oh, short, Swivels round, gets a hold of it, and it's just picked up there at the boundary. Maybe the timing a little awry. It's the reason why it didn't really go quickly to the boundary. But intention's pretty clear.
Aqib is looking really aggressive. Looks a good battle, Amir and Aqib. Yeah, mistimed it, Aqib, but still 2 runs scored. Nicely fielded there by around the square leg region.
Oh, dug it out. It's a good delivery, appreciated by everyone. You can hear the oohs and the ahs around the ground, because that was one that could just nip through, particularly with the frame of mind that Sulheri is in at the moment, Aqib Sulheri. I think that's the ideal ball to bowl.
Yeah, probably Aqib likes it when it's short. Amir looks in a very good rhythm here. Bowling pretty well. Slightly over pitched. Straight to the fielder. Yes, Aqib was out for a while. He's recovering from a major illness. He had a major surgery of a tumor being removed from his body. In the leg, I presume. He's been a very prominent batter for Team Oman. Has scored more than 800 runs in the 17 ODIs he has played with an impressive average of 58.
And I think the strike rate must be pretty good too, the way he's batting here today.
Yeah, the strike rate is up as well. It's around the 81 mark.
So positive thinking batter. He doesn't like to hang around. He wants to take the attack to the bowlers. He succeeded. Had a bit of luck once in a while, but fortune favors the brave, as they say. Once again, deviation down the leg side, an appeal. Umpire not at all interested. He's done well in angling the ball in. It's just when it starts, the angle It should be about outside the line of off. Have a look at this, way down leg side.
Probably clipped the pads on the way to the keeper. Yeah, some sound. The keeper indicating some sound coming off the pads, probably.
Nice. A lot of bottom hand in that. Can't get it past the fielder. 13 overs have been completed. 55 for 2. Rebuilding work being done here by Oman after the loss of those 2 wickets at 39 and 40. Now going at a rate of 4.23 per over. Sulhari looking quite aggressive. On the other hand, the skipper Maqsood yet to open his account, and he has already faced 11 deliveries. So the 12 now with that last dot ball. As I welcome back Suhash. Interestingly poised, with 2 batsmen in completely different frames. Occasions they've induced the inside edges, and a couple of leading edges got the 2 wickets.
It fills you with confidence, isn't it? As a bowler who's playing the supportive role as well. Remember, he's not amongst the wickets yet. Excellent, excellently fielded. And finally, that single is taken. Not often do you see a run drawing so much attention if it's the first one and not to a milestone.
Yeah, and it eases so much of the nerves, because in any format of the game, in any innings a batter plays, the first run is always so crucial.
I remember Rahul Dravid attracting an applause when he scored a run after 40 deliveries in the longest format of the game, and he very sportively lifted the bat up to acknowledge the crowd too.
That's the way to go about it. Be sporting in everything you do, and appreciate what the feeling is around the ground. You know, sometimes, just that little gesture of raising your bat after scoring the first run would do a lot more to his confidence level, to his rapport with the crowd, everything. It's the wall. I'm sure he went on to score 100 after that.
There's a beautiful phrase that you use, that phrase, it's not talked about often, the rapport with the crowd. There are very few cricketers who, apart from playing for their team, of course, at that moment, when they were thinking only team, they're able to create that rapport with the crowd. So any other name that comes to your mind?
I think sometimes it's automatic when big names come through. They expect it from the crowd expects it from them, but it is some players who don't automatically get the crowd on their side. How to get them on your side is something that needs to be nurtured. Back to that in a second. And that swiveling round, there is a player there, and it's right down his throat, but I think no ball has been signaled. I see the umpire extending his arms, and the players, I think, also realize that. Oh my goodness, at last he gets a ball to go to a fielder, to no avail.
He's got only himself to blame there, Murad. We've so many times talked about the batter's footwork. This time, it was the bowlers which got him in trouble. Where does he land that big front foot of his? Oh, that's a big no ball. Yes, he did have Maqsood in trouble for a moment.
Yeah, I tell you what, did Maqsood hear the call before the ball arrived? You know, we're going to talk about that. Now the no ball's being called from by the third umpire. Not in this format. Now he's swinging his bat. He's got a bit of good fortune. Nowadays, the umpires, on-field umpires do not actually call no ball. It's the umpire upstairs who calls, and more often than not, the batter doesn't get to know. You might have a split second to hear that no ball call by the umpire and make up your mind to go for the shot. That advantage, I think, is negated somewhat with this new rule.
Yes, the dreaded hoot worked away on the leg side. Will pick up a single. And that extra delivery didn't cost him much. We'll still talk about the no ball in a little more. 61 for 2.
Falling into place, my throat is acting funny. 61 for 2. 7 extras in that total. 18 and 16, the two opening batters back in the hut now. Partnership being built here with some positiveness from Akib Soleri. The skipper joining in. Tad fortunate getting caught, but then that was called a no ball. Amir has been very impressive into his 5th over, 2 for 13. Exceptional bowling has really made the batter struggle here. Rides that nicely, angles the bat. A simple single.
We were talking about that no ball call from the umpire and the batter being able to change his shot at the last moment. With the reactive art that batting is, do you think with that kind of pace, one can listen and change at the last moment as well?
It's difficult. It's difficult. Some batters might pick it up. Of course, with the spin bowlers, it will be a tad easier because the ball's coming a little slower at you. But spin bowlers hardly bowl no balls. So it's always going to be that alertness in a batter in hearing the call. And of course, the sound from the umpire, if it's a loud call, is going to travel much quicker than the ball is to the batter. So maybe that split second. I'm not quite sure if it is an advantage. If it was a deliberate advantage, I don't think the rules would be changed.
I don't think it's an advantage, but what is an advantage indeed is what follows after that. The umpire swiveling his hand up and saying it's a free hit. Many forms are getting him out or suspended. What do you think about the free hit itself?
I think a lot of rules are sort of in favor of the batters in the white ball format.
You can't change the field either if you haven't
And you
taken the
can't.
single. Yeah?
Absolutely, unless a run's been taken. And yeah, I think bowlers wouldn't like it too much, but that is one way to make sure that the bowlers don't bowl too many no balls or too many balls that are bouncing way over the head. So just one way of getting a move on, I suppose. And well, bowlers more often don't like it. But real true pace bowlers will more often than not overstep because they put more shoulder into it, try to get more speed, and in the process they might overstep. So in trying to do a good deed, you are penalized.
True, and sometimes I believe that bouncer, which is such a good weapon for a pace bowler to have, that is absolutely neutralized as well if it bounces a little more and the batter cannot make contact with it, as it's also a wide.
Yeah, it's very difficult for the bowler, particularly early on when you're bowling your first 2-3 overs, engaging the actual bounce of a new wicket you've just come on. So we talk about the Mulpani wicket here. It has got that extra bounce. So if a bowler bowls even back of the length, we've seen it rear up. So it's the accuracy and the adjustment to the nature of the wicket in ensuring that the ball doesn't go, when you're bowling bounces, it doesn't go over your head and it's like around the shoulder height. Difficult art, particularly when you're fired up. And pace bowlers more often than not are fired up.
There you go, a complete breakdown of what goes through a pace bowler's mind. And he's got to sequence it properly as well. He can't give it away too early. That bouncer, as he's only allowed precious one bouncer. An easy couple of runs here. Just knocking it in the gap.
Maqsad looking much more comfortable now. He's taken a lot of time to get off the mark, but once he has, he's just easing into his innings here. 65 for 2. And that is time for a drinks break here. Andrew's having his troubles. Oh, God. Goodness. Our screen is blinking for the last 2 overs. Now off completely.
Blinking was still better, right? We will also have our TU days, so we can.
I think it'll be alright after a couple of days. Open. No one. That's why.
No, that's the beam. That won't move. That's the beam.
Oh.
The other way around, sir. I'll close this.
Right.
I hope this is clean, though. Otherwise, there's no point.
Match number 4 of the ACC Premier Cup here at the Mulpani Cricket Stadium in Kathmandu, Oman. Batting first after losing the toss, have started off decently but lost the 2 wickets that mattered early on. A rebuilding work going on between Akib Sulheri and the skipper Maqsood, Jishan Maqsood, and at the moment evenly poised, I'd say, with Amir, who's been pretty impressive. But it's going to be Murad now into his sixth over. He hasn't got a wicket. Oh, low full toss. Just surprised the batter a little bit with the mindset we saw Sulheri was in. I'd have thought he'd have tonked that away.
I think it's a self-control aspect that took over. Sulheri is one of the most fluent batters that I've ever seen in my life. Sometimes you do have those doubts in your mind as well, right? When you're coming back from an injury, am I pushing too hard? Am I 100% again? Or is just another something mental that you need to sort out yourself?
Injury always makes you think. It's always in the back of your mind. If you had a good period of rehabilitation, as we see a quick run being taken off a deflection from a fielder. Anyway, just going back to that point, I think it should not worry him too much. He hasn't shown evidence of that with the approach he's made here today. So he seems to be pretty confident. Another point to consider is that little break we just had. Because I keep on mentioning that any little break loses the concentration, the focus of the batters. They've just got to ensure that they play out at least the first over after any kind of break a little more circumspectly and a little more carefully. Make sure that the bowlers are not given freebies to do whatever they want and throw away a wicket. So that is quite crucial. And maybe that's why he didn't hit it out the very first ball. Oh, that's a beauty, angled away, big shout, and the finger goes up. That is a good take. What a beautiful ball that was. Enticed the batters to have a little poke at that one, and a good take behind.
Akib Ilyas fans will have to wait for that first big innings from him after this comeback. It's just a bit of a wiggle there. At the last moment wanted to offer the bat and not to as well. Good take by Imal Lianage. At a comfortable height for him as well. So there he does get a start, does hang around, but doesn't convert. Big wicket in the context of the game. Box back for 17. And Oman are 67 for 3.
New batter in is Nadeem, Mohammad Nadeem, right-handed batter, comes in. They were just building up a little partnership, but he has to come in at, and that was the end of the, no, there's still 3 deliveries to go of this interesting over. There'll be more attacking fielders, 2 in the slips. Slip more like a 4th slip or 3rd slip position. Now he's coming in a little closer. I'd like to see a fielder in the peripheral vision of the batter in front of him at close catching position.
And this is when Nadeem's in the middle. And it's another no ball. Murad is misbehaving with his front foot.
Something for the new batter to take advantage of. you can consider yourself very lucky. When you come in, you're under duress, you're under stress to open your account, and you're offered a freebie. What could be better than that?
And after the man-cutting incidents that have been on the rise, you see Zishan Maqsood is so inside the crease. Then Murad's front foot was further.
Throws his bat at it, it's in the air, it's going to go over the head of the infielder, and it's gone for 4 runs. So that is simple. That was to be expected, and the batter is going to thank the bowler for that, of course.
As a batter, you always wish there's one delivery that I can free my arms on early on in the innings. And now Nadeem will believe that the world's a better place.
Maybe we can get a look at the wicket, because that over has produced a beautiful delivery and a wicket when it mattered. It's been a wicket-taking over so far. Also mixed with that no ball and a boundary, a feeling change. Fielder taken to the deep backward square leg boundary here, right to the right of us. Yes, Waits rights that comfortably. Overdone, 16 completed. It's 72 for 3. Three wickets have fallen. The run rate is 4.5 into the 17th over now. Nadeem given a freebie with a free hit early on. Maqsood struggled a little bit to open his account. It's not got into the rhythm. But the man who threatened is back in the hut. Sulheri caught by Imal of the bowling of Murad for 17. And it's all back to the grind, back to the basics for the Omani batters. Nadeem now, with his left arm orthodox, seems warming up here. Quite a tall lad, Mohammad Nadeem. There you go.
An extremely experienced Mohammad Nadeem. Played a lot of cricket back in Pakistan as well. And up against Maqsood, who's been cool, calm and collected. And for the left-handed Maqsood, right mid-off in place, and there's a man at mid-wicket who will also take a start. Remember that. So clearing him shouldn't be a problem. It's one of the favorite shots of Maqsood as well.
You have to be a little wary now that he's lost Aqib Sulheri. Just need to be a little more careful in your approach. Slip in position. He's bringing the ball back into the left-hander, but there will be one. The arm ball maybe taking it away. The slip in position. Nicely behind, a little push and run. Good call, good response from his partner.
And Aqib Sulheri again received a beauty.
We hope we get a chance to just have a look at the last fall of the last wicket. Just with the right-handed batter in, change of angles coming around. And this is where a left-arm orthodox bowler can show his wares. He'll go obviously for the natural turn of the wicket, but the arm ball can be such a wonderful arsenal in your armory. That just look at this. It's not really angling it. I think when you release the ball, you use the width of the crease. That accentuates the angle of the ball. But he's not trying that. He's bowling pretty much close to the umpire, close to the wickets. Maybe trying to get some purchase.
I think someone who will warm your heart, if that's what you're looking for, is Owais, who shares the same craft. Owais is perhaps somewhere on the ground trying to get the warm-ups done. He might be in next. So far so good for Nadeem, and if Nadeem bowls well, another left-arm orthodox spinner would be waiting. What do you do to attract the captain's attention?
You can move around, you can flex your muscles, you can do some exercises, but it has to be when the captain's looking at you.
Very well bowled. What a finish and what a start for Nadeem. Just 2 runs of this over, 74 for 3.
So, similar bowlers from both ends.
Yeah, similar bowlers from both ends. So they have actually 4 seamers who are left arm pacers, but 3 of them are in the side. Gyan Budika, as I told you, is not there. See, 13 as well. Gyan Budika.
39, 40 and 67 are the fall of wickets. Been impressive from the bowlers. Ikramullah, the most expensive and without success. But Amir has been exemplary. Economy of 3.2, 2 wickets. Murad angled one across, taking advantage of that little break I was talking about. It was that over immediately after the drinks interval that got the wicket. I've seen it happen so many times.
R.K. Villiers had no clue that few sips of water would generate an outside edge.
Oh, you called it right, Suhash Owais Ahmed. So we have similar bowlers. We have seen similar bowlers in terms of pace, the left-armers, and now we have the left-arm orthodox spinners in view. Spin twins in action, bowling in tandem. Let's see what he can do. We'll see if his style is a little different to the previous bowler. Nadeem was a little taller. It's just a roll of the wrist for a comfortable single.
At this stage, in this phase of the game, singles are going to be the basic that you need. You will see a lot more of this denomination also because it's very risk effective. And when you're trying to build a partnership, you want your base to be singles at this stage. 9 of 26 from Maqsood. And for a kind of cricketer who can play it the other way around as well, 26 of 9. Just tells you what this format can do. And he's coming in with a 50 in the practice matches, as I told you. So he's not short of confidence by any means. It's good to see a slip in place still.
Yeah, we saw that with Nadeem also. That's good thinking. As a run, maybe a little more effort on the part of the bowler on his follow-through could have saved one. Every little bit counts in the tally, eventual tally of the team. And in a period of play when there might not be too many boundaries, it's imperative that you get the rotation going, scoreboard ticking over constantly.
You don't like it when you're bowling to a righty once and you look up and realize it's a lefty again.
Yeah, left-arm orthodox bowlers prefer bowling to right-handed batters. That is for sure, because they have those 2 options, that arm ball and the orthodox ball that spins away from the right-hander. With the left-hander in, you negate it somewhat. You don't always want to try and bowl the arm ball, because I know there is a slip in position, but more often than not, you're hoping that the ball straightens. But it will be the tendency to give the ball a bit of rip and get some purchase. You just hope that one does not grip and the batsman does not detect it and place for the turn rather than the ball going on with the arm.
And adding to your point, Maqsood is good at playing sweep shot as well, so that just spices up the contest a little bit.
Yeah, that went straight, but it was too far away from the range of the batter. 18 overs have been completed, 77 for 3. Time for you.
Shabash, 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 shabash.
214 is what Oman will get to at the current run rate, and I'm very sure they're targeting more than 270. On a track which has got a little bit of extra bounce, but not many more demons to exorcise. I think it's a good batting track. Nadeem bowled really well in his first over, so in some rhythm. Oh, beautifully guided, and it's got runs written over it. At least a couple of them. 2 for the shot itself. Good running between the wickets. It's good cricket all around. Very sensible batting. Joined by Sharad. What do you make of that shot first up? Very deft touch.
Yes, look to have got the outside part of the bat. It'll be interesting to see how the spinners go in this wicket. Nadeem, a slow starter. A good sweeper of the ball as well, Nadeem.
Does the other Nadeem know that?
I don't think so.
No, it's going to be the battle of Nadeems. A very innocuous looking single on the leg side from Nadeem. We'll give you an update of what's happening in TU as well. Just a few kilometers away from here. 80 for 3. UAE right now in 19.2 overs. Sharad Dai has got one eye on that game too.
Yeah, UAE and Kuwait should be a good battle too.
Especially after what happened in Oman when these two sides were up against each other. Kuwait winning that game. That's a game that no one will ever forget, especially the Kuwait fans.
Absolutely.
Back to this one. As we've entered a phase where singles are the language being spoken.
Yeah, getting slight turn there, playing with the spin. Maqsood is taking his time. He's faced 31 balls for his 11. Trying to build on from here. What do you think a good score would be, Suhas, in this wicket today?
I was going to ask you the same thing, but I think if this partnership exists for the next 10 overs, then they're going to shift gears for sure. And I'm expecting about 280 at least. That's 200 runs away, but you also give them about 25 to 26 overs. They will go after it easily. Nadeem usually finishes the overs quickly. And just like that, finishes another one which is tidy enough. The captain's happy. 19 overs gone, 82 for 3. 82 for 3 in 19 overs. Both these batters 11 apiece. Nadeem the quicker to get there.
There must be something in the Qatari land. You see all the bowlers bowling left-handed. Be it spinners or even the medium pacers.
In fact, Gayan's not playing this game, remember, he's number 13 today. Gayan Buddhika, that's another seamer option left arm. Who'll steam in, provide a lot of pace. And of course, there's Tanveer's right hand off spinner. You see him, you will see him if the ball continues to do a little bit for the spinners. He's been very handy, no matter who the captain is. In fact, from Iqbal Chaudhry's captaincy as well, Tanveer is somebody who's used very effectively. Oh, good delivery. Always is a little unhappy as to why didn't it touch timber.
Got some turn and bounce there, always. Surprised Maqsood. He didn't expect that. Ball slower in the air, always. Zishan having a good look. Going at a decent rate, Oman, till now. Played down the long on region for another single.
In this phase of the game where both the batters have decided it's going to be a partnership that counts the most, it's not unnecessary risk that you need. You feel that both the batters out there know the plans, and they've also understood what the surface is providing them. Still, there is a bit of a discussion in between overs. What is it about? Is it to break monotony? Come on, tell us.
I wish I could read their minds.
We'll give you exactly 1 minute to think about it as we come back with the next over. 20 overs gone, 84 for 3. So you can discuss that. There's some players who like to talk. 84 for 3 in 20 overs, 76 dot balls, and that's exactly why Dilip Mendes, the coach, will have a column dedicated to the dot ball percentage after this game. We'll definitely discuss. Perhaps a little more rotational strike is what would be on the cards. 76 dot balls already. It's not a bad number, but it's a number that they would want to improve on.
Most certainly.
Yes, Sharadai. So the different kinds of players, one who loves to talk in between, wants to keep the conversation going, wants to know what's happening, much like Sachin Tendulkar. The other who doesn't like to talk but wants to stay in his own zone, much like Virender Sehwag. I'm giving you Indian examples because I've grown up watching them more. But you could tell us your experience, and how, you were somebody who didn't talk much either. So what happens when you're playing with a talker?
You need to understand your partner. I mean, like, it's different personalities, so it's about what the team requires from you in the coming overs, and maybe discuss about it a little bit. But you don't need to give too many suggestions or make it confusing for your partner as well. So I believe in less talk and more action.
Just tonk the ball. Excellent keeping by Imal Lianege. This was a couple of balls earlier. And then the next one turned a little more. This time he's decided to play it with the spin. Very cautiously.
So good to see the way this ground has come up. You know, so much hard work done by the Cricket Association of Nepal.
Come
the media box, the renovation done in the dressing rooms. Need to give credit to Can for doing an excellent job to bring this ground to international standards.
And kudos to the curator as well. With games coming thick and fast at you in a tournament of this kind, he's prepared those pitches brilliantly. Very sportive wicket yesterday, equally so today. Nadeem's keeping it simple. He's just floating the ball up and then he's getting the turn that's desired as well. Quick single against a run of play, because usually you saw very quiet singles being taken. Denomination doesn't change, but the pace does. 21 overs gone, 87 for 3.
Okay, okay.
87 for 3 in 21 overs. In case you're joining us just now, it's Rizlan Iqbar of Qatar who won the toss and said we want to bowl first. And Oman have managed 87 for 3 after losing both the openers to leading edges, but both of them got a start. Then Akib Ilyas Suleri got a beauty from Murad. Went chasing at it.
Yeah, always trying to change the line a bit, bowling it outside the off stump. Probably expecting Maqsood to come down the wicket. Looks a smart bowler always. Nice deft touch, but there by Maqsood. Batsman running for 2 runs taken. Talking about Maqsood and Nadeem. How much experience they have in between these two. Nadeem already around 41 years of age, and look at how fit he is. Still playing the highest level of associate cricket. It's not easy job to be an all-rounder and play in this day and age.
And he's someone who can bowl even 5 overs on the trot. Mohammad Nadeem. And he's still one of those cricketers who's not only going strong, but will look you in the eye and say, I like 50 over format more than T20 because I get to express myself better. Still remember the game against Canada, where he almost won in the game. Canada won by 1 run. That was under Al Amarat, but it was an incredible game. Oman were down and out. In walked Nadeem and played a magnificent innings.
One thing you can assure of Nadeem is he'll stick from one end, build up a partnership. Will probably play second fiddle to Zishan.
Solidly defended to end the over. 22 overs gone, 90 for 3.
Boys, come on.
90 for 3. Maqsood 17 of 44 is a sturdy innings. The ball's gone to Tanveer. Now is his chance to attract that attention from the captain. Now with a left-hander in the mix, why not an off-spinner? Do you think so? Or they're bowling really well. Why change anything? Why fix it if it ain't broke?
Yes, could be a good option. I mean, like, we are seeing both left-arm spinners from both the ends, but yeah, just as an variation to get that much-needed breakthrough, as these two look to build on a partnership here. Could be a good option against Maqsood. The ball turning so much. Good bounce and turn in this wicket. Yeah, Tanveer would be eyeing his chance to roll the arm over.
As far as Qatar are concerned, I think they decided to bowl first today, not just because the surface is offering anything of that kind, but the two reasons for it. I think they are backing their strength, that is to chase, and they're also believing that this surface is not going to change for 100 overs if the game goes that much.
Most probably they're playing to their strengths. But if you talk about this ground, Suhas, chasing would be a better option, definitely. If you see the domestic stats, then the team who are chasing has won most of the games in Mulpani.
And that's been the template so far in ACC Men's Premier Cup 2023 as well. Yesterday, Nezakat Khan's Hong Kong won the game chasing and did so very comfortably. It's a beautiful cricket ground indeed. With foliage on one side, a few houses on the other. They've got the perfect seat in the house. Why even switch on the television? We can see live cricket like this. 92 for 3. You saw the three batters got a start. One of them needs to convert, and I still believe Maqsood can do that because he's got a half century recently. Nadeem, it's been a solid looking 14 for him. And lo and behold, time for off spin. Mohammad Tanveer.
There he is. Suhas was calling out for him. Some gentle offies. He'll definitely get some purchase out of this wicket. Be looking to start on around the 4th, 5th stump. Coming into the batsman. Looks to have an easy action.
Excellent stop. Now the dot balls are also creeping in. The singles have reduced and the boundaries have reduced. 46 deliveries since the ball last had an appointment with the boundary rope.
Nicely clipped away for another single. Meanwhile, in the other game, UAE have built up a good partnership between Arvind and Mustafa. They have moved on to 113 for 3 out of 25 overs. Maqsood facing Tanveer for the first time. Nicely flighted and driven beautifully for another single.
I think with an over of this kind, Tanveer has presented his candidacy for a different phase of the game as well, where he can bowl very tight, very tight. Just 2 runs of it. 24 overs gone, 94 for 3. Six bowlers used so far. The 3 wickets have been taken by the left arm seamers. Murad's picked up 1, Amir's picked up 2. And the 3 spinners have been excellent as well. It's very interesting that Rizlan Iqbal is not keeping. It's actually Imal Lianage keeping. And Imal's done a brilliant job. He had to adjust, of course, because as much cricket as he plays in Qatar, he's played a lot of cricket recently in Australia. All the Melbourne grounds, he's been hitting 50s for fun. So he had to adjust to the lack of bounce here compared to Australia. Especially while keeping to spin, you get less time.
Yes. Maqsood slightly getting a move on now. Move to 21. No real fuss. Playing with the turn again.
You said you have a lot of fond memories of this ground. If you can pull out from your folder one game that you remember, a close game on this particular ground, and was it a similar surface at that time too?
I think this one is playing a lot better. It was a rank turner,
Okay.
to be honest. So the recent one I remember, which was a very close one, was against the Pokhara team.
Bowling.
I play for the APF cricket team, which is the Armed Police Force cricket team, and actually we had just scored around 90 runs in 20 overs, and they nearly chased that.
You had Gulshan Shah, don't you?
Actually,
No?
he's in the police team.
Police team, okay.
And we represent the Armed Police Force team, so
Oh, he gave you a tough time. I remember that before he got selected. Express pace.
did make a good impact in his first game. Took four wickets against us. That dropped just short of the slip fielder.
Yeah, 4 wickets, of course. He was making sure that everyone can sniff leather. Extremely good at bouncers. Doesn't even want to play that. Nadeem is quite content letting it go for a reason. At the halfway stage, Oman are 97 for 3. .97 for 3 in 25 overs. Maqsood still out there for Oman, and he can shift gears anytime. So can Nadeem. This righty-lefty combination. Will they kick into the next gear now? 7 wickets in hand. And as many overs to go, as many played.
Holding it very tight, Tanveer, not giving anything away to Maqsood. Making it even tougher for him. The best way to go about it is play the next 5 overs and see how the wicket goes. Slightly uppish. Maqsood pierced the gap between point and third man. 4 more runs.
It's his favorite shot that he's brought out of the kitty today. A boundary to get the 100 up for Oman, and it's coming from the captain's blade. It was a wonderful shot indeed, and every time you give him a bit of room, he is going to whip it away. Watch out for 2 shots of his. One's a cut shot and one is over mid-wicket that he launches. Plays the sweep like it's his birthright. He's sensational all around the ground.
Yes, exactly. That cut shot and the shot over mid-wicket is his strength. I've been in the wrong end myself, bowling to him.
So what was the plan against him when he had the ball in hand? Someone like Zishan Maqsood.
It's just simple to keep it in the stumps and just vary my pace. And if I'm lucky, then I might get away from like getting hit. Such an important and good player for Oman. Always the danger man.
Absolutely, and he's carried the burden of captaincy as well and did so really, really well. So far he's been excellent. 26 overs gone, 103 for 3. The first 50 took 61 deliveries, and you could see that the second half century took a lot more time. And that means they'll have to cover up in this phase of the game. Amir's been brought back into the attack. It's good thinking from Rizlan. He saw both these batters were getting too comfortable with spin. They were knocking the ball around and picking up singles more often than not today. Rizlan says now that changes. Amir Farooq will infuse some pace, and when you got pace in the proceedings, you know that you got to be on your toes. 2 wickets already for him. Incredible economy.
Yeah, it's a very good change by the captain Rizlan. He's been impressive among the 3 left-arm seamers. Picked up 2 wickets in 1 over. 2 crucial wickets of the opening batters Jatinder and Kashyap. Looks a skiddy customer. Not required. That was a silly overthrow. Won't help the cause for Qatar to put that pressure, stop those easy singles, extra runs. Yeah, batsman was comfortably in. Poor backing up as well.
Very good delivery. Maqsood's waiting for 1 delivery in his slot. He proved that he wanted to break the shackles with a shot that he hit in the previous over. Cut shot for 4. It's some stage he would start covering up for the balls consumed as well, and that's when he kicks into the next gear. The only question is, when is it going to happen? Does he choose the 27 overs to 35 overs phase so that a launch pad is created for the bigger hitters to come in and finish it off and provide a good total on the board? Or will he assume the finisher's role as well? Oh, that's going to go for 4. Everything was going right up until one point. The fielder getting to it, controlling it, but that wasn't enough. Stylishly played away.
Yeah, looks so easy on the eyes, Maqsood. Oh, misjudged it. It just crawled away to the boundary after hitting the knees.
Maqsood hitting it all along the ground, and then he sees the ball flying suddenly for 4. Sandun thought he had it under control, which he did for just a moment.
Let's it away, Maqsood. Changing the line, Amir. Yeah, Maqsood moves to 31. Good partnership going on here. Going at a decent rate of 4.05.
Worked away nicely. It's that phase of the game where a single's not completed when you call for a single. It's that phase of the game where you just look at each other and you just know that it's going to be a single. Just push it in the gap, picking up the singles as much as possible, just waiting for the right delivery to put away. That's exactly what Maqsood has done, and this template has worked for him in this over. Just one poor delivery, whips it away and gets a boundary eventually. Very good ball. A dot ball to finish the over. 109 for 3 in 27 overs.
So Oman moves to 109 of 27 overs, losing 3 wickets. Maqsood playing on 32, Nadeem on 17. So change in commentary. Welcome back, Shamim. It's good to hear your voice, whom we have been watching and hearing you from a long time whenever Bangladesh plays and other international games as well. Good to have you here in Nepal.
Very kind of you. Thanks very much. It is a pleasure to be in Nepal. I must tell you that the people are so friendly. Everyone's so very nice. The ground is good. The cricket is excellent in the middle. What else could you have? It's been good from this partnership. 32 and 17 for Maqsood and Nadeem. Just a few hiccups early on. Then they steadied the rocking boat. It's imperative as a batter, ensure that you ride out the difficult periods and then stabilize the innings and then go for the runs. That's step on the gas. So it's been sensible approach with about 23 overs left in the game. 109 would be a decent platform to go for around 220, 230.
Perfectly said, Samim. You would be looking to pick up those 3-4 singles in an over and wait for those loose balls. These two can bat another 10-12 overs. Oman can then launch from there. Yeah, 232 to 20 to 20 would be a very good score to defend on this track.
It's just the way they're maneuvering the balls. It's good to see. It's just opening the face on that occasion, using the pace of the bowler. Sensible approach. I think you've got to intersperse those with some boundaries. We haven't seen too many big hits out of the ground. Current run rate at 4. Just have a look at the fielding at the moment. We've still got fielders posted in the boundary areas. Of course, with the power play over, you have the luxury. As we see a change in the field, there's a deep backward square leg. Now going across behind square from mid-wicket. Once again, just waiting for the ball to come on to him. And I'm quite impressed with the wicket. Hasn't really troubled the batters. It's come on at an even pace and bounce. It's just that Maqsood is a little behind. About 50, under 50 his strike rate. This is one area I think it needs to improve, and improve quickly. Just be a little more adventurous in his shot making. Content to block the ball at the moment.
Yes, he's surely taking his time, Maqsood. Nadeem also being one of those kind of batters who takes his time as well. Probably they should be looking to, one of them should be looking to lessen the number of dot balls and keep picking those singles inside the 30-yard circle.
Ikramullah has been pretty accurate, and that is the reason why they're not allowed the runs. 28 overs have been done. It's 110 for 3. Oman batting first. That's the projected score. Now going at this current rate, it might not be enough. They need to go at 5 and over from now on to get at least to the 220 mark. Anything over that would be a little bit of a bonus.
Absolutely. Amir comes for his 7th over. He has been the most impressive, the bowling attack from Qatar.
Oh, he sure has. He's bowled so accurately. He's troubled the batters. He's got a couple of wickets. He's always in the game, and that is good to see the energy in his bowling. And just the way he walks back. You see the stride he's raring to go for his next delivery.
Yes. Definitely looks the very good body language. Must be very confident after picking up those early 2 wickets. Just love to see him come over the wicket actually to Maqsood.
That might be one area where just to try something different. You're absolutely right, Sharad. You've got to, if the batters are comfortable with one type of bowling, you need to try something different. And just what you mentioned, this change of angles will give something for the batter to think about, change his stance, maybe a change in the field might work in favor of the bowler. It's a thinking game, isn't it? It's always trying to outsmart the opposition. As a bowler, you're trying to outsmart the batter. Just that swivel round, nicely controlled shot off the hips, just for the single.
Amir creating this angle around the wicket, coming wide of the crease. When he's bowling to left-handed Maqsood, it takes the LBW straight away. It pitches outside leg. It's very difficult to get an LBW. And also, Maqsood is one guy who likes room outside the off stump. It creates an easier angle to cut the ball which is his favorite shot.
He's forced to keep it tight. You just mentioned that he favors the offside. So if he errs in line, he gives a little bit of width to the left-handed batsman, which can happen because you're bowling at an angle which takes the ball across the face of the batter. That plays to the advantage of Maqsood on this occasion. So he needs to keep it tight. In the process, if he deviates down the leg side, it's going to be freebies for a flick away. And that shot swivels round, gets a hold of it, and it's gone many a mile. That is a superb strike for the maximum.
Yeah, getting a move on now. Maqsood got slightly short there by Amir and nicely picked up there by Zishan for 6 runs.
Yeah, intersperse that some good bowling with one loose one. And whenever that comes, the batsman's not going to miss out. Timed that to perfection. Swivel round was very controlled. Just the first 6 of the game. Maybe just open the floodgates. Maybe there'll be some more to come. It's a change in the field in the deep. They're thinking about pushing that mid-on back, but it's just stayed there. There's a deep mid-wicket just in front of us here, forward of square. Width offered, that's the angle you're talking about. Almost got a lovely drive through the covers there. 29 overs gone, 118 for 3. The first wicket partnership was lucrative, was pretty good, 39 of 54. Then the couple of wickets falling quickly. Solari and Maqsood putting up 27, and now the big one, 51, this partnership was between the captain and Nadeem. He's just got the platform ready for the charge. I'm sure they're going to just play more attacking shots now. That's a nice little ride of the bounce there.
Ikramullah coming for his 7th over. Both seamers from both ends. Captain Rizlan opting for another seamer. Is an interesting option.
Yeah, it's a bit of a surprise. We'll come back to that after this delivery. Oh, got a faint touch, did he? They're thinking about it, they're appealing for it, and he changes his mind. He gave it a lot of thought, a lot of thought. The batsman not too happy. Umpire took his time. Eventually, the dreaded finger was up.
Nadeem doesn't look happy. Still looking back. Nadeem was playing well. Must have been some kind of sound there. Took his time, the umpire. The 4th wicket down. Mohammad Nadeem goes for 18 of 38 balls. Oman are 118 for 4. Big shout there by the keeper. Tried to dab it down towards the 3rd man region. So Adil Shafiq walks in at number 6. Ikram Mullah getting that vital breakthrough, breaking this partnership between Maqsood and Nadeem.
4 to go.
Adil Shafiq, 28 years of age. Seemed to have debuted recently against Canada. That was in last November. Right-handed batter. Gets off the mark. Leave a single down to third man.
He's also the wicket keeper of the team. But interesting to have a look at the fall of the last wicket of Mohammad Nadeem. He was very surprised when the umpire gave him out. Well, from this angle, you might not. You just see he looks back. There's an appeal, vociferous appeal from the keeper. Umpire thought about it, waited, and eventually gave him out. So a new partnership being formed here. The breakthrough that was needed has been achieved. Maqsood goes on his merry way. A lot of responsibility now. 4 wickets down on the captain. Jishan Maqsood has done well. He's held the innings together, Sharad.
He has used all his experience to stay put from one end. Nicely bowled there by Ikramullah. Has a shorter run-up been effective enough to trouble the batsman?
I understand Oman has got depth in their batting. Lot of the batters, even 9-10, and even Jack might be producing the runs. So that is something that they can bank on.
Most certainly. They're a top associate side. A big appeal there by the keeper, but no harm done.
30 overs have been completed. Oman are now 120 for 4. Well, they've started some of the batters getting starts, but not really compounding those starts into bigger numbers. That's been the problem. Amir has been so very impressive, as we keep on mentioning, into his 8th over. Looked much the best of the bowlers on view. This is going back to the point I was making. We've seen left-arm seamers working in tandem, bowling in tandem. We've seen left-arm orthodox bowlers bowling in tandem. Not often that you see that. Captains tend to have pace from one end, spin from one end. But this captain of Qatar has decided, no, I'm going to have similar kind of bowlers from both ends. Interesting, his thoughts there. Catch it is the call, and he's got his man. Just put a dead bat to that one, trying to guide that ball towards the third man region. Got the shoulder of the bat, and it was a good take. And a very crucial breakthrough here.
Maqsood trying to play the ball with the angle around the third man region. Just got a slide edge and nicely taken there by the keeper. Must be disappointed, but Maqsood should have played Yeah, nice bit of edge there and a good catch by the keeper. Zishan goes for 41. Played a nice little innings for his team. Oman are 124-5.
Couple of quick wickets have really pegged back Oman here in match number 4 of the ACC Men's Premier Cup. 120 for 5. Lost their captain just before the drinks break here. They needed to be really on the money. Needed the captain to stay in the middle. Managed to hold the innings together. But it's Ayan Khan now, left-handed batter, replacing the left-handed captain. Work cut out here for Oman.
Nicely bowled there by Amir. Ayan Khan, another decent batter. Left-handed bat, played 25 ODIs till now for Oman. Scored 656 runs with a decent average of 31. A decent batting all-rounder for Oman. Needs some vital runs from his bat today, Oman.
He does his namesake proud. Amir Farooq here. Mohammad Amir, of course you remember, is still going strong. He's generated a bit of pace. He comes in from a long run. Angles the ball well. That's opening the face. Good work. Good commitment shown in the deep. That is what you want as a bowling unit. As it just raises the spirit of the bowler with that kind of feeling.
Absolutely. Kamran Khan saving 2 vital runs for his team. Equally well run by these 2 batters. Ayan gets off the mark. Oman need to build up a partnership here. Still 20 more overs to go. There's a lot of time left.
There's a few changes in the field. See some fielder going into the second slip position. That is good thinking from the captain. You just want to put the pressure on the new batter, Ayan. Just straighter. Just got behind that. Just about.
Amir bowling his 8th over. He's picked up 3 wickets already. Been impressive. Good to see how long Captain Rizlan keeps him on for. Still 20 more overs to go.
Just push and run quickly. And chance for an extra run with an overthrow. Just cannot afford to do that. It releases the pressure that was building up. Well, 31 have been completed. It's 124 for 5. Regular fall of wickets have really not allowed the Omani batters to pile up the runs, having to build up little innings, little partnerships. And those two at 118 and 120 when the captain was going comfortably really put the pressure back on the batters. Deviating down the leg side, got a bit of bat, maybe a little bit of pad, but good work by the keeper. Imal going down a long way to his left.
Nice bit of swing there by Murad. Another change in bowling. The opening bowler Murad comes back. Captain Rizlan opting for his medium paces, and it's working well for Qatar.
Oh, just back of a length, reared up. Almost had the batter in trouble. Is very lucky to get a bit of bat on that one. Really surprised him.
Murad still getting some purchase out of this wicket. Nicely guided there by Shafiq down to third man. Score moves on to 125 for 5. Shafiq seems to have played some club cricket in England. Seems he has played in the junior levels of Nottinghamshire cricket leagues. Definitely the conditions not quite similar to UK, but use all his experience playing in it. Quick single taken there by Ayan. Safely home.
That's what you got to do. Ensure that you build up this little partnership, because they've lost 2 quick wickets, really pegged them back. It's a state of mind. There will be enormous pressure, and they must be telling themselves, look, another 18 overs to go after this. We've got to play out the 50 overs. They look pretty adept. It's a question of shot selection. Now that is not clever. That has been dropped by the keeper, I think. The bowler thought he had his man, but Imal on that occasion may have dropped it.
Look at the replay. Yeah, it's tough to tell. The bat also hitting the ground. Keeper just tumbling it.
A definite sound. You could be right. It could be bat hitting the ground rather than the ball getting a bit of a feather. But from the reaction of the keeper, I thought he felt he's dropped it. Now very tentative at the moment to the batters. There's been a good pace generated here by Murad. He's been pretty accurate too. 32 overs done. 126 for 5. Three for 34 for Amir. Very impressive bowling at a good economy rate. 1 wicket each for Murad and Ikramullah. 126 for 5. It's going to be a tough ask. Maybe a bit of good fortune in the previous over. We thought maybe it was a catch dropped. The bowler thought so. But, well, you ride your luck. And Shafiq and Ayan Khan will be hoping they can just build up a partnership here. Lovely angle. Great delivery.
Just missed the outside edge. Captain Rizlan attacking here with a slip, second slip and gully in place. Rightly so. Amir still getting that angle going for him. Ayan Khan normally bats around number 5, number 4, 5 for Oman. Slight shift in order for him. Amir is really, really impressive here. Look at the way he's been bowling today.
Oh, he's thrown his bat at that one. It's high in the air and then it sort of dropped short enough. I thought it was in the air, but quite really not getting a proper hold of that thick part of the bat. Spluing away, but safely enough.
Probably Ayan Khan looking to hit that over covers. Getting the outside edge. Yeah, bouncing down to third man region.
You can see the intention is to take the attack back to the bowlers from Ayan in particular. Shafiq has been there for 8 deliveries for his couple of runs. Not been the easiest of going for the batters. Very, very impressive. This over and another to go for Amir. Does his captain keep him on and make him bowl out his 10 overs? That is to be seen. Because you sometimes hold back your strike bowler for the death overs. Wait and see after he finishes his 9th. Full toss. Hit away comfortably. It's going to be a chase. Ball's going to win the race to the boundary. Simple delivery and promptly put away.
A rare full toss by Amir. Probably searching for that Yorker. But yeah, nice juicy full toss there for Shafiq and he took full advantage of it.
Once in a while there is going to be a full toss, as you said, maybe striving for the Yorker. But it's a pretty high. I mean, it was not close to a Yorker. But you can see the intentions from Amir. Got a comeback delivery, but negotiated well, and a good call and good running. The communication good between the two batters.
A slight slip there by the cover fielder. Hopefully he's all right. He's catching his ankle, Captain Rizlan.
Yeah, Just hope it's nothing serious. No, it's okay. He's up and about. Just a little ginger. Just have another look at that effort. Just while he was taking that, just slipped at the last moment. He's lost his footing. Thankfully, it's nothing serious. And he's got a slip standing wide and he bowls it down the leg side. That's going to be easy pickings. This occasion he could have played it a little finer from away from that fielder.
Keeper's down. Oh, sorry, it's the batsman Ayan Khan who's down again.
Has he got a bit of the cramps or maybe a pull of the muscle? Getting some attention from the physios.
Physio has come in. Looks to have some problem around his thigh area.
Well, we almost had seen 2 injuries. It is a cramping of the muscles, it seems. Thigh area which is being treated now. The right thigh. It's not that hot. I mean, compared to a lot of other places like in IPL being played in India, we can see it's hot and muggy. In Bangladesh, it's very, very hot. It's been pretty pleasant here till about after 1 or 2 o'clock when the temperature goes up. At the moment, it's only 28 degrees. So perfect conditions for playing cricket. I don't think it's the weather. I think it's something different. It's a little bit of haze here at the Mulpani cricket ground. Quite a picturesque ground with the grassy banks. There's some buildings on top of that. Some greenery on the other side of the ground.
That greenery is actually the Gokarna Forest Resort. It's a beautiful resort. Maybe you guys can go and have a visit there, Shamim.
Oh, we've got a packed calendar. Sharad working every day for 10 days. So by the time we get to get some rest, it's evening. I don't think we're going to venture into the forest in the evening. Yeah, maybe there's a resort there. You can take us there and show us around, Sharad.
Problem, if the game gets done early, we can definitely have a coffee over there.
Right, let's hope we carry on because this is look at the fall of the wickets.
First wicket, top edging it, Kashyap. Then it was Jatinder again, slightly turning his bat early. An easy catch there. The third wicket down was Akib. Just tentative push around the off stump. And that was the fourth wicket to fall. Umpire giving a late decision. And the last wicket was Zishan Maqsood, trying to dab it down the third man region. Just gave a simple catch to the keeper.
Well, some strapping going on, still some treatment going on here. Just hope that it's nothing serious and Ayan can carry on because he's on 7, Shafiq is on 7. They've built up some sort of resistance after the fall of that crucial wicket of the captain. And Oman really need for these two to carry on. So it's a very crucial period in the 33rd over. 5 wickets down, really expect the team to take you through to the 50 overs. Unless you do that, it's going to be much simpler task for Qatar to come back and pick up the runs. That's good, he's getting ready. Just a few rehydrations, maybe some salt tablets that he has just taken. Never good to see any kind of injury in the middle.
Good to see he's back up on his feet. Good to go now, Ayan Khan. Good news for Oman team. With 5 wickets down, he needs to be there for his team.
Once again, talk about a little break in the momentum of play. We've seen a wicket fall after a drinks break earlier, and you've got to get your refocus on the game itself. Get your concentration back. Of course, that little bit of a niggle is going to be playing on the mind of the batter. It's up to Shafiq now to ensure that he just talks to his partner, just take a few deliveries, have a look, get back into rhythm, and then continue. Because, as I said, any kind of momentum break always hampers the cause of the batters. Amir will be trying to take advantage of that. He wants to bowl a good delivery first up after the break.
Yeah, probably he'll try to check how Ayan reacts. Oh, it's Shafiq on try. Beg your pardon. Nicely defended for no run. Oman after 33 overs, 133 for 5. There will be a change in commentary.
Oman 133 for 5. Ayan, a little bit of injury, but he's good to carry on. Maybe a little muscle pull we saw. Shafiq both on 7 at the moment. The run rate 4.03. Work to be done here by Oman. The remaining 17 overs. As I'm joined by Suhas. This is a period of play, Suhas, where it's going to be the batters who will try to just regroup after that fall of that crucial wicket of the skipper. And the bowling unit will try to make it as difficult as possible for them.
Yeah, morning everyone. Morning Shamim. You're so true. That should be the plan for them. How much has Murad impressed you? He's a very different bowler from what I saw him previously. And I think I'm watching Imal donning the keeping gloves as well after a long, long time. Usually it's the captain Rizlan Iqbal.
Well, he's done well. He may have dropped a catch. I say may because because maybe it was the sound of the bat on the ground, or maybe it was the deflection. We're not quite sure. He dropped it anyway. But other than that, he took some spectacular takes on either side of the wicket. We saw one deflecting off the pads, going down the leg side. He'd really jumped to his left, quite acrobatic style. Just clip away, and it's going to get him runs, and 4 of them. Just using the pace. That's neatly done.
Wonderful shot from Shafiq. Sometimes it's about doing as little as possible to stay effective. Didn't try to hit it hard at all. And I think he was also being helped by some very ordinary bowling there. It's one of his favorite areas too.
It's been a good use of the angle from Murad. You're talking about what he's delivered. Maybe gone for a little bit in trying too much. And he's made the ball go either way to both the right-handed batters and the left-handed batters. So there's no dearth in actually trying to bowl different deliveries.
Very good delivery. You curtail the options of the batter from that angle when you can bring it back in a little bit. Shafiq, who's played a lot of cricket in England, a lot of county cricket as well, makes a switch to Hong Kong for a year. And then here he is in Oman. A wonderful coach too. Oh, wonderful is this delivery too.
Yeah, just that little bit of extra bounce once again. And that natural angle shaping it away across the face of the right-hander almost got him fending at it, that one. Almost got a feather. You cannot afford to hang your bat out to dry like that. More often than not, you're going to land in trouble.
It's not often that the bowlers are signing a petition saying the bat needs to be wider.
Again, a deviation down the leg side. And that ends over number 34. 139 for 5. Suhash, we're talking about the keeper. He's featured in 3 of the wickets that have fallen. So that's proof of his caliber. He's been impressive. And someone, as you mentioned, who doesn't do it regularly, maybe that's very good from him.
But he's done a lot of keeping off late in Australia, Melbourne, where he was training, but not in Qatar colours. So he'll be very happy with this effort. It's the adjustment factor as well, isn't it, when you're coming from a country that sports extra bit of bounce to one where turn is the way to go.
Just a little opening of the face of the bat. Intention was to guide it past that backward point fielder. Ikramullah, 1 for 28 into his 8th over. Most of the bowlers have been pretty impressive, and that is pretty obvious from 139 for 5 in the 35th over. You'd say that the bowlers have had the ascendancy, have had the control.
Now, what do you make of the angle of attack? Is he playing the waiting game here for Ryan to nick one?
As a bowler, you sometimes tend to set up a batter, and then the surprise delivery comes through. So they get not like that, not short pitch deliveries. That's going to be punished. So once in a while, you can give it to the bowler. There will be the odd ball, which the batters are going to take advantage of.
But Ayan Khan's hit it as if he was waiting for this for ages. Quickly pounces on to this one, and he's chosen a good area.
Yeah, simple enough. It just stood up to be hit. It just had "hit me" written on the ball, and he obliged. Oh, he stands well out of his crease, doesn't he? Shortens the length. That's interesting looking shot. First we saw it on the onside. This one, an exquisite cover drive.
Standing outside the crease sort of makes it easier for him to make it into a drivable length. And a glorious cover drive indeed. One of the riddles of our sport, now of course on that occasion he went back. One of the riddles of our sport is that we always say a left-hander looks more elegant scoring runs through the cover drive. That shot, why it's so? Why is it so?
Even there deviating down. Yeah, it's right-handed batters don't like when we say that. I have had fellow commentators who are right-handed batters. What's wrong with us hitting it through the covers?
Exactly.
Aren't we elegant? I think it's just come through. And the best part was I was in commentary with Curtly Ambrose recently, and we mentioned the elegance, and he said, "You're talking about me?" Elegance of left-handers through the covers.
He's a man whose stories I grew up listening to. Everyone said he used to ask for the ball. If it was a genuine waft, he used to ask for the ball in front of the batter.
But he's a gentle giant. He can be so very dangerous in the middle, in your face. As we finish that over, Let's have another look at that delivery. Coach Yorker length delivery. 148 for 5 at the end of 35. I was mentioning him that he was walking around the ground like he's 6'7" or something like that. Me 5'7" alongside him. And I said if we had Courtney Walsh for a few years as our coach, saying the two of you were in the middle, just walking around, all the spectators would have run up. Shafiq 11, Ayan 17, building up a partnership. 148 for 5, 15 to go in this Oman innings. Of course, we're watching the ACC Men's Premier Cup 2023 from the Mulpani ground here in lovely Kathmandu. Tanveer has just gone for 8 runs in his 2 overs.
Tanveer, great option with the left-hander on strike. And now that Ayan is proving to be quite a threat with 2 back-to-back boundaries, it's important to curtail his innings, gutted shot. That's exactly why Rizwan Iqbal has decided to persist with the off-spinner.
It's good to have the different options in your bowling unit. We've seen the 2 left-arm pace bowlers, we've seen the 2 left-arm orthodox. And here's the genuine offie. The question in my mind here is, when do they shift gears, change gears? When do they try to get a move on from this run rate? And from the prowess I've seen, the skill sets these 2 batters have shown so far, just feel that they have it in their capacity to go for the big shots if they decide to go for it. It's a question of when they go for it.
Very contrasting styles of play. When you look at Shafiq and Ayan in the same frame, Tanveer is taking a bit of time to set the field. But captain's given him the license, but has he given him the time as well? Even a single is being cheered on because they understand the importance of a partnership at this stage. 150 has also come up. I think the cheer was for that then.
Yeah, the cheers for that, of course. But you're right, every run so very precious. Particularly, and that little weight, like the way he adjusted to that shot. He just thought about going full hog at it, waited for the turn, and just deft touch. Nice to look at.
There's some who played off the keeper's gloves almost. Just waiting for the ball to hit the bat, not the other way around. And good work. Otherwise, that would have run away for 4. If unorthodoxy can save you 3 runs, so be it.
Just another use of the angled bat. Teaser, ball wins. Despite that despairing effort, it's 4 precious runs at the end of 36, 155 for 5.
Once again, not trying to hit it hard, just placing it to perfection. Puts in the dive. I think his knee also got jammed a little bit there. But there's only so much that Kamran could do. The ball was always winning this race.
"15 boundaries in this compilation by Oman of 155, losing the 5 wickets. Shafiq and Ayan building up just what could turn out to be a very, very crucial partnership. Need to carry on. 14 overs left in the game. Still standing out of his ground, out of his crease rather. Just playing into the hands of the batters. He could have done better with that. Just drifting down leg. Little tickle, little more power, little more better placement could have got him 4 runs. It'll be testing for Ikramullah with the left-right combination. Just the way he adjusts, we saw that drift down the leg side to the left-hander. Threw his bat at it. Oh dear, he's gone. Just threw his bat at it, was enticed into it, and that man behind the wicket does it again.
Iman Lianage at his best once again. I think it was a slower delivery. The outside edge. Shafiq throws his bat at it. And a good, comfortable catch for Iman Lianage, who is yet another fantastic find for Qatar behind the wicket. Affecting his 4th dismissal today is Iman Lianage. Adil Shafiq being the 4th victim. 16 of 20 for him. 156 for 6 on his debut. 16 of 20 for Shafiq.
Unfortunately, it's been a recurring event or process that's happened to the batters. Everyone getting starts, not converting it into big numbers. Only the skipper. 41 of 71. Ayan on 20. Sandeep, the new batter in. Sandeep Gaud. Content to let it through. Well, Ikramullah has struck, has taken his 2nd wicket. Once again, a very good take. This is the last ball of the one that the new batter faced and let go, shouldering arms. Nice little channel. Did well, adjusting to the left-right combination and eking out that wicket. Excellent stuff. It's been so meticulous.
Now Qatar understand the importance of a wicket at this stage, especially that of Sandeep Gaud. I have no clue what bug has bitten the Omani batters today. Everyone getting a start, but no one kicking on. And set batters are getting out. Again, it's the slower one. It's when somebody does that with a little bit of wrist and a lot more finger, I'm reminded of Mustafizur. You've seen a lot more of him up close.
Yes, normally Mustafizur does not bowl around the wicket. He hardly does. And when he does, it's when he doesn't get the ball to come back and over the wicket. So he's forced to come around and change the angle, make the natural angle do the work. Becomes a little obvious. So if you're like a ala Wasim Akram, you come over the wicket, swing the ball back into the right-hander. Unfortunately, and with this young man, Ikramullah, not young man, but gentleman, bowling now.
We're all young when you're alongside, that's what you mean.
And he's bowling from wide of the crease. Anyway, that is the end of the 37, 156 for 6.
You look at the partnerships here. Kashyap and Jatinder were able to put together 39. Well, after that, Jatinder departed. Then Maqsood and Sulairis 27 steadied the ship a little bit. Nadeem and Maqsood were there for the longest period of time with their 51 partnership. As you said, as both sides, the meter starts to tick, somebody loses their wicket.
That's a malaise that they've got to really recover from very, very soon. Because you've got to have build a partnership. You've got to have two batters getting big numbers. Just cannot depend one or two batters to do the job for the team. This is a team effort, and at the moment, they're just trying to rebuild. And that's what we keep on repeating like a broken record, is they're trying to rebuild. So you've got to ensure that you have that foundation to build on an innings and not have a breakage every other time and try to rebuild the innings.
I think the fact that Ayan's got a 50 recently again in these surfaces at the practice match where he was batting at number 4, mind you, suddenly was asked to bat, I think would have given him a lot more confidence to carry his team through and from a difficult phase like this. Because this is a make or break phase. If they get the launch pad, then with Sandeep Gaur being the known finisher, you're talking about a respectable total. Otherwise, a below par total.
Absolutely. I think one's got to just ensure that just take a bit of time. Once again, there's always time in your hands. You just cannot throw your bat and get an edge and get it to the keeper when you've done the hard work. You grind away. This is a format that allows you the luxury of being patient. It's not a bang-bang T20 kind of stuff that when you reach the last 5 overs, you're expected to score at least 50 runs. With a lot of overs to go, just rotate the strike, get the runs just like this, and then allow Sandeep and the others to throw their bats.
So this game's not getting into the Sandeep Gaur zone anytime soon. They need another partnership. 38 overs gone, 160 for 6. 211 is what Oman can get if they go at 4.21. They're definitely expecting more than 250. And if Sandeep Gaur can get going and Kalimullah still raring to go, you can even get 270. But for that, a partnership at this stage is important. At least for the next 4 overs, a period of calm where they do not lose wickets. Oh, very quickly it went to the fielder. Couldn't gather it, otherwise could have been a scare for the non-striker, joined by Sharad. How do you read this game now? 38 overs, 160 for 6. A bit of recovery from Oman, but still Qatar have been in it at all times.
Most definitely, Ikram Mullah coming for his last over. He's picked up 2 wickets for 38. Done a good job for his team. Quick single there by Sandeep and Ayan. Sandeep being the finisher for Oman team now for a long time. What do you think, Suhas? What's the best way for him to go in this innings?
As I said, he needs to wait a little bit more. Needs to wait a little bit more because you know that you are in a danger of being bundled out within the allotted 50 overs. And what we saw yesterday from Singapore is that it can be lethal if you don't play your 50 overs on this track. He's going to wait for just those 2-3 overs before he launches into the ball, sends them a long way.
Yes, still Jai Odera to come in. Decent bat as well. Bilal Khan and Kalimullah can certainly swing the bat.
Absolutely right. He's standing well outside the crease as well. Ayan Khan. That's to throw Ikramullah off his line and length. Oh, well, that was very deliberate. If a flying Lianage cannot get there, the third man cannot get there, you just tip your hat and say, Ayan, well played.
Very nice touch there by Ayan. Playing with the angle of Ikramullah. Yeah, just guided past the keeper. 4 more runs. Should say the fielder could have done a better effort there. Brought the big boot but was not good enough.
Ikramullah is quick, mind you. But it's because of that awkward length that he's sitting, that he's standing outside the crease. This time straight to third man. And again, well controlled.
Yeah, good with his deft touches, Ayan Khan. Yeah, it's an interesting tactic by Ayan Khan, standing out of the crease to Ikramullah, probably trying to negate that bounce he's getting off the wicket. Also, the ball tends to come more onto the bat when you're standing outside. Using the pace of the bowler, Ayan Khan.
Sandeep Kaur is not getting into the avatar that he's known for usually. He's quite content defending the ball early on. 39 overs, 166 for 6. Three wickets for Amir. Ikramullah has provided lovely support with his 2 important scalps. Murad is amongst the wickets too as he picked up Akib Ilyas. Tanveer will continue. He's in search of his first scalp. Turning it away from the left-hander. He's pushing for the second, but that's not there. Luckily, the second run was called off. Otherwise, it would have been suicidal.
Slight fumble there by the fielder. They say never run on a misfield, Suhas.
Just adding to that point, think twice if the throw is going to come in from a pacer's arm. Ikram fumbled a little bit, but got it under control quickly as ever. I think it's just a matter of time before Sandeep's backlift gets bigger.
Yeah, he does take some time, Sandeep, but when he gets going, he'll definitely play some big shots.
Eases it. Both these batters have chosen long on as a region to score the singles. Sandeep's played a lot of cricket in Hyderabad, in a state that produces wristy cricketers, be it VVS Lakshman, Mohammad Azharuddin. So he loves to play spin and loves to utilize the angles to his advantage. And sometimes when I talk to him, I realize that he plays a certain shot time and again to induce a field change.
Yeah, that's the way to go actually. With 4 or 5 fielders inside, and play with the field to your advantage and your strengths. can play those 360-degree shots, then you can use them whenever you need it to your advantage, according to the condition of the pitch as well. Getting singles easily. Sandeep and Ayan getting a move on now. Oman.
Runs coming in singles, but there is an air of excitement around because everyone's realized we're moving towards the close of an innings and there will be big shots around the corner. But a gentle tap to end the over would mean Ayan wants the strike. 40 overs gone, 171 for 6. Everyone getting starts, and that's the story that Oman has to show you. Everyone getting starts, no one converting really big. They're wishing for that to change with Ayan and Sandeep.
Ayan and Sandeep, they need to bat at least for the next 5 overs. And then they can take the game aggressively and maybe look to score in the last 5 overs as much as they can. With 6 wickets down, they cannot afford to lose one more. So these two are the most recognized batters left for the Omani side.
If they want to go for the big shots, of course, then Kalimullah can come in because he bats only one way. And if Kalimullah comes out to bat from the other end, not the end that we are playing from, then of course, whenever you take us to the resort for coffee, we'll be getting some leather balls to collect. He'll hit them right into that resort.
One, only one. Amir. Well done, Amir.
Now the 41st over, Owais gets his 4th over in. If Owais has been saved this much for the final few overs, and that means that he's being groomed into a bowler who can bowl the death overs as well. He's not someone who's going to only operate in middle overs. And I think it's a giveaway of what Qatar are planning for the next stage of this transition that they're trying to get in the side. Very good delivery.
It's an interesting ploy because normally teams don't use their spinners much in the death overs, but Qataris are doing something differently. Probably saving the best for the last. Nicely swept there by Sandeep on its way. String down the leg. Always helped its way. Sandeep moves on to 8. Can see the replay. Always straying down the leg and nicely paddled down the leg side.
Sandeep gets a move on, much to the delight of Omani fans.
One.
And Oman fans. Now Khan has been solid, but the time is ripe for him to kick into the next gear. And if he continues to bat those wonderful innings, then very soon you'll see a sticker on that bat too.
Looks a very, very good player, Ayan Khan.
Catch! Come on!
That's going to sting a little bit more because it wasn't taken.
It looked a bumped ball. It's very firmly hit there by Ayan. You can see there. Yeah, straight into the ground, and thankfully didn't get in the wrong part of the fingers.
In the heat of the moment, are you ever thinking, that's my bowling hand? Or you just don't. It just happens. If it happens, then it just happens.
You never have time so much to think about those return catches or stops, you know. So the 41st over done. Oman are 178 for 6.
Ayan Khan's taking this single and is inquiring if Sandeep is all right, because there was a moment where he was in danger.
Run quite well, these two, Ayan and Sandeep together. Both of them look quick runners between the wickets. Extravagant turn there by Tanveer. Not given as a wide, probably clipped off the hips.
A bit of thigh pad perhaps, a bit of trousers. It was a very rare miss by Imal. The overthrow is not going to be there. In hindsight, they could have gone for a single because it was an overthrow. The throw came in from Nadeem and rather quickly. Sandeep, who had run a 28-yard run, decided not to go for the second. Look at that.
Very well judged single. You can see there is rotation of strike. Lesser number of dot balls. Getting a move on Oman. This partnership going. Oman will look to post around the 230 to 240 mark. Oh, slight hesitation there. Safely back on his crease, Ayan.
It's very interesting because Ayan Khan has played it. He knows how hard he's hit it. So Ayan is thinking it's a single. Sandeep's thinking it's hallucination.
Yeah, consecutive dot balls from Tanveer. So the early injury scare for Ayan. Batting really well. Big shout, but not to be. 42nd over done. Oman are 180 for 6.
It was rather quicker. Just came in with the angle, and Ayan's a tall man. I would have definitely missed the stumps. 180 for 6.
Wait. He's done.
is going to push hard for the second run as well. And extremely well done. Moments ago, both of these batters were stuttering to take a single, and now they understand each other so well. That's what a little talk in between overs can do.
These two have been amazing and very, very impressive. Running between the wickets, they have put that extra pressure to the fielders. Look at that. Played with soft hands, Sandeep. He knew exactly where the fielders were.
Only one.
This time it'll be a single because he's timed it too well.
Yes, and smartly the fielders standing 10 yards up. Ayan Khan. His runs 34 runs he has scored in quick time actually. Just faced 36 balls. Batted in number 4 or 5 usually for the Oman team, but came down the order. What would be the thinking behind it, Suhas?
Usually bats at this stage, and usually bats number 6 if I'm not wrong. But in the practice game I was very surprised when I saw him at number 4. And he delivered, he scored that half century as well.
Probably they wanted to have that right and left hand combination going with Zishan Maqsood in the center.
And it was a difficult position as well, if I remember. It was about 80 for 4 or something. And his innings helped his team get over the line eventually. Set a good total.
See a slight grin on the face of Ayan after playing that shot. Oh, trying to hit it straight over the side screen, but could time it nicely.
Leading edge. Often leading edges have landed in the lap of the fielders today. Ask the Oman openers.
It's a very dangerous shot to play in Mulpani. With the bounce they get, you can see the leading edge hitting the top part of the edge of the bat.
Even the riskiest of the lot, Sandeep Gaur was in trouble. Very good delivery indeed. How well is Owais bowled? Quietly. Giving away just 20 in his 5 overs, but creating opportunities. 187 for 6.
See at the bowling card for Qatar. 6 bowlers used. Yeah, most of the overs you can see are bowled by the seamers till now, and wicket columns are also the same for them. Picked 6 wickets among them. It's Tanveer to continue for his 7th. Very busy player, Sandeep Gaur. Picks up those singles. Haven't seen a big shot yet from his bat. It's been really getting a move on with those singles and doubles. Quick running between the wickets. Runs are coming easily for the Omani side.
And for Sandeep, that's the benefit of playing with Ayan as well. One of the quickest between the wickets. And who's been there in that heat for about 38 deliveries. But he's adapted so very well because he's coming straight from Oman. And even when he was playing in Bhopal, it can reach 38, 39 degrees Celsius very easily. So when you grew up playing a lot of cricket, you just sort of become more immune to the heat.
This should be very pleasant conditions for both of the teams, Qatar and Oman. Start of summer in the Gulf at the moment. Temperatures reaching more than 40 degrees. Kathmandu just hovering around the high 20s probably. 28.
Kathmandu, Nepal, it's all about pleasant views and pleasant weather. Add to it some wonderful cricket. Tanveer's been rather quick in getting through his overs. One more delivery to go. Once again, Imal showing his brilliance in the 44th over. Look at this, how attentive. And a good throw on the move. Last ball. The bat speed was a little more. Still, it's a single only. Ayan will retain strike. 44 overs gone. 191 for 6. Kashyap and Jatinder's 39 was looking very solid while it lasted. But when the openers found themselves back in the hut due to a leading edge, Maqsood and Nadeem had to put together some kind of a partnership. It lasted for 84 deliveries and was well adjusted. But after that, it hasn't been much. Ayan and Sandeep have provided some momentum with their 35, adding to the 36 before them. They've got to continue here. 6 overs. If they can get about 60 from here, that'll be 251. They'll be quite happy with 250. If they can go over the 260 mark, they'll be mighty pleased with their effort. 3 wickets for 9 overs.
Amir Farooq has been the most impressive for the Qatari side, coming in for his last over. We're definitely looking to break this partnership. Coming round the wicket. Misjudged run up.
He's holding his groin area a little bit. It's not a good sign for Qatar because he's someone who's already picked up 3 wickets and is looking in great form. It's important to maintain fitness for him as he'll be very handy on these surfaces.
Just the start of the tournament. Yeah, need to be fit for the upcoming games as well. As you can see, stretching the groins.
Is that a Yorker? But he's got to adjust accordingly. Yes, indeed. Just over the fielder at mid-off. It's going to run away for 4. That will be painful for the bowler. Ayan Khan's brilliance has worked again. He's standing outside the crease to throw him off that Yorker length. It's a slower delivery too. Just a little chip. Wasn't a full flow of the bat.
Yeah, just a little chip shot above the 30-yard circle. Fielder was just in the edge of the 30-yard, was just out of the reach of his hands.
It's not looking good because the bowler is down. I think it's a cramp this time. He was already holding his groin before this over started. Now that is the camaraderie we're talking about in ACC Men's Premier Cup 23. Intensity high, camaraderie high as well. Look at Ayan take his gloves off and be there before the physio could make it.
It's good to see. The Qatari side slightly, their average age maybe a little higher in the higher side, maybe plus 30. So it's going to be a real test for them. Although the heat is not there, but they need to be fully fit for the remaining of the tournament, and Amir being their premier bowler, needs to be careful. Shouldn't be exaggerating that injury further. Looks okay. He's on his feet now.
And this is how Oman have batted so far. Kashyap's 18, Jatinder's 16 they were looking good while the opening partnership lasted. Sulheri getting a start today, but disappointing his fans, as it was a very good delivery though from Murad to get rid of Aqib Ilyas. Sulheri, Maqsood's 41 was innings of substance. Nadeem getting a start, Shafiq getting a start. So has Ayan. So can he continue and provide a big finish? There's Otaidra and Kalimullah to come. And of course, Bilal will be raring to go with a ball in hand.
See the batting card of Oman. Every one of them have got starts but couldn't convert it, except for Zishan, got out for 41. And Ayan still there. One of them should have looked to bat through the innings, the top order. But for now, Ayan Khan is still there and doing the job for his team. Needs to bat through these 50 overs. These two bat another 5-6 overs. Most probably, as Suhas said earlier, they should be looking to that 240 to 250 mark.
Sandeep's going to look for the big shot here, but Shamim was mentioning early on as well, whenever there is a break, there's a break in concentration as well. Will that stand true to Sandeep as well? Or would it be the much needed break? Wants to right away. Ayan knows that he's got to push, but that single is going to be the only thing possible. Very good throw coming in from Nadeem.
Running in, Nadeem. Ayan would still be looking to use that angle to his advantage and look to score over the covers, or maybe the point region if he gets some width.
Glorious shot. It's going to be 4. It's such a tactical shot. And that's the brilliance of Ayan as he shines through this innings. 46 now. A shot of this kind away from what will be a well-deserved half-century. He was standing outside his crease, but still finds the gap.
Beautiful shot that was. Used the pace of the bowler. Let's see. Well struck, square cut. Right in the gap. Looking good. Ayan Khan nearing his 50 in quick time. And Oman's 200 runs are up.
Good follow-up delivery. And Ayan digs it out. Sandeep Kaur knows that already a boundary has been collected in this over. Now it's his turn. If it's a good delivery. Now, well done, Amir. Understands what's necessity. Doesn't throw, doesn't waste time. 45 overs gone. 202 for 6.
So the Omani side, 46th over in progress. A quick update from the other match, the third match going on in Kirtipur Cricket Stadium, UAE versus Kuwait. UAE moves on to 343 for 4. Ritya Arvind still batting on and looking for his double 100 actually.
He's hurt himself in the process of coming back too quickly. But looks all right to continue. That's more important. Ayan Khan. Was deep inside the crease as well. So that means an extra bit of ground to cover. Yeah, 203 for 6. And absolutely right, Sharad Dai. The kind of talent that Ritya Arvind possesses, it's just magnificent to watch in all formats of the game. And come the big tournament like ACC Men's Premier Cup 2023, he didn't miss out. First game, a stamp of authority with an innings of this kind.
Good for Team UAE. I think it's highest ODI score for him. Still batting. Another dot ball for Tanveer, bowling well, isn't he? Sandeep would be eyeing that long mid-wicket boundary. And this is the end where he should go from.
Absolutely.
The ball tends to fly away in that region. Where the other ground is situated.
Oh, that was a delivery that Tanveer will not be proud of. It was too much to do for Imal Lianage. Tucked away nicely, will pick up a single, but the bigger shots are what are required for Oman for a big, good finish. The over rate has been a tad bit slow. And in the T20 format already, we've seen that penalties are being imposed in terms of a less fielder available during a crunch moment that's towards the death. Do you think it'll creep into this format as well?
It can creep in. Yeah, probably because the Qatari line of using so many faster bowlers, taking much more time than usual. Oman after 46 are 208 for 6.
So they've gone over time now. So the lunch break will be reduced to 30 minutes.
.50 partnership comes up here, 52 of 59. Ayan's contributed 29. Sandeep has contributed a quiet 19. Can this change? And this has to change immediately in terms of the quietness. Sandeep God has got to bring his A game. Can he bring his A game to the fore? Ayan Khan's just a shot away from what will be a magnificent half century, because remember, he came in at a difficult time. A wicket already taken by Mohammad Murad. A good economy. .50 up for Ayan. And the perfect way to start this tour. For a man who doesn't mind even if he's shuffled up and down the order, is making this spot his very own. An innings of substance, and at a time yet again when the team needed it the most.
Absolutely. A very well played innings and in quick time. Just took 48 balls for his 50 runs. A good healthy strike rate of 104.2. Just 5 boundaries in between. Run very well between the wickets with an early injury scare. He's still running between the wickets, hasn't been affected much.
Well done, Imal. In the 47th over, standing there in the heat with all the equipment on, he was able to dive to perfection to stop the ball from going for 4. All because Murad found the wrong line. Just tells you the commitment that's required to play this game at this level. Take a bow.
Saved 3 important runs for his team. Imal looks athletic keeper. Ayan to face. Would be eyeing that boundary option. Slight change in field. Fine leg goes down. The third man comes up.
Nicely played away. And he's coming back for the second run as well. Quick as ever, putting pressure on the fielder in the deep. And eventually an underarm throw comes in, but the damage was done.
Yeah, nicely bowled Yorker length. Ayan pushing for that double, and slight tumble there by the fielder. Did well to put his body behind. A bad bounce.
For someone diving left and right, what was so magical about that full toss? The batter misses it. A well-set batter misses it, so does the keeper. What is so magical about that full toss?
Probably just creeped under his leg. Yeah, still got a half stop. The fine leg fielder collecting it. Kept it for 2 runs. Yeah, the score is moving quick and fast now.
214. If in 3 overs they can get 30, that's still 240. They'll be aiming over 250. That's a psychological total. If you get 260, if they get to 260, they'll be mighty pleased with the effort. But to get there, bigger shots are required. Singles are being converted into twos, which is a great sign. Currently 230 if they get the current required rate. 6 and over. 234, not good enough. 240 at least. 250. They need to go just over 10 and over. Beautifully guided in the gap. Will pick up a single and push for the second as always. A little wider throw would mean he'll make it. So much in control now, Sandeep.
Amazing running between the wickets, between these two. With the 47th over completed, Oman are 217 for 6.
.53 for Ayan, the only batter to get to that half-century mark. After everyone getting a start but not converting. It's a very unique looking batting card for Oman. Usually there's so much batting power up top that even if there's a slump in the middle, there's a good finish coming in. That's the kind of scorecards that you're so used to seeing in Oman. And with Oman,
so the 48, 3 overs to go, 48 overs, 48th over in progress. Qatar is still using a spinner in the death overs. It's an interesting option. Sandeep would definitely eye for a big shot in this over. The ball coming in. There he goes, a big swing of the bat. And runs for a boundary in the mid-wicket region. Gets the gap to perfection.
That'll break the shackles. Loves the mid-wicket region. And this is why just picks the length early as well. 2. Very well done. (27 of 34) is quickly catching up to that 100 run strike rate as well. 100 strike rate as well. Sandeep Gaud. That's big. That's huge. Has he taken it over well? He did. It was a one-handed effort, but he landed right on the cushions. That went very, very high, and in a bright, sunny sky, it was very difficult to spot that ball. Always has done excellently well.
Did a brilliant effort by Oasis to take that one-handed, but just overbalancing and stepped it onto the rope. The umpires are checking on. Let's see in the replay. What a fantastic take that was, but at the same time, it seems that he has stepped onto the rope, Suhas.
Yes, you could see his leg got between two cushions. That's definitely 6. That begs the question, actually. There were cushions there, but there weren't cushions alongside that area. What if the shot was hit there then, where there are no cushions? Would he have landed not on the rope? Or at least noticed, landed on the toes perhaps? I think it would have been very difficult. He got just enough elevation there, Sandeep Gaud. Teasing the fielder. I think he's done a terrific job, always, by spotting the ball.
Was a brilliant effort. These days, the guys do practice a lot on taking those boundary catches, avoiding the ropes. A good over for Oman. Oman move on to 231 for 6 after 48.
Six bowlers used, out of which Amir's picked up 3, Ikramullah 2, Murad 1 wicket. The pacers have done the trick today. The spinners have struggled in terms of picking up wickets, but they've been very economical. They've tied Oman down. And I think Oman have also realized that at Malpani you need spinners as well to tie the opponents down. That's why they've included an extra spinner today. Oh, this is begging to be taken. And it will be. Good catch. It's not easy. You can lose balance when you're backtracking like that. But what a good catch. But what's more disappointing for Sandeep Gaud is he's getting out on a shot that he more often than not hits way into the stands.
Yeah, Murad probably rolling his fingers over the ball. And Sandeep just slashing it. Yeah, Sandeep goes for 34. Oman are 231 for 7.
2:31 for 7. Kalimullah, who's been practicing day in and day out on how to play the Yorker, gets one first up.
Yeah, be definitely using that long handle to his advantage. Murad is bowling quite well here in the death overs, getting his Yorkers right, not letting the batsman get under anything of any sorts, making it difficult to get those big shots. Picked up 2 wickets. Last over in pursuit. Oh,
That one slipped out of his hand. Umpire's hand goes sideways to signal no ball. Murad's hand goes forward to signal an apology. Ayan ducking under it, and rightly so. That came in very quickly, and look at that. Even before he recovers, he wants that no ball to be given. Gets what he wanted. Now he gets a free hit as well. At the stage of the game where every ball's got to be treated like a free hit for Ayan, can he put this one away? Ayan, the right-hander, couldn't make contact. Looks glorious when it comes off.
good change of pace there by Murad. A slower bouncer. Ayan having no pace to work with it. Was trying to scoop it over the short third man region, but yeah, just missed it. Another vital dot for the Qatari side.
Doesn't get it from the middle of the bat, Ayan.
Murad varying his line and lengths, making it unpredictable for the batters. He was opting for the Yorkers in the bowls he bowled before, but now he's coming short. It would be interesting in what areas he would look to bowl to Kalimullah. Anything in Kalimullah's zone, it's gonna surely go out of the ground. Huge swing of the bat and just mistimed it to the bowler itself. Good catch taken by Murad on his own bowling. Had a big heave at it. Kalimullah walks back. You can see in the replay. Just slightly short. Tried to pull it. Just mistiming it. An easy catch to the bowler himself.
You got to say that Murad has finally got what he deserved in this over. The slow ball has finally worked in his favour. Kalimullah departs for one, and Oman in the danger of being bundled out as well. Last delivery coming up. Murad has already picked up 3 important wickets. And will finish his quota of 10 with good figures of 3 for 47. Murad has always kept Qatar in the hunt. 1 over left, 2, 3, 5 for 8.
Look at the bowling card. The last over, coming up. It would be interesting to see who will be bowling the last over. And it's a spinner. Would be Tanveer to finish it off. Odera on strike. Oman would be looking to get those big hits and cross and reach the 250. Would be a psychological advantage as well. And this tough batting wicket. Nicely paddled away. Quick single taken. And back on strike. Talking about the other game going on in Kirtipur, UAE has just finished their innings. Scored 371 for 6 in their allotted 50 overs. Brilliant hundreds by Pritya Arvind and Rohan Mustafa as well. Be interesting to see Kuwait's second innings.
Shot. Everyone just watch it sail. Straight down the ground. Doesn't get better.
That was short of the innings for me. Ayan Khan bringing the best. You can see straight hit. Crashes into the side screens.
This one's begging to be taken. Long on and long off converge, but will put it down. Ayan Khan survives. Ayan Khan survives, and that means Oman can still hope for that 250. And even more.
Yeah, Ayan Khan again getting for that, going for that big six. Just stop edging it. Went high in the air. Two fielders converging. Limping Ayan Khan takes another single. Comes off the bat.
Odedra tried his best. He's going to go back for the second run as well. Owais with a bit of a fumble. Now I thought it was going to be Ayan to face the final delivery to try and look for the big shot to get over 250. But Odedra believes he's got the game, and so does Ayan. Ayan believes too that Odedra has got the game to provide that boundary, take this team over 250. Final ball. Will push for 2. Ayan has to run towards the danger end and will get there. Oman finished with 249 on the board in their allotted 50 overs, and they've done really well to play the allotted 50 overs as well, because at one stage it looked like they'll be bundled out with few overs to spare. All thanks to Ayan Khan, the top scorer, 64 of 59. He played a little slow in innings when required. Then there were phases of the game where he burst into the big shots. They'll be happy with 249 there, Oman. After all the batters getting a start, but only one of them converting. And it looks like this surface has something for the spinners, even though the wickets were taken by the Pacers. 249 is what Oman have managed, thanks to Kashyap's 18, Jatinder's 16, Sulheri, Maqsood, Nadeem, everyone getting a start, as we said. The captain hung around for a while though, and Shafiq on his debut scored 16. Ayan Khan, the top scorer, 64. Sandeep was looking good as well. So contributions from all the main batters. But just the starts from many of them. 3 wickets for Ahmed, 3 for Murad. 2 in the same over for Murad as well. Finishing with a great economy of 4.7. Ikram picks up 2. The spinners are wicketless, but they've kept things tight. And this is how the innings panned out for Oman. Some fluent shots through the offside to start with for Jatinder and Kashyap. Before this happened, a simple catch in the end. And Akib deserving more runs there, but it was a peach of a delivery from Murad. Zishan Maqsood was doing well for his 41. That cut shot will be remembered by all his fans as it's his first cut shot here in Nepal on this tour. The Anage believed there was something in there, and the umpire did so as well. Just over the fielder at mid-off, that one. As Ayan Khan tried to chip it, he continued to chip in with those runs, reached his half century, and then ensured that he shepherded the tail to make sure Oman to not bundle out. Some phenomenal hits from Shrimantullah, Sandeep Gaur as well. It was a terrific effort, only to realize he stepped on the boundary cushion there, Awais. That was Sandeep Gaur walking back, and then Kalimullah getting one that did not hit the middle of his bat. Good work by Murad. In the final over, Khan provides what's much required, a straight 6 to show who's in control at that moment. All in all, 249 is what Oman have managed, and Qatar require a round figure of 250. So 250 required from 300 deliveries. They've got the batting prowess to get there. Zahiruddin, Kamran, can they provide a good start? That's the big question. We'll find out after this lunch break. The Qatari reply coming up in about 25 minutes time.
कस्तो गाली गरिसकेको जाडो र रमाउन
ये सीनियर है ना जूनियर हाँ सीनियर सीनियर
Very good afternoon and welcome back to the Mulpani Cricket Ground here in Kathmandu for this match in the ACC Men's Premier Cup between Qatar and Oman. It's turned out to be reasonably decent score here for Oman in match number 4. 249 for 8 is what they could muster in their 50 overs at 4.98 runs. A lot of batters getting starts, but two batters in particular getting amongst the runs, going over the 50 mark. That has taken them to that total. The bowling has been good. 3 wickets for Amir, looked very menacing at a decent economy rate. A 3 for Murad, finishing the innings well with the ball, and a couple of wickets for Ikramullah. So the target for the Qatar team is 250 exactly in the stipulated 50 overs. They're just striding out now. See the backdrop of the hills around this ground, quite a picturesque ground. There's a grassy bank just to the right of picture, and all in all, quite a pleasant view from us here in the commentary box. It's been a good start to the ACC Premier Cup, the Men's Premier Cup. Another big match going on at the Tribhuvan University ground. Very high scoring match, I understand. 371 is what United Arab Emirates have collected, with a couple of big hundreds. So let's see what the big numbers are here. We see the batters striding out, the fielders already taking up position. It's a battle of the Reds, both teams in similar kind of colors, and it'll be very interesting to see how we progress into this innings. Interestingly poised. They got the runs on the board. That is very, very important.
Yeah, good afternoon, Samim. Good afternoon to all the viewers. You can see Bilal Khan getting ready, marking his run-up. He's been one of the top wicket takers in the recently concluded CWC League. Top wicket takers for Oman. Kamran Khan takes strike for the Qatar team. Umpires getting ready. Bilal Khan to start the proceedings.
Batsman, left arm over the wicket. Play.
Here we go. First ball of this innings. Right on the money with the ball. That's what you want as a bowler. Bilal getting it on line. Sharad, overall you feel that this, I understand this wicket, it's only the second game, international game, but in the domestic circuit previously, has it sort of retained its character right to the end?
It's actually always been better batting second. It's done something at the start. Yeah, just chipping it over the mid wicket. Kamran Khan starting off with a boundary.
Looked pretty confident playing that shot. Only the second ball of the innings, and he was nicely into his stride. Look at that. It was in his arc, and he just went through, lovely through the line shot, and it was always going to head for the boundary. Good looking start. Good start here for Qatar. The first boundary of this innings. 20 in the previous innings. Oh, good comeback. Had to hurry down on that one while keeping a tad low, and quite pacey from Bilal there.
He's a skiddy customer. Does bring the ball in with the new ball. Bilal Khan has been representing Oman for a long time now. Has played around 30 plus matches for Oman in ODI cricket. taken around 76 wickets, which is very impressive.
A lot of these players on both sides have been around the circuit for a while. They've maybe played for different countries, got their grooming. Some we heard in the county cricket in England, some from Pakistan, some from India. It's a good mix, but it's the way they've continued, despite not getting enough opportunities. At times, they're not fully professional. Some of them work and play cricket in the weekends. So the dedication that's you can see in them. And look at the ball. Look at the way he's shaping that ball in. Excellent stuff.
Yeah, he does get that curve in, Bilal. He's good with his Yorkers. You can see that curve coming in and well defended by the batter, Kamran Khan.
Well, he had that opportunity, Kamran, earlier on when he put it away for 4. But since then, there have been some 3 terrific deliveries from Bilal. He wants to finish it on a high. Got into its rhythm very quickly. And that is the end of the first over. 4 without loss. Four without loss after the first over. Kamran and Zahir getting things started off for Qatar. 2 pace bowlers from either end of the ground. We've seen a lot of pace bowlers, particularly left arm, from the Qatar team when they were bowling, but now it's a turn. This is Zahir Ibrahim, right-handed batter for Qatar, the opening partner. And at the bowling end, going to see Kalimullah. Right arm fast.
Tall, lanky lad. Gets some good bounce. Normally gets some movement off the wicket, Kalimullah. Probably it will suit his kind of bowling with some kind of bounce in this wicket.
Bowling in the second innings with the sun beating down, he won't have that little bit of advantage that the other team had when they started off in the morning with a little bit of moisture in the ground, a little cooler. He's got to work hard. Oh, he's not quite sure at the last moment. He's almost being squared up while playing that shot. Managed to get some part of the bat on it.
Kalimullah starting well, balls those tight lines on and around the off stump. Kalimullah would be looking for that early breakthrough.
Once again, he's just making that ball rear up from just back of a length, which can be disconcerting for the batter. Sometimes when it's a back of a good length ball, you're not quite sure as a batter whether to go forward, meet the ball, or use the depth of the crease. You're stuck at the crease. That's when you might end up in trouble. So early on, with this kind of a track, I think that is a very good length to bowl at.
And that's Kalimullah's talk length actually. It's very consistent with his length and lines.
Yes, it's a repetition of the same. Yeah, you're right. I think he likes bowling at that area. And it's the accuracy. You keep on peppering away at the same line and length. The batsman gets a little used to it, and suddenly you come up with a surprise delivery that might get you a wicket.
Most certainly. sedate start by Zahir. Not getting anything to work with. Kalimullah keeping it around the stumps.
I like this. I like this type of bowling. He's at your face all the time. He's so very accurate. He's enjoying himself, enjoying his bowling. There's a bit of breeze, as you can see, from the body of the players. The jerseys flapping in the breeze. And that he might use that a little bit to make a kind of movement, inward movement into the right-handed batsman. Oh, there was that movement. Beat the bat, had the pad, but it was high up. That was an excellent over. It's still 4 without loss. Keeper Imal, skipper Rizlan, Tanveer Khurram. A lot of batting to come. Oh, that swivel round got maybe mistimed it a bit, and that's the reason why it didn't go and reach the boundary. He was really after it. It saw that shortness of the ball, and his eyes lit up.
Yeah, looks good. Kamran Khan off the front and back foot. Yeah, Bilal just changing his length, pulling it back, and Kamran trying to pull that ball just short of length. Another 2 runs added.
Pitches it up. That's hitting outside the line of leg stump. Immediate shake of the head from the umpire. It's pretty obvious that it was striking outside leg. The ball was pitching outside the line of the leg stump.
See the middle and off stump while the ball wrapped on the pads. Probably just going down leg. Rightly given, not out by the umpire. Imal Giri, who has been officiating for Nepal in different international tournaments now for a long time.
Change in the field. We see the deep square leg fielder, deep fine leg fielder coming within the 30-yard circle, and the square leg goes almost to the boundary. So just a subtle change behind square on the leg side. Slip in position. Oh, he goes straight. He goes long. And he goes for a maximum. That's a terrific strike.
What a shot that was by Kamran Khan. Straight hit. Full face of the bat. Just lofted it over the side screen. Made his intentions pretty clear. Yeah, what a shot that was.
Repeats that again, this time with an angled bat. Squirted away towards the covers. But that shot a couple of deliveries back was a delight to the eye. What a strike. Everything was right about that shot. Full face of the bat, down the line. So very balanced at the time of playing the shot. All the ingredients of a super shot. Kamran looking to get a move on, but also Zahir just watching it, enjoying it from the other end. Now that back of length works again. Pegs him back. Just cramps him for space.
Bilal Khan does have that knack of picking early wickets. Into his second over, Bilal Khan.
Oh, moves back, makes room. The bowler tries to follow, swivels round. Now there's a fielder around there, and he's hauled out. That is a good, well-judged catch. I think he tried to be a little too cheeky. The batsman just making room for himself on the onside. The bowler saw it, followed him, pitched it short. He swiveled round but couldn't get it over the top, right down the throat of that fielder.
Well taken there by Akaib Ilyas, the square leg boundary region. And there Bilal takes that early breakthrough. Zahir. Yeah, Zahir goes for not. Qatar are 12 for 1. Pardon, it's Kamran Khan who's out.
So trouble early for Qatar, and what an intelligent manner that they got Kamran out, who was looking so very threatening. Just a few deliveries earlier, they changed the field. They put that fielder at deep backward square leg, took it the fielder from deep fine leg into the circle, and he played into their hands. There was a definite intention, definite plan to bowl a short pitch delivery, which Bilal did. And unfortunately for Kamran, he took the bait and he paid the price. And he has to go back to the pavilion. In comes Imal, who's done so very well, taking, I think, quite a few catches behind the wicket. The keeper, now he wants to replicate that into a batting performance. It's guided wide of the fielder. There's going to be a chase on, but the ball is going to reach the boundary quite comfortably.
Yeah, slightly uppish there by Zahir. Gets off the mark with the boundary. Yeah, gets a slight bit of width and just placed it between the point and third man region.
Yes, with just the two fielders outside the 30-yard circle in the power play can afford to take that kind of chances by putting the ball in the air. You know, there'll be hardly anybody nearby to take their catch. Safe enough shot to attempt. Good comeback from Kalimullah. Let's have a look at the field here for Kalimullah. There's a slip and a kind of fourth slip in position. There's also a gully, or more like a backward point fielder. Short cover, shortish cover, mid-off, mid-on, short mid-wicket, interestingly. And another boundary rider at deep fine leg.
Bowling those tight lines, Kalimullah. Reminds me a bit of Glenn McGrath in him. Tall, lanky lad. Balls around the off-stump area. Very accurate with his line and length. He's getting some bounce as well from this wicket.
Let's pick that up. It's going to go in the unprotected part. Just a hint short, and immediately that was put away with utmost ease.
Shake of the head by Kalimullah. Just bowled shorter than he expected, probably. Just around back of the length, and the batsman just got under it to pull it over the square leg region. Qatar move on to 20 of 3.4 overs. Zahir getting a move on now.
Imal Molindo on strike now for the first time in this innings. Oh, it's Zahir, sorry. Imal is just going to go over and take strike now with that single. Of course, that boundary was hit by Zahir. Imal will take strike now of the last ball of the fourth over. There'll be butterflies in your stomach when you start your innings. Just look at if there's any change in the field for the left-hander now. There's a slip in position, just a lone slip. There is a fielder who's going to be sort of very unusual position of a kind of short gully. Interesting that position as that's speared in. Oh dear, there's a chance of a run out, direct hit, or even there. He just might have got him. The players seem to be very happy. Complete mix-up. And I think they might just check for the run out here. But the calling was really bad. Huge misunderstanding.
Kalimullah quick off his bowling. Umpires checking. Kalimullah collecting it cleanly. Taking some time to break the wickets. It's a close one. Seems the bails is off before the bat crosses the line.
Yeah, unfortunately for the batter, that's going to be out. He's short. He's extending his arms. He's trying his best to get behind that line, but the line belongs to the umpire. And you can see the bails have been taken off by the bowler. So there's going to be the fall of another wicket. Right, it is going to be confirmed now. Third umpire, having seen that, is conveyed to the on-field umpire. Or are they going to have another look at this? The batter has actually walked out already. A new batter has come in. So he might have signaled it. Anyway, here's another look. There you go. It's well short.
Batsman short of a few inches. The long levers of Kalimullah helping him get to break the stumps. And the red light signal is given by the third umpire.
Well, the batter knew that he was out and he had walked out, and the new batter has taken up position. Very unfortunate in the manner of getting out. Runouts are always unlucky for the batsman concerned. This time there was complete lack of understanding between the two. So very important. Have another look at that. He's just looking at the ball, and he sold his partner down the river. That's for sure. Good throw back, and it was well done by Kalimullah. And you can see immediately he knew that he had the man out. Tanveer, the new batter, in. Four overs done. It's 21 for 2. New over, and straight away induces the edge. That was not a voluntary shot, I can tell you that. It's a half cock into that, induced that thick part of the bat and got himself some lucky runs.
Yeah, Bilal Khan just taking that ball away from the batter. Imal facing Bilal for the first time. Mohammad Tanveer walks in at number 4. Did a good job with the ball. Would be definitely looking to contribute some runs for his side.
There's going to be left-handed Imal on strike. Just opening the face. They are on their toes. They can feel that they've got the game under control. They're really giving the Qataris a run for their money. When you have 2 wickets down for 22, you can feel that the fielders all around are really energized. They're on their toes. They're really looking for another wicket, which will put Qatar, a strong batting unit, in a spot of bother, to say the least. Oh, squared him up. What a beauty. Brilliant bowling here by Bilal.
Getting support from his teammates. Bilal Khan on the spot. Held its line. Beats all ends up. Bilal Khan finally getting his rhythm back. Looking dangerous.
Just slight deviation down the leg side, using the angle nicely, whipping it away, getting a couple of runs. You've got to save wickets, you've got to keep the scoreboard rotating. It's not the easiest thing to do when you're 2 down. Got to be very selective with your shot making, Sharad.
Absolutely. Need to play that percentage cricket, take minimum risks, play the shots which are required in this kind of wicket. Try and build up a partnership after losing these early wickets. They need to rebuild.
Another little flick. This time it's going to get them a single to finish over number 5. Qatar move on to 25 for 2. Stuttering start here by Qatar, very similar to the manner in which Oman started. And they needed it because 250 seems to be quite distant, with the bowlers from both ends doing very well. Swivel round, a wide signal, an appeal, really in hope rather than in a conviction.
Down the leg. Yeah, umpire had already risen his hands. Rightly so. Wide given.
Sometimes bowlers appeal just to preempt the umpires from giving that signal, making them think that it's much closer than it was. But the umpires are also very clever. They've got eagle eyes. That's another good ball. That's what you need to do. You bowl similar kind of ball, just shaping in. Then you've got the slip in position. You bowl one a tad outside the line of the off stump. Try to angle it across. Entice the batter to drive, and then he might induce an edge.
Definitely with the breeze across the ground. Chances are that Kalimullah will induce that edge.
Well, he tried that angle, but it was the shortness that allowed the ball to be hit away. That is a masterly shot to the boundary. Just didn't have enough space, but the bat speed, the hand-eye coordination was so good.
Quick hands through the balls. Just shot out of the outside the off stump and so nicely put it in the gap. Imal.
Yes. So compact while playing that shot. Excellent. Just checking if there's any change in the field. Imal is looking at the field at a deep fine leg, anticipating a short delivery, whether he's going to hook it or not. That's down the leg side. There's going to be another wide. That's a little tardy.
Imal, doesn't he remind you of a bit of Imrul Qais in him? Shamim. Similar in stature.
Now that you say, yeah, I suppose in a way he does. He's got similar kind of height, similar kind of build. Imrul is maybe slightly more flesh on him than Imal. Well, that's a good spot. Kalimullah, 15 runs into his third over. Oh, didn't know very much about that. Very lucky. Got the inside edge. Just went past. Could have gone anywhere.
Yeah, that ball jagging back. Inside, edging it. Luckily didn't go to the stumps. Imal looks to be standing outside the crease to negate that bounce and movement off the wicket.
Nicely behind that. Full face of the bat. Always works. Deflection allows only a single to be taken. Or did they get a run? No, I think they didn't get a chance to get a run. So that's good recovery. He stopped it on his own bowling. Stung a bit. This ball, just look at this effort. Left hand out, stopped the ball, deflected it, ensured that no runs were taken.
Stopped a certain boundary there of his bowling.
Bowlers are always very good at fielding in their own bowling. They get annoyed when there's a lapse in the field. Just a little tuck around attempted. Kalimullah has been pretty steady, except for a couple of wides down the leg side. He's done so very well so far. Just in search of a wicket. Another good ball to finish the over. After 6, it's 31 for 2. Just the two bowlers used so far. 3 overs each. Success for Bilal. 31 for 2. Really well planned wicket. That was the change of the field, the placement of the fielder deep backward square, enticing the batter to hook. He's back on now. But he does well, Sharad. This hardly give any room to the batters to work with. They can't free their hands.
Yeah, that's his strength, Bilal. Most of the wickets he gets his LBWs and bolts. You can expect that he won't give you anything away easily from his bowling. He still has that deep square leg out. Might see changes in length as well.
It's worked on one occasion. The batsman will be aware of that. Oh, chops it away. It's racing away to the boundary. Once again, not too much space to work with, but a very compact looking cut shot backward a point. Excellent.
Tanveer getting his first boundary. Was very close to cut. Threw it bad at it, but just got at the right time.
Yeah, you're right. That boundary is very, very close to his body. I think it did very well, despite the fact he was cramped for space to play it away. But there was just that chop, the timing of the shot and the placement that took it away. Even if you're not allowed by the bowler to free your arms, you can still manufacture these shots. It's the essence of a good batter.
comeback delivery.
Don't be too unhappy with the run rate. 250, not the biggest of targets, but still runs on the board. And with 2 wickets down, you have to be a little careful as you maneuver your way to that target. Once again, he's trying to chop it away, but finds the fielder on that instance. Started off with a boundary, but after that, Bilal has come back well.
Yeah, it's not giving any room whatsoever to work with Bilal.
Well, we haven't seen too many short pitch deliveries, but there was a little bumper for you to finish over number 7. It's 35 for 2.
So after 7 overs, Qatar move on to 35 for the loss of 2. So there's a slight change in commentary. Suhas is back. Good afternoon, Suhas.
Good afternoon, Sharadai. 35 for 2 here. This is going to be an important phase of the game to play out. Kalimullah, well, just as we speak, he offered the shot to it. Kalimullah is wicketless, but he's got the deliveries that can trouble the batter on a track of this kind, because you know that he can get the extra bounce anyway.
Exactly, that's why they have that second slip in place. He's having that shortish gully as well earlier, but probably after a few boundaries that has been struck off his bowling. Still, he is bowling that tight lengths that he normally bowls. Those stock length, back of length balls. He's getting that extra bounce as well.
Solidly defended by Imal. Now Tanveer is somebody who can spend long periods of time at the pitch, at the crease. And today it's going to be that kind of an innings from him. The sheet anchor's role, while Imal can be the aggressor. Beautifully played away.
Mohammad Tanveer, another shocking info for me actually.
Go for it, Dai, go for it.
Mohammad Tanveer is actually 42 years of age.
No, I think it's 24. There's a misprint. You look at him, he's fit and fine, and he's 24 at heart.
I don't know what these guys eat, the Omani and the Qatari players. They certainly don't look their age for sure.
The hunger is for runs and wickets, Dai. That's what keeps them going. The passion for the game, that extra bit of bounce once again for Imal. It'll be a little more accentuated. He's not the tallest, remember.
Yes, he's getting that extra bounce from his bowling. Talking about Tanveer again. For sure, I'm getting some inspiration out of them to play further and, like take my career a bit longer.
If you are coming out of retirement, then that is headlines tomorrow in Nepal.
I've forgotten that word, retirement for now. Looking at Tanveer, Mohammad Nadeem, I still have a few years to go.
Again, that extra bit of bounce that Kalimullah can extract from any surface in the world. when you see the ball being dropped from that height as well, it sort of disturbs you a little bit as a batter because the ball will dip a little quicker.
Yes, it definitely, it's always an difficult difficult skill to, like go against your opponent. I mean, having such bounce in his bowling, Kalimullah, it's not difficult, not easy to go against him. What a shot that is.
He just waited for the right delivery, isn't it? He just waited for the right delivery, and on the rise, he's pushed this one away. He'll get a stare from Kalimullah. Now the comeback delivery in the next over would be much awaited by all the cricket fans. 8 overs gone, 42 for 2. Just picked it up. Picked the length up. Such good connection. No chance for anyone. 5 6s already in this game. 42 for 2. He just went through with a shot. Early on in the innings, early on in the over for Bilal, you got to put the pressure back on the bowler. Himalayan again moves on to 12.
Yeah, Qatar wickets falling, but still they're playing their shots. There's nice pickup shot there. No fielder straight. Safest shot to play. Looked elegant there. Touch of Brian Lara. One leg up.
Those are big words indeed. Look at the connection, extension of arm. Extension of arms as well. Little bit of swing for Bilal today. He's picked up a wicket already, so he's raring to pick up another. But one has to watch out for the slower delivery. I think the quicker you get as a bowler, the slower delivery becomes a better mate.
Yes, that's the variation Bilal has. He has that off cutter. More so, the batsman has to be careful of his Yorker as well.
Opening the face of the bat, but straight to Hayyan Khan, who's played a magnificent innings himself to add respectability to the total.
Slightly pissed off by Bilal, maybe trying to get that swing, which is not there. I've seen Suhas, we have seen Bilal taking those wickets. He can bowl those Yorkers with the new ball as well.
That's going to go for 4. Oh no, what a stop. He swoops into action. There was barely any distance left between the ball and the boundary cushions. And then comes the man who says, think otherwise. That was a poor ball.
Yeah, down the leg side. Sandeep running around 20 meters to his left, and what an effort that was. Yeah, just putting back the ball. It's a good effort. Save 2 runs.
Just the kind of support that Bilal wanted, isn't it? When he's bowling well, the runs are not coming anyway. When he doesn't bowl well, you need the support from the fielders, and he gets it. What do you make of this style? of having the jersey number on the trouser too. I like it because with slides it's easier to identify.
Makes our job easy. And that's an outside edge and runs to the boundary. Yeah, Imal living dangerously. It's in the replay. Yeah, it's slight movement there. It just shies away from the first slip fielder, second slip.
It's one of those balls which should have gone between first and second, you feel. 9 overs gone, 52 for 2. All right, Kamran and Zahir opening the batting for Qatar, losing the wickets early. A runner ball 12 for Kamran. Zahir wants to forget this outing. Imal's 18 has steadied the ship a little bit. And guess what? In the first power play, Maqsood says it's time for me to spin a web around the batters. Slow left arm. Zishan Maqsood.
Isn't he a smart captain? Suhas, he just comes in before the first power play finishes. There we go, on the spot. Captain himself, Zishan. I've always been a big fan of him as well in associate cricket. Very calm guy, very good leader.
And has the capacity to turn the game around when he has a ball in hand too, in his team's favor. I remember a game that he was not playing in Oman colours though, but single-handedly brought the game into his team's zone. And he was in the US playing the minor league cricket championship at that time. So I met him in Houston. I was on commentary for another game, not his, because simultaneously many games go around the same region. Oh, that's well played. That's very well played. Maqsood has met his match. Tanveer can sweep the ball too.
He's a superman, man. At the age of 42, he's playing all the shots, the pickup shots, the sweep shots.
There's still some time left to believe me. It's a misprint. Beautiful shot. Wonderful shot. It's just that he played it as if he was waiting for this length all the time. And now he'll defend it. And just as finishing the story about Maqsood is that their opponents were 79 without a wicket. Maqsood comes in, and he was captaining that side as well, picks up 3 wickets in 2 overs, changes the game around, and then very soon they almost bundled out for 125.
He's a smart customer. He reads the game so well. He reads the batsman and he changes his pace of the deliveries accordingly, according to the wickets, and he'll enjoy the bowling in this wicket. Straight away he gets that purchase. You can see in the previous delivery.
And the reason I mentioned that story is very simple. On that track, no spinner was turning the ball, and he was. 10 overs gone, 57 for 2. Ten overs later, Oman were 47 for 2, but Qatar were 57 for 2. They've added 10 more by attacking. Oman were a little slow to start off with, remember. Odedra. Another spin bowling option. Usually you would see Fayaz Butt in the side perhaps for extra bit of pace, but today Odedra, they've trusted spin there, the management.
Probably. With so many left-handed bowlers, probably they are left-handed batters as well. So it's a
Yeah.
good option having an off-spinner in the team.
Absolutely. The graphic red leg break, and I've never seen him bowl one.
No, no, he might have learned one from Ravichandra Ashwin as well.
Yeah. In fact, to be honest, Ashwin has stopped bowling it these days. And somebody asked him why. He says it isn't required. It's a very clever answer, I'll tell you. I love the way Tanveer is so unfazed by pressure, by everything that's going around him.
That's what age does to you. It gives you maturity. You know, when you're matured enough, you handle your emotions, your mindset is so calm, you're unfazed by things. He must have seen all of it playing all these years.
Absolutely. He's played a lot of tight innings, difficult innings, and great humidity in Qatar. It's very difficult to play certain day games, but he stood there like a rock. Sometimes he scored 50 of 90, 99 balls. It doesn't matter to him. The 50, the grittiness is what matters to him. That's what cricket has taught him. And what a story he is, coming all the way from Pakistan to finding a home in Qatar. Now representing that country. This is magnificent.
So Odera getting some turns straight away. Had an opportunity to face him in the past. He seemed to have the knuckleball as well. It's quite impressive.
Is making a comeback into the side. So he's an inspiration for so many people. Greater the comeback, greater the story. Jai Odedara. Oh, good ball. Didn't turn, but it's according to plan for him. 11 overs gone, 60 for 2.
Nice and quick. Here we go, Shani.
Four bowlers used. Bilal's the only one to pick up a wicket. The other is a shared wicket for the side, as it was a run out thanks to Kalimullah's brilliance.
Lovely. Shani.
Left it alone. Tanveer.
Oi!
It's beautiful, beautiful dip he gets, Maqsood. You can see the flight of the ball in the monitor here. It's dipping so nicely. It's classical left arm spin.
And the way you're explaining it here in the commentary box as well, I really wish you had a ball in hand.
Shani. Here we go, different game.
Loving the curve he's getting. You can
Game now.
just see the dip and the curve he gets.
Come on, Shani.
It's beautiful.
Slip in place. Oh well, this turned, did everything. There was an under edge. I was just wondering, what if Akib Ilyas reached out into his pad and picked it up and said it's out? And appealed, you know? Because it's an under edge. The ball hasn't fallen down, remember? What if he just picked it up and says, how was that?
You can see it bounced twice in his knee.
Yes, it did.
Oi! Lovely. Let's have a little maiden there, Shani.
I think Akib was too absorbed in the appeal itself. Pushes it in the gap.
Good over, Shani.
That's a fun game here in the com box too. 12 overs gone, 61 for 2.
Kashmiri language. I need to go and meet this guy. He's entertaining us. Isn't he? Yesterday must have been more crazy.
Fun. 61 for 2. After 12 overs, both the batters 19 apiece. 189 required here. In 38 overs, it looks very possible with the wicket not playing much tricks, but the wicket is turning a little more, I feel, in the second innings. And not just that, has it already started to stop a little bit, or am I hallucinating? What are your thoughts on that? Just look at this over and let me know, because I felt a couple of times the ball stopped a little bit before coming on.
You're right, Suhas. Also, it might be the different types of bowler Oman have. You can see them flighting the ball a bit more than the Qatari spinners. So they are definitely a bit different in nature. Oh, he's given out. No hesitations there by the umpire. Seemed to have hit him around the off stump.
Tanveer thought he plonked his front foot outside the line. But that was straight enough. Big appeal and given. This is why Jay Odedra is so dangerous. Picks up Tanveer, the main man. Gets a start. But they needed more from him. Qatar. 19 against Tanveer's name. 61 for 3.
No, but I'm very glad to see these guys play.
Kamran, Zahir and Tanveer back in the hut. Imal and Rizlan to manage from here. Now two wonderful cricketers from Sri Lankan origins. One of them being the skipper. Now can they stitch together a partnership here for Qatar? Can they put them on the front foot again? Mohammad Rizlan, tons of runs in all formats of the game. Extremely experienced. Under his captaincy, when Qatar went to Canada, it was a big learning curve for them. Beautiful shot. What a way to start. Sparkling stroke play right away. Rizlan announcing his arrival.
Yeah, juicy half volley there by Odera. Can see right on his. Just keeps that long stride and just hits it through covers. When you're hitting against the spin to an off spinner, that gives you an indication that this batter has some talent. Reminds me of the great V.V.S. Laxman, who used to play against the spin so well around. Remember him playing against Shane Warne, who recently passed away, the legendary Shane Warne. Those flick shots against the turn. Amazing.
To put that flick shot in the gap of the mid-wicket region, it's just a thing of beauty. Imal Lianeke quite content letting the ball spin and then tackling it rather than smothering the spin altogether. Odedra has been very impressive. Again, that little bit of dip that he gets, that's what makes him a special off spinner. Wow. All kinds of questions asked, not a single answer given from Imal. 66 for 3.
Nice and quick, nice and quick.
Imal 19 of 26. He's stagnating on 19. Rizlan comes in, goes for the shot. First ball, puts one through the covers, extra cover region, gets a boundary.
Let's see another sweep.
Imal was asked a few questions by Odedra. That's why an off-spinner is so effective against a left-hander. Maqsood. The magical Maqsood.
Oi!
Doesn't he dead back to it?
Nicely bowled. Nice, Yanni.
See the turn and bounce Odera got. Look at that drift, bounce and turn.
Well bowled.
This pitch is certainly doing something in the second innings. Or is it the skill of the bowlers, Suhas?
Here we go, guys.
Definitely the skill of the bowlers too.
Love you.
The bowlers feel that they were not given enough credit if the pitch is always brought into the equation. I think it's a skill to bring that loop
Jay, a little bit.
into play.
Yeah.
I would love to see Rizlan versus Maqsood. Now, according to cricketing convention, it's the left-hander who will struggle a bit more. The right-hander will struggle a bit more against the left-arm orthodox. That's why I want to see.
Oi, off.
But that's not the case. Both the batters are equally in trouble. Can they?
This ball keeps a tad low. Skids through. Nicely swept. Imam straight to the square leg fielder. Single taken.
That'll ease the pressure. Not just that, Imal's played a shot that will make Maqsood think twice now about inducing a field change as well.
Well
ball.
bowled. Nice, Yanni. Appreciation.
Mulpani will be one ground where the batsman will be challenged by the spinners, and it will test your skills, how well you play the spinners.
Catch on this.
Don't play the sweep shots, the reverse sweeps. There are chances you might get stuck in between. With that, the 14th over done. Qatar are 69 for 3.
Come on, Jay. Here we go, guys.
Center.
69 for 3. Odedra, brilliant as ever. Oh well, this one whizzes past the ear of Aqib Ilyas. Even before Aqib could realize it's an opportunity, the ball had gone past. Unbelievable things are happening here at Mulpani. And the spinners are at the forefront of it. That came rather quickly. Joined by Shamim. You're being invited with some spin bowling masterclass, Shamim. Warm welcome, very warm welcome.
Thank you very much. Yes, I think that's something we haven't really seen in the two games so far. The wicket anticipated. Oh, there's chance of the batter not being able to get back. Just overbalanced. But it's good to see with the pace bowlers getting a bit of help early on with some seam movement, and now something for the spinners to work with. It's always a good track, as we see that close call. A good track always gives us little bit of advantages at different times of the day to the different types of bowlers.
Just love the way you said that the different times of the day belonging to different kinds of bowlers. In any format of the game, we talk about the first half an hour belonging to some swing because the ball is new. So swing bowlers will come into play. Now in this surface, do you feel sometimes the natural variation is taking over and the ball's not turning, even though Odedra believes it's going to turn? That's the way he's bowling. So if the bowler cannot make out which one is going to turn, which one is not going to turn, let alone the batter. That's why Rizlan's innings at this stage is going to be crucial. And the good news for Qatar is that there are two men out there who played a lot of cricket in spinning conditions. 15 overs gone, 73 for 3. Four bowlers used so far. A wicket apiece for Odedra and Bilal.
Oi, well ball, Shani. Ball, Shani.
What are your thoughts on the slip fielder for the left-hander? Because he's trying to turn the ball into the left-hander.
Interesting placement of fielders. We've talked about that earlier also. And that crept underneath the bat. Could have gone anywhere. He's playing all over it. Lucky runs. Well, this is part of the game. You take it. You take a bit of luck when it comes your way.
You really wish sometimes that the scorecard can have a column called luck as well. You can fill that with this. Would you believe it? Any other day would have disturbed Timber, but it's gone for 4. Just what Qatar required. Imal's going to be watchful.
Imal showed his positive intents right from the word go. When I was in the commentary stint earlier, so when he came in, he was not going to hang back. But he's interspersed that with some very good shots, just like that one, to the boundary, and some good defensive work.
This time more in control. And this is a statement sent to the opposition. That's such a nice shot. And from this angle, it looks like the fielders were a thing of past.
It's just the way he controlled it. It didn't, just the placement was perfect. And that is the bowler now almost getting his way back. That seemed close. They did get a bit of pat onto the pad. Seemed pretty much in front.
I think the umpire is suggesting that it would have missed the leg stump, but I thought it was close. Oh well. Was it turning that much to be missing leg? Very good shout.
Well ball, yeah.
This time, bat first.
Yeah, still had a bit to go, you know, and I think it just might give the benefit of the doubt to the umpire on that occasion, because it did turn sharply. It's pretty much in front of the crease and had a bit to travel.
How is that?
He's living dangerously. The ball is really making him work hard to survive here. Another look at the last ball. But just managed to hang on behind the crease. Overdone. 81 for 3.
And very soon you will see Ayan in action as well.
The two spinners bowling in tandem. I think Odedara with 1 for 12 has done well so far with the wicket. Needs to ensure the batters are kept quiet. if there is some leeway given from one end, it takes that pressure that's jointly made by the two bowlers bowling in tandem. So even if you're not getting the wickets, you ensure that no freebies, no free runs are given away.
Absolutely. And I think that's the best way to play this phase out, Shamim. Qatar are looking for nothing but a partnership, just waiting for the wrong, poor deliveries. As he gets more settled, he's rocking back on the back foot quite easily, Imal.
And you can have that little bit of time to rock back on the back foot when you trust the turn. By that I mean you trust the wicket in saying that it is not vicious. It is turning, but it's turning slowly, enough for you to adjust to the ball.
Right under his watchful eyes, defends the ball. 12-15, Rizlan never looked like he's forcing a shot out of him. Very natural. But this time wanted to explore a new area, a new gap. So to access it better, dances down the track.
Yeah, the shimmy down the wicket is always good, provided you're confident in getting to the pitch of the ball. So, you know, ensure that little step forward and then half a step of adjustment to go to the pitch of the ball, ensure that it smothers whatever spin it might take off the track. And that's striking outside line of off. It's not going to interest the umpire because possibly holding its line and going down the leg side. 17 done, it's 83 for 3. You think at this point in time Qatar was ahead by a few runs, but tell you what, the run spree came at the latter part of that Oman innings. They're going pretty steady till this point after 17 overs.
I think the height factor too. Very stylishly played away by Imal.
Whenever it's again the left-handed batters that we describe so very well, don't we?
I sometimes wish, as a right-hander, I have a mirror to show you this way. Put it alongside the batter playing.
They will play similar kind of shots, you know, taking one leg up, the calypso style of swiveling around. The right-handed batters do that too. We seem to miss them. Now this is lofted in the air. There's a fielder trying to get underneath that one, but just drop short of him. But tantalizingly close.
Zishan Maqsood's not happy. He feels like running full tilt could have gotten him there. Jitendra tried his best, but the ball just plonks itself in front of him. The most irritating part is when the ball plonks itself, isn't it? It doesn't even come to you.
At the same time, you see the fielder has got to make a decision, as we see another quick run taken, whether to go for the catch or to save the runs. And where he was, I think he should have gone for the catch because it's near the boundary lines, within 10 yards of the boundary line. If you're there and the catch comes your way, then you take a split second to decide where to go for the catch, take the easier option of saving the runs. This time he had ample time to go and have a good chase at that. No wonder the bowler was annoyed.
Back in the day, and I'm very particular about the words I'm using here. Back in the day, would you have put in a dive if it's the captain bowling?
No way. I wouldn't put in a dive at all. That swept straight to the boundary. That's a very convincing looking shot. Yeah, well, yeah. This, when you're playing for your country, if I did, I would have. But playing for the club, in England in April when it's, there's the 32nd four of the match. Yeah, just going back to the wet and windy conditions of England when I was playing. I was not going to try that.
I've heard stories though. I've heard stories of people putting in a dive in those conditions and people asking them in return, did you play a cricket match or you swam? 18 overs gone, 90 for 3. This is thoroughly enjoyable session. Otherwise people sleep. $90 for 3 in 18 overs. Qatar 160 still required in 32 overs. There's a lot of time left in this game. And Qatar are concentrating on only one thing, that's a partnership between the captain Rizlan Iqbar and Imal Lianege. How impressive has he been, Udedra? Just tell him that there is a whiff of turn. If he sniffs some turn, then he knows that he's on.
If you compare an offie to a genuine leg spinner, you'd expect the leggy to get more punches out of the wicket. But I'm very impressed in what he's achieved today. Some of the balls have turned pretty sharply, and that little bit of bounce is used his height very well. And that must be one of those brilliant deliveries that didn't turn, that just went on with the arm and hit timber. But just the shot, I think, left a little to be desired. He's playing across the line to a ball that's angling in, and he paid the price for it.
The idea was to put the pressure back on Udedra early on in the over. Hence tried something so cheeky. And in the process, he's lost his wicket. 27 or 39 for Imal. He's got a lot of time to think about that shot as he trudges back to the pavilion. 90 for 4.
Not the right shot to play. Not the right shot to play. It's close to face of bat, across the line.
90 for 4 in 18.2. This is a good start for Odedra. In 26 deliveries that he's bowled so far, he's picked up 2 wicket-taking deliveries and put them in his pocket.
He has been very impressive in the fact that even when he gets the ball to turn, he troubles the batters. And because he was turning the ball regularly, I think Imal expected that ball to maybe turn back a little bit slightly, and he was playing across the line as we see Mohammad Ikramullah, the left-handed batter, come in. We'll talk about that fall of the wicket a little later. You can see a replay of the fall of the wicket. Can explain to you a little bit more on the circumstances that led to the demise of the batter, Imal.
Just slight turn, Ikramullah a little itchy to get off the mark. Rizlan doesn't want that single. It's not there.
Here's that turn, not the turn in evidence. Batter Imal expecting a turn, which didn't come. It was the arm ball. He was playing across the line, closing the face of the bat, allowing the ball to creep through and hit timber.
Rizlan and Ikramullah are out there, trying to steady the ship. 90 for 4 in 19 overs.
Even if they get a replay, you can talk over the pitches.
Kamran Zahir, Imal, Tanveer find themselves back in the heart. Rizlan and Ikramullah out there in the middle. Run rates just under 5. They require almost equal run rates to get there. 160 in 31 overs. The man on strike, he needs to play a bigger innings. He needs to play a longer innings. Shamim, the captain's knock, that has to come by.
We had it from the opposing captain. Rizlan needs to replicate that one. It's going to be tough with, at least in this part of the match, with the ball helping the cause of the spinners. So that's an added disadvantage for this batting unit. Ayan Khan, the slow left armer. And, he's made it into a full toss, but couldn't really put it past that fielder. It's just a delicate balancing act on whether to just go after the bowling, but just can't afford to do that. And down, little sweep attempted, missed the line completely. Keeper's been pretty agile. He's taken quite a few sharp ones, try to effect some stumpings.
All that experience from county cricket as well. And it's something very interesting about Shafiq, I'll tell you. Oh, this was very close to the leg stump too. Ayan Khan is wondering why didn't it hit him, but
Not the best choice of shots. Look at the length of the ball. Look where he is. He's taking his left leg away, trying to make room and swivel around, but it's just not there to be hit. Not just the length, not quite right enough for that swivel round.
had that hit timber, Coach Asadullah would have been furious.
indeed. I think just gauging the length is so very important. Lucky there's that little bit of extra bounce that we keep on talking about that saved him.
Beautiful turn. 20 overs gone, 90 for 4. A maiden over for Ryan.
This team or any other team?
No, when he was in England, it was a practice match of England versus Pakistan. And he played for England in that game versus Pakistan. 90 for 4 in 20 overs. Odedra will continue. Rizlan was concerned about the spinning finger of Odedra. He said there's no tape on it or anything on it.
Javidam Odedra. Where does he hail from originally? Do you have any idea?
I think it's Gujarat. And just out of coincidence, some good players are playing for Oman right now who find their roots in Gujarat. Kashyap Kumar Prajapati.
Gujarat is not too far away, just across the Arabian Sea into
So-
Oman.
But I don't think that's the route they took. Oh, what an attempt! That's worth seeing again and again. Terrific effort.
Yeah, either they stick or they don't. It's hit right there. Spectacular effort. Must say, looked like a trapeze artist. Just going across, flinging himself. Oh, what a take it would have been. The run getting not the easiest thing at the moment for Qatar. And that'll please Odedra and company. Obviously, making them work hard, not giving away any quarters at all to take advantage of. And this is the period of play. You talk about the game meandering along at times after the 20th over. Once again, he was not too sure about what kind of shot he was playing.
Is there extra danger in letting the ball turn and meeting Odedra's balls behind the crease there? When you go deep inside the crease and you let the ball turn, you make yourself a candidate for LBW even more. Is that the case?
I think there is a difference of opinion in that some batters prefer going forward and meeting the ball before it actually gets to turn, smothering the spin. They feel comfortable going forward, and some love it. Just they feel that using the depth of the crease gives them that ample time to adjust and see the trajectory of the ball. So two very different approaches by the batters, two different opinions in this regard.
21 overs gone, 92 for 4. Yeah.
He loves going back. He'll go back to everything. He hardly goes forward. Hardly.
92 for 4, and we were discussing the two kinds of batters. There are one to smother the spin and one who rocks back on the back foot, expecting the ball to turn and then meets the ball. Which school of batsmanship do you subscribe to?
I go middleway. That's the safest option. Option is to sit on the fence, isn't it? Now, on a personal note, I think it's purely up to the comfort level of the player concerned. How he's been brought up, how his thinking goes. Now, these guys are enjoying themselves. It's good to see some crowd in. Now, that's impacting outside the line of the stumps, so that's not going to interest the umpire. Interested the bowler, understandably. They go for virtually everything.
And yes, of course, the keeper will always join in the chorus.
Just going back to that point, using the depth of the crease, one that immediately stands out for me. is the Bangladeshi batter Mushfiqur Rahim. He's so adept. Two things he's very good at is the sweep shot and that deep use of the crease of the back foot. He just loves it. He plays it, as you sometimes say, that right out of the gloves of the keeper. And then you'd have someone more flamboyant like Shakib Al Hasan. It's just go down the wicket, meet the ball and shimmy down the wicket. So different thought processes, different way of upbringing as they come up through the ranks. Though both of them have come through the Bangladesh Krida Shikha Pratishthan, the BKSP, which is the sports institute in Bangladesh. And they've graduated from there, but very distinct styles of approach.
Just love the fact that our game can accommodate so many characters. No two players are similar. 22 overs gone, 93 for 4. .93 for 4 in 22 overs. 157 required in 28 overs. Qatar know that it's a period of calm they require, even if they're getting about 4 run over. But for the next 5 overs, they would have established some momentum, gathered some momentum. That hop and that 1.5 steps that you talk about to get to the pitch of the ball, it's something that Rizlan loves doing, it seems. But one thing that baffles me a little, it baffled me when even Michael Clark tried it. That is, oh, this is a very good delivery. Riddle. One thing that sort of baffles me is, if you want to play a defensive shot, why would you get out of your crease?
Sometimes it's premeditated, then you're caught. Because the length, in 2 minds, then you have to adjust very, very quickly. You're thinking, your initial thoughts when you shimmy down the wicket is, I'm going to go for an attacking shot. Then you see the length is not quite there, so you have to check your shot.
Once again, I think he's just exposing himself to too much risk, and you look at the scorecard and the story is something else. You can't expose yourself to that much risk.
Not at this moment, not at all. I think just got to be a little more circumspect in their approach. Play the ball to its merit. I didn't know very much about that. So very tentative. He was in 2 minds. Thought of going forward, checked his shot, was half cock into it, almost induced the edge there.
And look at him try to play for the turn which wasn't there, so almost kissing the outside off.
It's a good thing that he didn't commit himself. He might have got an edge. Yes. It's a good thing he stopped halfway.
And Archie Villiers is not standing there just to clap.
Well,
he would have swallowed that ball for sure. Yeah, Rizlan Iqbal is actually living dangerously. 23 overs gone, 94 for 4.
.09 the run rate now, 94 for 4 after 23. Still a long way to go for Qatar. 250 the target. Ayan back in now. That is a more comfortable looking shot. Chase on here. They're going to go quickly for the first and comfortably for the second. So Rizlan and Ikramul are building up this partnership now. We've had this repetition of the Omani innings when they built up little bits of partnerships, got amongst the 18s and the 19 runs. They couldn't really convert to big numbers and big partnerships till the latter part of the innings. Oh, that's another shot that the bowler will not be too unhappy with. It's really shaping to play it away got kind of a leading edge. Is that part of the innings, the middle part, always tends to just allow batters to just try and get a move on. There's a period when on occasions you see players just waiting for things to happen. Ikramullah and Rizlan. I've seen quite a few of those play and misses. Stumping opportunities, good work from the keeper. As I welcome Sharad back into the compost.
Thank you, Shamin. That missed the stumps. And it's 4 byes, it seems. Oh, wow. What's happening here? Umpires checking. Ayn Khan flighted that delivery. Oh, it seems the keeper's gloves hit the bails.
He's bowled so very well. He's made some balls turn. He's made some balls go with the arm. He's really been troubling the batters. He's not allowed them to settle down in any form. Ikramullah in particular has taken his time. He's just scored the single run in the 15 deliveries that he's faced. And once again, a polite appeal to the umpire, but no response. That is the over. It's also time for a little break as two fielders run in with some refreshments and maybe a change of gloves in the middle.
Yeah, so it's Jai Odora coming in. Jai, hasn't he been effective?
Just trying to figure out whether there were bye runs or it was off the bat. The last boundary it was given as byes, so it's been confirmed 102 for 4 now with Edra. He's been good, 2 for 17 into his 8th over. Very impressive.
He's the one who's taking those important 2 wickets. Has those subtle variations, those carom balls.
Accuracy has been his forte. He's hardly given any kind of width for the batters to work with. Sometimes he's made the ball turn, sometimes it's gone with the arm. Very difficult bowler to negotiate. He's trying to make room for himself. Does so, but another good piece of work. This is excellent fielding. We saw some good diving efforts earlier. That's what you need to energize the bowler, to lift up the spirit of the rest of the fielders.
Brilliant fielding there. Running and diving to the ball. Sandeep Goud, best fielder in the Oman team.
You could see the spring in his step, couldn't you? And to be a good fielder, you need that anticipation of the realization of the fact where the batter is going to play the ball. And you prepare yourself immediately with the balance of your feet to jump in that direction or run in that direction. So important, the anticipation of which the ball's going to come at you. Ah, what about that? Mr. the edge of the bat by a whisker.
Yeah, he's slowed it down, Odera. Beautiful delivery, just pitched around the off stump and moving away.
Oh, the drift and then the bounce and turn. Excellent ball, the last one. And he manages to get some part of the bat. Living very dangerously now. They're going to get the runs, but it's come in a rather streaky manner, that boundary.
Had a good stride in. Edged it between the slip and third man region. 4 more runs added. Qatar are 107 for 4 in 25 overs.
Well, I think that was pretty close to that slip fielder. Did it go to a hand? I don't think he got a hand to it, because it went quite quickly to the boundary. Qatar 107 for 4 after 25 overs. Too many dot balls. 105 dot balls and 13 fours and 2 sixes in that compilation of 107 for 4. Once you bowl a little short, Ayan on that occasion, I feel, just got away with that short pitch delivery. Just because the batter's in a different frame of mind. At the moment, trying to survive, just trying to build up a partnership. Ikramullah not too confident. Rizlan forced to maybe curtail his attacking shots, just to ensure that no more wickets are given away.
Yeah, probably Rizlan looking to take the game as deep as possible, being the senior partner. Buying some time, which he can afford at the moment. Still 25 overs to go.
Ayan really trying his best, really looping the ball up, giving it lots of air to try and get some more purchase out of the wicket. It's just that it's not pitching in the right areas. If you can, it's going to be troublesome for the batters. But on that occasion, this is shot attempted on the onside, but for no runs. Ikram, 5 of 22 deliveries, under duress. Something going to happen. And he goes after that. He enticed him. He says, go for it. And he did. Did well to play it into deep. Long on, but just the single. Good thinking, good tussle, mental tussle going on between the bowler and the batter.
And certainly not scared to toss the ball up. Inviting the batsman to play some shots.
Very good over completed. It's 109 for 4. Under 9 for 4. Qatar chasing target of 250, still needing 141 runs from the remaining 24 overs. It's going to be a tough ask. A lot will depend on the skipper Rizlan, Iqbar, and Ikramullah, who has come in to partner him. Lost an important wicket. The wicket keeper Himal was going well, but the two spinners bowling in tandem have really kept the going quiet for Qatar.
Yes, especially Odera is bowling so economically, picking up those important wickets.
Interesting to see that slip fielder still there. I expect that the expectation from Odedra is that one holds its line. Basically, and then gets an edge. He's not getting too much turn, but that's a good strike. After a long time, he's got to the pitch. He didn't really allow the ball to turn. It was in the slot. It was put away.
It was tossed up slightly by Jay. And a beautiful hit. Slog sweep over the short mid-wicket fielder. Clean hit by Kramola.
Yeah, they needed that. They needed a boundary because they're getting bogged down. But good comeback. What about that? That kept on going towards the batter. Cramped him for space. Excellent comeback delivery.
So now and again bowling those beautiful deliveries. Look at that turn. Turn from middle and off stump.
That's why. And now, big appeal. Oh, the keeper just going across, diving for that catch. There were two in one, I think, that appeal. Maybe that initial appeal was for a leg before. Or did he get if he got a bit of bat, then for the catch? Yeah, there you go. Going for the catch, it did. So he appealed for a catch. Neither was given by the umpire. Have another look at that if we can. What do you think about this one?
Definitely was a deflection there. You can see Jay straight away going for the appeal. What a take there by the keeper as well. It was a difficult angle to see if there was any bat involved.
And now, another edge induced and just short. Terrific piece of bowling. He could have had a wicket in that over. Have another quick look at this one. Goes forward. It's low down. Just, I think, popping on the ground before he got his fingers underneath that one. Could have been another wicket. 27 done. It's 113 for 4. Another over. This has been a very difficult period of play for Qatar. The bowlers doing their job very well, making the ball turn on occasions. They've induced the edge of the batters. They've beaten the bat. It's all happening. Just again backing away. Just finding enough room. It's a chase on. And the ball's going to win it to the boundary. Very, very welcome runs here for Qatar.
That was cut off the stumps by Rizlan. Sweetly timed. The fielder giving a good chase. Runs to the boundary.
Earlier, Suhash and I were talking about the use of the depth of the crease. I did that to a nicety on that occasion. Really went deep and cut that ball. Now, once again, the bowler, immediately there's a change of mindset in how you bowl. You're controlling things, you're really putting the pressure on the batters. Then one boundary releases the pressure and the bowler tries something different. Makes it easier for the batter to negotiate.
Yeah, boundaries always keeps that pressure going to the bowlers.
How is that?
That's turning. Going down leg.
Ayan. Come on, boys.
Ayan is still looking for his first wicket. He's bowled well, he's been economic. And he's giving the ball somewhere. Yeah, that's striking outside the line of the off stump. Even if it turns and heads back, the impact is definitely outside off. It's not going to be of any kind of interest to the umpire.
Bowling well, Ayan Khan. You can see clearly the middle and leg stump. Yeah, it's definitely struck him outside.
With a slip in position, I think it'll be a wise option if it sometimes just bowls that arm delivery as we come to the end of that over. 28 done, it's 118 for 4. The Qatar captain winning the toss earlier in the day and requesting Oman to bat first, and they did well. Recovered from a stuttering start. 64 from Ayan and Maqsood 41, Sandeep 34. Made them compile the 249 for 8. So chase here now by Qatar, moving on to 118. There's been good work from the spinners, Udaydara and Ayan. It's not really allowed them to get a move on. It made to work hard for the runs.
The Omani spinners have really strangled the batters. Were a lot of dot balls in between. With around 21 overs to go, exactly around 6 runs per over is needed for Qatar to chase this down. You would assume they need to bat. This partnership has to go for a couple of overs more, at least. Should look to bat 10 more overs and see how it goes. This is one ground, Samim, where you can hit sixes with the wind, and this side of the ground where the parking lot is, a lot of sixes has been hit, and in the last game as well, I think Bauer did the same.
Yes, he did indeed, but the situation they are in now, it's more like you have to manufacture the shots. The balls are not coming on, spinners are not, you're not being offered the pace to hit the big sixes. And just the situation of the game will not really allow the batters. They'd rather be defensive, pay respect to the good balls like that one to end the 29th over, 120 for 4. Almost 3:30 in the afternoon here in the valley of Kathmandu. We're at the Mulpani Cricket Stadium enjoying a good tussle between bat and ball. Once again an appeal as there's a wild swing across the line of the ball. Even asking him for the second time around, umpire, will you have second thoughts?
Yeah, Ayan Khan. He's getting good purchase, good turn out of this wicket.
You know, even with that turn we're talking about, I'd like to see a leg slip for a short while in position. With the one that goes down your leg side, the batter might try to glance it, give an opportunity to a leg slip. Hey, you want wickets to put the pressure on. That is one way they can go about it.
Very well viewed, Shamim. It's a very good option. It's a half chance, dropping shot of the deep cover fielder. Yeah, with the amount of turn Ayan is getting, yeah, it's a very good option to put a leg slip against the left-hander. You can see Ikram Mullah opting to play over the covers with the spin.
See, more often than not, with the turn of the ball, there will be tendency for the batter to close the face of the bat and try to glance it And if there's a fielder posted there, even if it doesn't go to him, if the batsman just realizing there's a leg slip, it'll stop him from trying to play those glances, which might get him runs. So it has a beneficial effect both ways.
Absolutely. In both ways, it would be a wicket-taking option and a run-stopping option as well. There you see the ball going in the same direction. With the end of the over, Qatar are 122 for 4.
Well, pretty much neck and neck after 30 overs. You'd say that Qatar, obviously, for all to see, are 2 runs ahead. 4 wickets down. It's just here that Oman just pressing on the gas and just moving on. So we had some good innings in the latter part, in the last 20 overs. That is what Qatar need to replicate to get them a chance of getting over to the 250-run mark. Now, there's going to be a change of bowling. Pace now. Kalimullah, a tall, strapping Kalimullah is going to come on. Bowling to Rizlan, who's on 32. Hasn't taken a wicket. Oh, and straight away he beats the bat.
Seems to be a good change by captain Zishan Maqsood, bringing his opening bowler. Straight away gets some bounce and movement.
That's what you got to look out for. You see, the last 10, 15 overs, spinners bowling in tandem from either side, batters getting used to one kind of bowling, and suddenly the pacer comes on, you've got to refocus, readjust. Well, he's nicely behind that, but I tell you what, there's an element of risk. He was right in front of the stumps. So if he missed the bat by any chance, there you see he's shuffling across the right in front. There was a bit of height, of course, but if it just evaded his bat inside edge, he would have been in trouble.
Yeah, Rizlan. Good to see how he goes against the medium pacers. We want someone to bat like what Ayan did for Oman. And Rizlan should be the guy, the captain himself, should take that responsibility and bat through this innings. Bowling tight lines, Kalimullah.
Excellent, excellent for someone. You know, it's not easy when you've been out in the field, not in the heat. It's still pretty pleasant out here. But still you're out in the outfield and you're just relaxing a little bit. Your body sort of gives way. Then you come back and immediately he falls into line and length. And that is very disciplined, I must say, to be appreciated. And the captain is going to be happy that he's got a bowler he can depend on for consistency. Gives him the charge, didn't quite get a hold of it, not timing it to a perfection, just getting a single for all that effort.
Ikramullah on strike now. Rizlan, after 2-3 dot balls, trying to get down the track and trying to heave it over 30-yard circles. Is it necessary, Shamim, with 20 overs to go, it's just 127 runs to get? In a 2020 game, it's actually a nothing score, to be honest. Only problem is they are 4 wickets down.
You just tell yourself, if the other team could do it, so can we. We're in a similar kind of position. So you've got to have that confidence. And with Rizlan batting reasonably well, Ikramullah getting amongst the runs now, I don't see any reason why they can't get to it. But this is a funny old game. He's coming around now, changing his angle. And tries to cut that, misses. Another little bit of risk. He's not really committed to that shot.
Just kind of threw his hands to the ball. Maybe tried to glide it down the third man region, but was not.
Hardly any foot movement. His foot was stuck to the crease. And when you hang your bat out like that, you can be lucky if you don't get a touch. I rode that, and an excellent over completed. 31 done. 1, 2, 3 for 4. There you are. You can take over. No, you're finishing. Don't worry about that. Stay there. 1, 2, 3 for 4. 27 from Imal. Looked to be going somewhere, but all those conversions from small numbers to big didn't happen with the Oman team. In the first part, the top order didn't get it. The latter order batsmen got it, the middle order and the lower order. And it seems to be going in the same kind of direction, with Rizlan now not out on 33, and hopefully Ikramullah will come out with some numbers to add to that 123 and take them to the target of 250. But it's been good, accurate bowling from the Omani bowlers, both the spinners, and we saw Kalimullah in the previous over being very accurate on his second spell. Gives the ball some air. The batter gets to the pitch. Oh, that's a nice looking shot. It puts it right between those two fielders and gets himself 4 runs. That's going to release a lot of the pressure.
Beautiful shot by the captain Rizlan. Just dancing down the track and chipping it over the cover fielder. Right in the gap. Playing with the spin Rizlan, which is a very good option in this wicket.
That is superb. You might get hit for 4 in the previous ball, but you're bold enough and brave enough to give the ball the air. It drifts in and turns away.
Yeah, just short. Got it towards the cover region. Another run.
Just similar kind of balls. It's just the change in the length that allowed the batter on that occasion to go back and play it into the covers. But when it's there, when you're about to play the ball, and it's about 6 inches short, you get beaten. It's just that length, the reading of the length can become so very important when negotiating a bowler of Ayan's type. Not shy to give the ball some air. That's slightly quicker. The closer of the face of the bat allows that quick single to be taken. And another one.
Yes, slightly flicked away. Good running between the wickets.
This over, I think they've decided that it's time to just get the scoreboard rotating. They got the boundary, they got a few runs going. Sometimes one over can make the difference. It gives you the opportunity as a batsman to really put the pressure back on the bowlers who have been really dominating for the last 7 or 8 overs. Again, you see what it's done. It's forced him to drop it a little shorter. Ends the over. That is the 32nd. It's 131 for 4.
Yeah, so there's a slight change in commentary. Suhas is back and a nice passage of play. 32 overs done, 131 for 4. Equally balanced, you can say, Suhas.
Thank you, Shraddha. Yes, equally balanced before this shot was played. What a hit. Ikramullah getting the better of Kalimullah. It's one of the most difficult shots to play against Kalimullah because of that extra bounce that we keep talking about. But boy, has he creamed this one.
I just went with the angle. See ball coming in, and with the angle he just swung as hard as he could. Ikramullah, and got a huge six actually. It traveled out of the stadium actually. Out of the net. The netted nets here. You can see the ball flying back.
Doesn't need to play this at all. Usually you don't see Kalimullah being phased by a shot like that. He'll usually come back with something more lethal, not something away from his body.
Kalimullah probably looking to keep it away. Ikramullah looks like a bottom-handed player, so probably would favor the leg side more. Slightly pissed up, nicely driven for no runs. Qatar slowly and silently creeping towards the target. Just 112 runs to go. What do you say about the Qatari batting lineup, Suhas?
They've got the batting prowess to still get it done. 112 in 17.4 overs. They've got to infuse that self-belief in them. And Rizlan's presence in the middle will do exactly that, as the captain of the side is playing an innings that's got equal aggression and calmness. Just picking and choosing the right moments to go for the big shots. I think he's decided to play the sheet anchors role here, and Ikramullah is getting a move on from what was a slow and steady start for him. That's a good shot. At least 2 runs are written over it. No, make it 2 more. Ikramullah has decided to take on Kalimullah here. First a 6 and now a boundary.
Runs coming thick and fast. Yeah, tried to just heave it away and rolled over to the fence in between the square leg and mid-wicket region. Could see a limping Nadeem in the boundary line. Is it one of the reasons why he hasn't brought in the ball till now? Suhas.
Might be because he's a middle over specialist. When you see around 30 overs are on the board, done and dusted with, Nadeem comes in. But the fact that he's still on the field makes me say that he's still fit to bowl at least a few overs. Otherwise, he would be sitting out.
If he's fit to bowl, it's a big question why he hasn't been bowled yet. Off cutter there by Kalimullah. Nice variation.
Last ball, he's got to close this over out really well. The Yorker is something that he hasn't gone for in this over. In 17.1. A dot ball to finish off. Kalimullah was taken for runs in this over. 142 for 4.
Yani.
142 for 4. This partnership of 52 of 90 balls. It's looking a little threatening for Oman, as both these batters have decided to pick up some pace. Ikramullah was able to do that against one of the best bowlers that Oman have got. Good delivery this. Ayan pushing Rizlan back right away.
Yeah, this game's on a very interesting phase at the moment. Ayan certainly bowling well. A reverse sweep and oh, it was a half chance. Ball running down to the boundary. 4 more runs added. Ikramullah, sorry, Rizlan, that is playing with the spin, a reverse sweep. That was the previous ball actually. Yeah. Could see a reverse sweep being attempted. Oh, got a bit of a hand there, the short third man fielder.
Oh, good ball. Turned just enough to tease the outside edge. What a good comeback by Ayan Khan, who initially thought he was bowling to a right-hander who suddenly turned lefty. Was able to deliver the goods eventually.
Oh my.
This is vicious. Welcome to Palikeli Day 3.
It's actually Mulpani. Pretty similar.
Or Gaul for that matter. Gaul turns even more. Rizlan knows that from Sri Lanka.
It's going to be a good test for these two. Rizlan opting to play in the back foot in the previous over. It was working for him.
Oi.
It's bowling well, Ayan, probably taking the confidence of scoring runs. Probably he knows which speed to bowl in this wicket. Certainly getting good turn out of this wicket. The moment Oman looking for that breakthrough, break this partnership.
Oi.
Wonderful as ever. Ayan Khan, so cool, calm and collected even after being hit away for an unorthodox shot. 146 for 4.
Yeah, so the current partnership, 56 runs added, 96 balls. And both of them contributing equally. Nice partnership building on. And there is a bowling change again. Bilal Khan comes in place of Kalimullah. We're looking to take and break this partnership. Bowled well in the early overs. Starts off on the mark.
Not waiting for things to happen, but making things happen here. Captain of Oman, Zishan Maqsood, brings back Bilal. Misfield. Misfield means a single will be stolen. You can't take your eyes off the ball. Just cannot be complacent at this level. Zishan Maqsood's not happy with the effort from Kalimullah. The tall lad took it a little easy. Happens sometimes.
Got a slight pat bounce while he was just collecting the ball. You can't take things easy in this ground, especially. It's a new ground and a little bit bumpier outfield than the TU International Stadium. Keep your hands and body back of the ball. Bilal Khan coming round the wicket to Rizlan. Seen many times Bilal coming round the wicket in previous international games. Balls, those off cutters, those in swinging Yorkers, and also the angling bounces that comes right into you. Comes with a very awkward angle wide of the crease. There you go. That's too short, I guess, too high as well. Rightly called by the umpire. Given as wide for height. It was way high.
What a sensible innings this is turning out to be from Rizlan. But he knows that in his mind, the mission will only end if 102 runs are scored from here on. You do not see him miss out on a low full toss like this usually. If somebody has a reputation of bowling a good Yorker, does it help knowing that there's going to be a Yorker coming your way? Or you're still telling yourself, well, it's going to be a good Yorker, right? So it won't be a run scoring opportunity. What's the mindset like? And what was your mindset like when you played?
You definitely be watching the videos beforehand, you know, like you prepare for the games, and you should know what your opponents are, what their strengths and weaknesses are. That's a brilliant catch by the captain himself, Zishan Maqsood. Low full toss. Ikramullah trying to hit it around the mid-wicket region. You can see low full toss. It was firmly hit by Ikramullah. Equally well taken there by Zishan. Important breakthrough there for QATAR, the Omani team.
Absolutely right, Sharat. What a good catch this is from Zishan Maqsood. Hands in the right position, removing Ikramullah. 26 of 53 is a good innings, but he had to continue. $149 for 5.
So the players having a bit of a drink. Break in between after fall of wicket. So it's Murad who comes in at number 7. Left-handed bat. Mohammad Murad has played for the Kuwait as well. It's interesting. He's played for the Kuwait and the Qatari team.
Had he pursued his previous passions, he would have been in TU at this moment. As Kuwait are taking on UAE, and UAE are way on top. Excellent innings from Vritya Arvind. The Murad has chosen Qatar. In fact, Qatar has chosen him. He's such a good cricketer. What a good catch that was, though. Terrific catch. Hands in the right position for the captain. And just tells you the level and the benchmark that is set for all the other boys. 149 for 5.
So it's start of the 36th over. Qatar just 101 runs shy. 90 balls, but at the moment, Omani team looks a bit ahead for my liking. It's the experienced Maqsood on the attack. Another change from the road end, I would say. The new international Mulpani cricket ground. And Rizlan goes for a big hit. The captain's under it. And oh, he jumbled it, but easily taken at the end. Zishan Maqsood takes another catch.
This is the Zishan effect we were talking about. On the field or with the ball in hand, he can turn games around just like that. First, an unbelievable catch. And then picking up the wicket of his counterpart. Rizlan Iqbal has thrown it away. A good innings of 43 has come to an end. Now Qatar is in trouble. 149 for 6. .149 for 6. Two new batters out there now. It's going to be a rebuilding phase yet again, something they can't afford here because the pressure is mounting. 101 required in 88 balls cannot be straightforward without a partnership. And the two set batters moments ago who were ruling this game are back in the hut. And this is how Zishan Maqsood picked up his counterpart. In the end, you got to call it a nothing shot. Was in two minds. And then a bit of a juggle. He always puts on a lovely show for everybody to see. He's an entertainer, Zishan Maqsood. Hot potato, then turns into a cricket ball.
Yeah. Juggled a bit, but was safe enough for him. Yeah, you could see Rizlan trying to hit it over, but maybe he stepped out a little bit early.
.149 for 6. Murad and Khurram, both of them are yet to open their accounts. Solidly defended. Look how quickly this game's turned around.
Yeah, back-to-back wickets for Oman. Some pressure now for the Qatari side. Zishan keeping his overs to bowl in those pressure situations, and rightly so, picked up a wicket right after he came back. That was not a convincing sweep shot. Probably did it a little too much. Missing the off stump probably.
Very good over for Maqsood. 149 for 6. Is content with a single. 150 comes up for Qatar, but it's come up after 6 stutters, 6 hiccups. 100 runs is still required from here in 83 balls. Look how quickly this game has changed. I repeat that because moments ago it looked very possible with 2 set batters out there and the captain himself imposing his presence on the opposition.
Expect that when Bilal and Zishan are bowling. Oh, that's hit the helmet. A sharp bouncer and Bilal checking on to the batsman. The umpires will call out the medical crew as well. We have a check on the batter. It's a protocol that's followed by the ICC.
Correct, and a few questions will be asked as well to the batter to see if his daze is phased or no. You can look into the daze and say if he's suffering from concussion or otherwise. Sean Novak has decided to make the jog to the batter. Luckily, it was a slower delivery from Bilal. It wasn't with full ferocity that hit him flush on the helmet. It was a slower delivery. And there he is, Sean Novak. Look at him once again. Look at the camaraderie once again. You just don't wait for your physio to turn up, isn't it? Any physio would do. The opposition physio runs in. Oh, that's also hit him at not just the helmet part, but slightly below that, do you feel, Sharad?
Yeah, it's the unprotected part actually, but thankfully he has a spongy protected area in the back of his helmet. Yeah, the ball probably not coming on as he expected. This is good to see Khurram smiling to the physio. That means he's all safe and sound. Bilal running in for his 7th over. It's been impressive, picking up 2 wickets.
Now he's looking for timber. He's looking to clean this up, clean the tail up, finish this quickly. This is what Bilal Khan can do. One moment he's challenging your chin, the other moment he's challenging your shin.
Beautifully put up, Suhas. Yeah, Bilal with this perfect Yorkers. Be an interesting battle between these two. Mixing it up, Bilal. Some short, some up. Making it difficult for the batters. Very unpredictable.
This game's quickly going away from Qatar if they decide to play these overs quietly. Again, another good delivery, the one that tails back in. This is a missile that Bilal uses, tagging his opponents, seems to follow them. What an over this has turned out to be, and what a master stroke this has turned out to be from Zishan Maqsood, who's been in the thick of things himself. The last 30 minutes have belonged to Zishan Maqsood, I must say, with his decision making to bring back his ace bowler, with his decision making to bring himself on and taking that catch as well. Terrific.
Brilliant catch. Hasn't it turned the match around?
And I got to stop Dai from looking at the age column every time.
Yeah, we'll talk about it more. It was-
37 overs gone, 151 for 6. And Zishan Maksud, I think he sets an example to all the other boys by also completing his overs so quickly. There are two kinds of bowlers as well, isn't it? Sharadai, one left-arm orthodox who'll finish the over very quickly, much like Zishan Maksud or Jadeja. And one who'll take his sweet time. Oh well, look at this one. Unbelievable. And one who'd take his own sweet time and dictate the pace of the game himself. And one of my favorites, someone whom you've played a lot with, Basant Regmidai.
He takes a lot of time, you know. I remember our captain Paras getting frustrated at times. The way he used to take so much time in his run-up. He was almost like the Shoaib Akhtar of Nepali version. I mean, being a spinner, taking so much time. Sometimes we had to wait and wait and wait and, you know, like...
But it's so good to watch. That's his craft, isn't it? The way he dictates the pace of the game. And I'll tell you what, nothing has changed in all these years. Recently met him, he's playing for the Hollywood Master Blasters in San Diego, USA. And he's taking his own sweet time to bowl that one over, and then he bowls and picks up 2 wickets.
He does, and you can see Zishan, in the other hand, he doesn't take much time, as you said. That slog swept over the mid-wicket region. Goes for another boundary. Qatar do need a move on now, requiring 91 runs more of 73. It's not impossible. Shots like this, they definitely would look to get closer and closer to this target.
Absolutely right. It's not like they don't have the batting prowess to get there. It's just that the intent factor that needs to be infused. A shot of this kind is proving the opponents that they have the intent, Qatar. Khurram can bat, definitely bat. Murad can bat. Oh wow, what a shot. Clearing his front leg. No half measures, straight as an arrow.
Zishan just slowing it down, and Murad taking full toll of it. Or is it Khurram rather? Yeah, sweet hit. Straight crashes into the side screen. 6 more runs.
Terrific striking of the cricket ball. And a clear mind. What a way to end the over. 165 for 6. .165 for 6, and this is going to be exciting. Akib Ilyas Sulheri. It says leg break, but he can also bowl off, depending on if he's bowling to a right-hander or a left-hander. Any other name that comes to your mind who does this?
For now, I can surely remember him, you know, because he has bowled me around the legs once. And that was not a leg spin, to be honest. It was an off spin. It really foxed me.
Akib Ilyas, it's good to see him back on the cricket ground representing his country. His fans have waited for a long time for him to recuperate from that ankle injury. Saw him a bit at the Kashmir Premier League as well once he was recuperating in Pakistan. Then the injury crept up on him again. It's good to see him back. With Akib Ilyas, you're just wondering, is it going to be a leg spin or no? Looks like it's going to be leg spin because captain has awarded himself at the first slip position.
There you go. You called it right, and it was a leg spin, but slightly short. Taking full advantage of it. Qatar getting a move on now. Just that was nicely timed. Didn't try to hit it too hard, just placed it right in the gap. Khurram.
Beautiful shot from Khurram. Now respects the delivery. These two have injected some momentum and positivity into this innings once again, despite losing the captain and losing a set, Ikramullah. 80 required of 69 is very much possible. One part.
Good comeback ball there by Akib after getting hit for a boundary. Cautiously played again. No hurry there by Khurram. Oh, that was a half chance. Tried to cut it, Khurram. Was a difficult chance, I must say, in the first slip.
Just a smile towards the captain and Akib's conveying. Now you know how it feels. These come very quickly at you. And, oh, it's off the shoulder.
It came quickly than expected by Zishan. Definite chance missed, I must say. That over bowl after 39, Qatar are 172 for 6.
Guys, come on, guys. Come on, one. Come on, boys. Done, Shani.
172 for 6. Maqsood. He's got 17 more deliveries to create an impact with. And I'm joined by one and only Shamim.
Well bowled, Shani. Lovely, Shani.
What a phase of the game you've chosen to be back in the com
Come on,
box
boys,
for.
come
It's
on, boys.
spicing up beautifully. 78 or 64. Take it away.
It is, it is. But a couple of wickets, I think, have just pegged the Qataris back ever so slightly. But look at the way he's going. He's not going to hang back and die wandering. And that is the best attitude to have. You cannot allow yourself to get bogged down. And we know about the batting prowess of the Qatari batters. I think more often than not, they bat deep. As you mentioned earlier, this is an opportunity, even if the 1 or 2 wickets fall, for another partnership to build up and try and take it to the end.
No, very well put. And to be honest, if Qatar can pull off a win from this stage, it'll do a world of good to their confidence for 2 reasons. One, they've beat a side which is one of the favorites in the tournament. Another, they themselves are, in fact. And another is the fact that their batting has been tested in the first game itself. Some of them have got the game time required. It'll only strengthen the resolve as this team moves forward.
Indeed, that was pretty close. Interested the bowler, understandably. Maqsood has bowled. Really, he's troubled the batters. They're not sure it's going to turn away. It's going to come back in. Every ball seems to be something for the batters to worry about. And that consistency, extra bit of bounce keeps on going. Very impressive. You'd feel on occasions that with the wear and tear, the bounce would become a slightly lower. There'd be more sharp turns. But we'll come back to that. I think we've just come to the end of the 40th over. 173 for 6. The umpire is going to signal for the last phase of play. The last 10 overs. Qatar 173 for 6.
We were discussing just now, Sharad and I, that if it's a left-hander, then he'll bowl off spin. If it's a right-hander, he'll bowl leg spin. That's Aqib Ilyas for you.
Really, I'm waiting to see this. Well, I did hear from the back there that he was bowled round his legs, you mentioned.
Yes.
Not by, it was a off spin.
Exactly. That's a story that Sharad would never forget, he said. Out of all the dismissals in his life. Such a fighter, Aqib Ilyas.
I can tell you something that surprised me when I was commentating in the 1997 ICC trophy. Bangladesh were playing Japan. And I was like square on doing commentary like we are from here. It was radio commentary, I must add.
Okay.
And there was this Japanese bowler. He's just coming in right arm over the wicket. Next ball, I'm sort of looking up to see. And I just noticed, go through this ball, he's beaten again. Notice, was he bowling with his left hand? So I asked people around me, did he just bowl with his left hand? Because I saw the first ball with the right hand. He said, yes, he did. So we all kept a close eye. And every other ball, once he was coming with the right arm and the other with the left arm, I don't know, the umpires must have been confused. Because normally when a bowler comes in, the umpire tells the batter, right arm over or right arm around, or left arm over, left arm around. What do you do when a bowler bowls with both arms?
So ambidextrous.
Can you have a rule? You cannot have a rule to say. You cannot.
I think he just went up to the umpire, stuck 2 fingers out and said, right arm over, left arm around, you choose. 41 overs gone, 175 for 6. The stories will continue.
Let's go, guys, nice and quick. Shani. Ayan. Shani, both सीधा है.
41 overs gone, 178 for 6 is Oman. Qatar at this stage, 175 for 6. Neck to neck.
Go.
What a lovely delivery. The ball still turning. 2 runs taken. Good running between the wickets. Lovely judge of the second run. Murad is quick between the wickets. Khurram responds nicely too.
It's the understanding, it's the call, it's the confidence you have in your partner. Particularly when you're going for a quicker second run, you've got to put your skates on and you depend on the reaction of your partner. We just see them in the middle of the pitch now having a little bit of a chat. And that is so very crucial in the formation of a partnership and the understanding, because these 2 runs, a couple of braces here and there add up to being a boundary. Man, that's another one which he didn't play too comfortably. Maqsood has bowled very well. I mean, it's been mixed with some odd deliveries that the batters have gone after, but more often than not, his induced edges on regular occasions.
Would be interesting to watch how he utilizes the last over of his, the 10th over. Would he just bowl him out within the 45 overs, or would he save one for the last 5 overs?
The skipper, it's always the bowlers who look at the skipper when they're going to get bowled out. Now, what is he going to do for himself? That is the question. If he has that confidence, I think he should just go through. He knows another wicket and they're almost there. So as he's giving the batters a bit of a problem, I think it's a good option to carry on and finish his quota.
Momentum is a big thing, isn't it, Shamim?
Finish one now, Shani.
Absolutely, and it's momentum with the bat, momentum with the bowlers as he comes in again. Not shy to give the ball some air. Just to dab away. Soft hands for a single to finish over number 42. 178 for 6.
Murad and Khurram, can they take their team home here? They've got their task cut out. Amir can bat. Nadeem can bat too. Always. I haven't seen much of him at the domestic level, so. But he's no mug with the bat that much, I can promise you. 72 of 48. It's getting tighter and tighter.
Yes, it's getting more difficult. This is the time they've got to throw caution to the wind. Take a few risks, and you can see that. Initial movement was backward. The bowler tried to follow him, and in the process forced him to abort that inside-out shot he was thinking about, going to the offside and trying to get that sweep in, which resulted in the single. So it's right the way through. They're trying to outthink each other, trying to suss out what is coming next. Such a wonderful game, cricket. And it's up in the air. Now how far is that going? There's a fielder coming underneath that one. It's right down his throat. He went for glory shot and he's paid the price.
Someone had to take the initiative. Murad was struggling at 5 of 15 balls. Decides to go for the big shot indeed, and Nadeem was waiting to pouch anything that comes towards him. What a good catch. There it is, the captain saying probably we lack time for a full huddle. So take my applause that I sent you through Wi-Fi. What a good shot. Intent was there. Intent was there. But the problem was Nadeem was also there. Completes the catch, makes it look so simple, and Qatar in deep, deep trouble. Murad departs, the man who played for Kuwait earlier, now for Qatar. 5 of 17 for him in this game. It's a huge wicket. 179 for 7.
Point of contact was here. So he got confused between 1 and 7 and 17.
Amir Farooq. I'm telling you a story in installments like a soap opera. Aqib Ilyas Suleri, he's picked up a wicket as well. It took him 15 deliveries to create his impact. They've got so many dimensions in this bowling attack, Oman, and they're utilizing it to perfection. One has to learn how to make a 250 total look like 290.
Indeed, I think the more fancied team we're talking off here about, who possibly on paper was the stronger unit, and Oman would be that. But still, I tell you what, Qatar gave them a run for their money. It was a good job in restricting them to 250. Because at one point in time it was looking as if it was going to be a little more. And the way they came back, the way they paced the innings, the Qataris, they can take a lot of kudos for that. Once in a while you're going to get bogged down, you're going to get forced into playing shots of error like we saw. And as a fielding unit, that's the last thing you want, a fumble.
It's one of those rare moments. A mistake from Ayan.
Shall we just give him a little bit of excuse to say that the ball just seemed to bounce awkwardly as it came near his hands off the practice tracks?
You've been a taskmaster. You go for it.
I think I'd give it to him. It's that odd. He seemed to have his body and his hands behind. Just seemed to turn away at the last moment.
And I'll tell you again, such a tricky position to field at point. You know it better than anybody else.
That's why I was trying to defend him.
There comes the soft corner. 181 for 7. The stories continue here in the com box too. 69 of 42. You look at this most of the days and you say this is very much possible, but then the wickets column is telling you something else altogether. Good shot for 4. Unorthodoxy is the way to go, so be it, but Maqsood has got to change his field a little bit.
The reverse, when it comes off, looks so good. There is a huge element of risk because it is a premeditated shot. And anything premeditated plays into the hands of the bowler. He can detect that early movement, the change of position. This one was a more orthodox attempt.
That's what hasn't come off. Reading the coaching manual the other way around. We were talking about the V region being behind the wicketkeeper anyway.
Yeah, since the white ball format started, the textbooks have been a little obscure to get to and to refer to on occasions.
Yes, a new T20 magazine's being printed.
Yeah, lots of shots, unorthodox shots, new names being the commentators around the world trying to find new names for different kind of shots.
Oh, good ball. And never forget our conversation yesterday in that commentary stint where you were trying to prove that you will very soon find a cricket ball, much like this one, beautiful, a cricket ball in the museum if its color is red.
Well, I hope not, sincerely. Really hope that longer version cricket, that is true cricket for Puritans like me and old haggards like me. That is the reality of cricket. That is where all your features are tested.
It's called a test for that reason indeed, isn't it? I totally understand that, but I still believe that's got to exist so that more mature cricketers come through. 44 overs gone, 187 for 7.
Similar words, it is different the way you speak. Nepali words are very similar to Bangladesh. It's supposed to be like bunny, a lot of words are known.
191 for 6, Oman at this stage. Qatar 187 for 7. The extra wicket, how much is it going to cost them? How much is it going to cost them?
Qatar, if they can pull this off,
Yes.
huge feather in the cap.
100%. 63. And you invert those numbers, 36 balls. Wow. Any leg spinner's dream. Yesterday, Aritra Datta was bowling as a leg spinner. He didn't get this much turn. And I spoke to him after the game. He said, it's the first time I've rolled my arm over for Singapore.
Didn't do too badly either, I can tell you that. But definitely this track has more turn off it than the one we saw yesterday. Different wicket. This is pitch number 4, and I understand. And that is good to see. I was mentioning earlier, there was something in the wicket early on. Another reverse. Now, he got himself into a tangle. Told you this premeditated shots can land you in trouble. And that's an example of that.
I hope he's thinking of an explanation as he walks back because the coach is waiting. Khurram gets a start, a lovely 30 or just 33 balls, perhaps a brain fade moment, a shot that he himself launched into and decided to pull away from it. 30 or 33. Yes, commits, then decides to let this one go through the gate. The next thing you know, the bail's already off. Big moment in this game. Qatar in deeper trouble. 188 for 8. Waiting for a resurrection now.
I think I might have to leave a little earlier the way they're collapsing.
Always Ahmed. Starts off with a good shot, in fact. I'm very surprised that it's only a single.
The manner of dismissal of the last wicket, you see, there is a sweeping length, if you can call it that. But this one was so much fuller. You can see it at square on. You can see, not this one. This was the strike that got him off the mark. I'd like to look at the wicket. It's just when you want the reverse going, you want it at a sweepable length, which is forward of the wicket. You're extending your arms, you're having chance to sweep by freeing your arms. But he was into his shot and didn't gauge the length. It was fuller. It's almost yoked himself.
That's smashed away on the leg side. And it is 6 from the moment he left the bat, in fact. Shot. What a way to end the over. 196 for 8 after 45, sitting deep inside the crease and swiveling. Terrific shot. .196 for 8. The last 5 overs, 54 required. The problem is the lack of wickets at this stage. But if Amir can pull the game in their team's favour, this will be a very, very famous win for Qatar. At this stage, Oman are favourites.
They sure are, and particularly the way Khurram went. I think he's going so very well. It's just that he exposed his intentions a little too early, enough for the bowler maybe to push the ball through a little more closer, not allowing that reverse to be affected. And they virtually played all over it and it was straight to the stumps there.
Oh, that's a beautiful shot. That deserved a boundary. And that's right from the textbook.
That's a cracker of a shot. One leg bent down. This is ideal. So pleasing to the eye. Look at that. Couldn't get prettier than that. And so very effective too. And coming at the right time. Always at the other end hit that huge 6. Now the boundary getting closer. The 200 comes up for Qatar.
And in superb style indeed. Run a ball 8 for Amir. Remember, it was a domestic game where Amir played a blinder. Can he replicate that? The level is different. It was a little later run. The second run was an afterthought for Amir. I think he was admiring his own shot, but Owais was very clear he wants to come back for the second.
Yeah, it's just not off the blocks straight away. Thought it might be going, the fielder might be cutting it off earlier, not going for the second run, but eventually had to scurry back. But intention's good. This is very refreshing, the attitude I see. They're not bogged down. They're taking the attack back to the bowlers, making a game of it.
It's not over until it is. Qatar know that a couple of boundaries at this stage, self-belief will be right on top.
And we talked about the depth of the batting of Qatar, and there's evidence of that both from Owais and Amir now. Another couple of big strikes, the pressure straight back on the bowlers.
But will he choose Bilal for that is another question altogether. Bilal's got more than half an over left right now. And the slight change in field now is the fact that deep mid wicket has been posted. And there is a man at deep backward square. I think he double bluffed the batter there. Very well fielded. Otherwise it would have travelled for 4.
It's a period where you just cannot afford to sit back. Not enough deliveries left as we see that nice looking drive down the ground. But he will be, though he has those two fielders, a deep mid wicket and deep backward square, a forward of square for that matter, he will try and bowl that off stump corridor. That's where you feel that the batter might try to just manufacture a shot, close the face of the bat, trying to get the gaps on the onside, maybe get a leading edge. We've seen evidence of that twice already in this match. So Bilal, with his pace, will not be the easiest option to go after, but I've got to give it a try.
The umpire had to get out of the way. Remember, there's Kalimullah's over as well left.
Is it a plan to have Kalimullah there at deep backward square for the short pitch deliveries? I think definite attempt there, but it just didn't rise up enough and made it simple for the batter to swivel round. So that is the risk you have. You try to set up a batsman for a certain kind of shot, and the bowling does not come off quite the way you want it.
The leading edge that Shamim was talking about, it's come by, and this could be converted into a wicket. It is. Lovely catch by Jatinder Singh, and watch out for that celebration as well, the thigh five. You can't keep him out of the game for long.
Just felt it was on the cards when I said the leading edge is in effect, because the temptation was to close the face, and he was lining the off stump. Did it to such a nicety. The catch was taken well, but all the credit has to be taken by the bowler for inducing that leading edge. Just slowed it down enough for the batter to close the face, and that was it. And I think the writing is on the wall now for Qatar.
Looks like he might have misbehaved with his front foot. The no ball is being checked. Has he robbed off his own joy?
Oh dear, that'll be a pity. Having a look, the batter's been told to wait. Let's have a look at this. Well, from there, it's pretty tight. There seems to be a little bit point of landing just behind the heel there.
It totally depends on which dugout you're viewing it from. That's the only vantage point.
The umpire's not sitting in any dugout. The third umpire, he'll give the right call.
Absolutely right, Shamim. It's such a close call. We've had so many close calls at Malpani. The cricketing gods have blessed this ground, I'm telling you.
You need to come because I have to go after this.
If this is out, then she would rush.
No, it's none down now. It's another one. Maybe one more frame forward. Just there. There, as he lands before the full step is taken. What do you reckon? And it has been confirmed. It's out, so a deserved wicket. And another one gone into the last batter of the team. Amir Farooq gone for 11 of 11.
A ball to go to finish the 46th. 204 for 9. Usually, when the ball goes up high in the air like this, you do not say that it was a matter of inches. But on this occasion, it was. Warm welcome, Sharad.
Thank you, Suhas. Bilal Khan doing what he does best, cleaning up the tail. Just one wicket to go.
Chances are this is going to be a yorker. From that angle, just got to follow the batter. And if he gets played on, that's according to plan for Bilal. Oh, good ball.
Rightly called, Suhas. So over done after 46. Yeah, top edge there by Faruqi. Nice, neat catch there taken by Jatinder. Yeah, nicely judged. As the tournament progresses, you will see that Thai 5.
That's typical Jatinder. In fact, he started it much before than Shikhar Dhawan did, to be honest. 204 for 9.
Probably Shikhar Dhawan learning from Jatinder.
$204 for 9. 46 required of 24 with a final wicket in hand. Owais can bat. Nadeem can do so as well. It's not like they're going to hang around. Clearly Oman are favourites here as well. But there's something that makes you believe all the time that Qatar can fight back, because they've done it before.
A matter of a few sixes, then the game will be, I mean, it might come a little closer to the target. It's not an easy task, still 46 runs to go. Akib doing a good job picking up those two crucial wickets.
You provided a terrific finish versus Nepal, versus Kenya for Nepal. Terrific finish. What was going through your mind at that time?
Nothing, just to smack it out of the ground. I remember bowling one over, which I got smacked badly. That's a big shot.
He
Nice.
parries it and keeps it in play. Good job. Good boundary awareness for Sandeep Gaud.
Yes, one of the best fielders in Omani side. Yeah, flat batted it straight. Nice work done. Bounced more than Sandeep expected. But well saved. Yeah, watchfully played there by Owais.
Just wonder if he's defending the ball because he was looking for a boundary opportunity in the next two balls all put together. He's content just nurdling it around. How close do they want to take it? Because at this stage, someone's got to attack.
Looks like Nadeem is going to go for it. He's smacking the bat in the ground. Yeah, single taken. It's 47th over done. 3 more to go. Qatar are 207 for 9. 208. Running in for his 9th over. Ball running down to the fine leg region. 1 run added. Always back in strike. They would be looking for some boundaries for sure, but it's not going to be easy against Bilal, that bowler. That specialist Bilal Khan coming around the wicket, cramping them for room. And there you go, the last wicket's gone. Clean bowled by Bilal, picks up his 4th wicket. And Qatar are wrapped up for 209. Clinical victory there for the Oman team.
Absolutely right. Clinical is the word. This is an art. Even if they score 250 on a track that look good for 260 plus, 270 plus, they know how to magnify that and make it look like 290. That's what they've done here with excellent fielding efforts, converting half chances and picking up wickets at regular intervals. It's been a memorable debut for Shafiq behind the wicket. Extremely tidy. And it's a team that's just growing from strength to strength, even though it's in the middle of a transition. Oman win by a healthy margin of 40 runs.
Yeah, a great start to the tournament for Oman. The second best associate side in the CWC league that's just concluded. And living up to their name. Oman starting off well in this tournament, and you can see the last wicket clean bowled. The batsman trying to heave it over mid wicket
and missing it completely, hitting the top of off. That's what the coach tells you. That's what he has done. Bilal sticking to basics, removing the final wicket. No big celebrations, as they're saving their energy for a bigger celebration now. The handshakes will begin as Oman have put the first 2 points on the board, and they start off ACC Men's Premier Cup 2023 on a winning note. The analyst Z, he'll be happy. He's another Zishan. Mazhar, the manager, he's happy. The coordinator, of course, the head coach Dilip Mendes will have certain sections of those pages in the diary filled that he would want to talk about the concerns, but still he'll be happy with the results. All in all, it's been a great day of cricket here at Mulpani Cricket Ground. It never disappoints. Match number 4, Qatar taking on Oman, and this is what Qatar produced with a bat in hand, 209, and they're bundled out. They do not play the allotted 50 overs. Everyone getting starts, as you see, in the middle order. But Rizlan had to continue. The way he got out is more concerning than the fact that he did. Playing a nothing shot, and he'll be replaying that at least 100 times in his mind. And the lack of partnerships, Sharad, that was the concern. Rizlan and Ikramullah, they were looking good with their 59 partnership, but nothing that you can talk about and say that changed the game.
Yeah, they had starts. Tanveer Imal putting up 40. And lower down the order, Murad and Khurram had a small little 30-run partnership. They needed someone to stay till the end. Someone from the top order, probably Captain Rizlan, could have taken the game till the end. You never know what could have happened. But Oman, as a professional side they are, have won the game with a good margin of 40 runs.
Absolutely right. Bilal Khan spearheading the attack once again, picking up 4 wickets, just continuing from where he left off in the practice games here at Mulpani. Kalimullah going wicketless today. You don't see that often. And Maqsood's provided a wicket. Odedra was very impressive. Incredible economy of 2.8. These are figures you see at the longest format of the game. Sulheri, Aqib Ilyas is happy picking up 2 wickets as well and contributing to this win. 209 is all that Qatar were able to manage, while Oman were asking them to score 250 to get their first win. Credit to Oman. They've been clinical. 249 for 8, led by Ayan Khan, 64 not out. Maqsood's 41 definitely helped. It was slightly slower in innings, but again, it was what was required depending on the situation and the conditions. Qatar in reply, 209. Rizlan's 43 being the top score. Bilal was excellent with the ball in hand. Sulheri and Odedra pick up 2 wickets apiece. Some credit to Murad as well from Qatar, who picked up this 3 for 47 with 2 wickets in the same over. And I think Amir bowled brilliantly too. It looked like he'll pick up a 5 for today. That's how wonderful he was, finishing with 3 for 52. More runs leaked, but wickets taken as well by Ikramullah. Oman, in the end, win by 40 runs. It was a great period of play. The second, it's the first time that Qatar have batted in this tournament. They decided to win the toss and bat second here. The ground is such, the wicket was such that it didn't change much, but the ball was stopping a little bit, I thought, towards the middle phase of the innings. That was the first breakthrough. And then Kalimullah, superb in collecting the ball and dislodging the bails. They needed some momentum, and Imal Lianake provided that. Beautiful cut shots, beautiful shots through the offside as well. Running between the wickets was excellent. Terrific stop, that one. And Tanveer's innings, while it lasted, was looking good, isn't it, Sharad? It was looking brilliant.
It's looking good. Some pick-up shots, some sweep shots, and that catch was brilliant. And that's the catch which changed the game. And this one was, yeah, a little bit of juggle there, but safely taken. Some shots over mid-wicket. And Zishan's bowling did make a difference. That was a nice straight hit. A few cut shots. Nicely placed.
Yeah, it was a power pack performance for in the middle. And when Murad decided to launch one into the sky, didn't connect, only found Nadeem. And I think with that, the hopes as well disappeared. Played well for his 33, the left-hander Khurram, and then was caught in two minds to sweep or not to sweep, then had to weep. There was a glimmer of hope with that six that he might provide a big finish, but not to be, as Jatinder Singh was waiting underneath this one. He made it look so simple by covering ground so quickly. Never easy, those catches. And Bilal Khan cleaning it up, putting a full stop to the game, and will tip the hat. He needs to take a bow. He'll tip the hat to the captain. What a performance by him. Maqsood first up 41 with the bat in hand, and then terrific with the ball in hand as well. 249 for 8. With Ayan Khan 64 being the top score for Oman, that propelled them towards that respectable total, and in the end it proved to be enough against Qatar, who I believe committed harakiri sometimes with wrong shot selection to Rizlan getting a start but throwing it away. Khurram 30 of 33 was a glimmer of hope, as I said, but he needed an extra pair of hands for the margin of 40 as well to be covered. Imal's 27 was sturdy but very short-lived. All in all, Oman win by 40 runs and a great game of cricket here at the Malpani Cricket Ground as ACC Men's Premier Cup 2023 continues with all its flair. And the action will continue tomorrow as well. Malaysia are ready to take on Saudi Arabia, led by Hisham Sheikh. Oh, that's going to be a game to remember. Coming to you live from Malpani Cricket Ground. Malaysia itchy to put on the first win after what happened against the home side Nepal. And then Saudi Arabia would want to begin their campaign in the best possible manner. They are brimming with confidence after what they produced in Thailand, picking up the cup and ensuring they dismantled Bahrain for just 26 runs. And that's exactly what is making even Bahrain team look interesting in this format now. They'll be itchy and raring to go to prove everyone wrong because they're a better side for sure.
Good afternoon. Welcome to the post-match presentation of the IXBAT ACC Men's Premier Cup 2023 between Oman and Qatar. And we've just seen that Qatar winning this match eventually quite convincingly by 40 runs. Congratulations to Qatar and commiserations to the Oman team. I beg your pardon, Oman, they just got the figures wrong here. The Oman team is winning and just gave me the wrong figures for a change. So, right, we'll make a little correction. Oman is making that win by 40 runs. Sorry about that mistake. Just handed to me here. And, of course, congratulations to Oman and the commiserations to the Qatar team. They put up a good fight, but eventually Oman prevailed. Right. The Asian Cricket Council would like to thank the host Cricket Association of Nepal, the rights holders, IPG Group, and all the sponsors for their support. I'd like to introduce you to the presentation party today. Just our sole guest here is Mr. Ramesh Napit, who is the mayor of Shankarapur municipality. Welcome, sir. And straight away, I'd like to call upon the captain of Qatar to come across and have a few words, please. Well, you put up a good fight. The score was there to be chased, but reasonably happy with what your team has done today.
Honestly, we started well. I think after getting 6 wickets, probably we let them score too many runs. I think we could have easily kept them below 210 or 220. And when it comes to batting, yes, we lost early wickets, but then we recovered well. And I think probably myself and Ikram was going well, and that was a partnership. We thought we can go through. But unfortunately, we were in the losing side.
You feel that a lot of your batters started off well, got a few runs, but just could not convert into bigger numbers?
Probably, I think, lack of match practice. I think before we come here, we just had 4 matches. And I think we need to play more matches to get used to these conditions. We just came at the last moment. Probably next time we will try to put a good show. Well,
you've got a lot more games coming up. I'm sure you're going to improve on that.
Definitely, we are not out of the tournament. We still have to play 3 more matches. Hopefully, we'll play some good games.
Bad luck today. Good luck for the future.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. All right, the winning captain now. Request you to come across and have a few words, please. Captain of Oman. Congratulations. Happy with the first innings, the total you put up?
Yeah, thank you. I'm not happy because we are just short about 30 to 40 runs. But because of the wicked behavior, ball is not coming onto the nice to the bat. So that was a struggle a bit. And the players, they have got a little bit of start, but they couldn't make it in the big scores.
But once again, a similar kind of question. Some of your batters got the starts, got around the 20 mark. The conversion rate was not there.
Yeah, definitely. But at the end, Ayan's knock, which helped us to ended up 240 about. So he played very well. So I wish him to play further innings like in the upcoming games. So definitely we'll look forward and correct our mistakes where we went wrong.
Well, at least a win is a win, and well done for that, and best of luck for the future.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Right, now it's the player of the match, a memento to be handed over by our guest today for his very good match-winning knock. It goes to Ayan Khan. 64 of 59 balls. If you'd like to come across and collect that memento from Mr. Ramesh Napit. And Ayan, have a few words, please. Just waiting for the photographers to finish up here before we talk to Ayan. Right. Well done. And a match-winning knock. At one point in time, when about 30 overs through the innings, when he came in, it seemed that it was going to be a difficult job getting the 250 that eventually your team got.
Yes, absolutely. But we got a faith. That is why we are here. And the faith is like all the batsmen we have, most of the batsmen are there. So our main motto is to keep playing. Don't even care about the dot balls because we know we'll cope up at the end overs, and we did.
Yes, of course you did, because you're going at around under 4 and then eventually it was over 5. And you needed the support from the other end also to build up a good partnership.
Yes, correct. The best and good advantage in our team is in the middle order we have very good runners, so which help us to get the achievable target. So that's it.
And of course you're happy with your batting prowess. Your captain said you're short by about 20-30 runs, but I'm sure you're going to put up your best foot forward in the next game for more runs.
Yes, we will inshallah try our best to get the highest total for sure. So best of luck for everyone and for our team.
And best of luck to you. Well done today. Congratulations. Thank you for talking to us. Right. Well, that is it from the presentation.
All in all, a great game of cricket that we had today, and Oman prevailing by 40 runs. At the ACC Men's Premier Cup 2023, we have Malaysia taking on Saudi Arabia tomorrow as we come to you live from this beautiful cricket ground at Malpani. Do join us then, as we can promise you these are two teams which will be battling each other with all their might, as both of them are very, very itchy to prove a point at the big stage like this kind. All in all, a great day of cricket, and we enjoyed every bit of bringing it to you in this broadcast. I hope you enjoyed it too. We'll meet you tomorrow. Until then, it's goodbye from all of us here in Kathmandu, Nepal.